Councilmember, you ready?
I sure am.
Roll call. Councilmember Wynn,
Here.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Here.
Councilmember Banks,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, 6 present. A quorum has been established.
Thank
We
you so
now
much.
go, okay. I was gonna say, we're now going to page 50,
What page?
page 50. We have motion M 20-444 by council members Moreno, Williams, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brissette, and Wynn. A motion appointing council member at large Helena Moreno as president of the council for the remainder of council member Williams' presidency or until May 7th, 2021.
Okay, well, I didn't expect that this would happen so soon, or maybe I did. I take over the presidency, excited to do so, obviously, but I'm also a little sad to lose our colleague on the council, Council Member Williams, Council President Williams. It's really been a great pleasure working with you and being at your side as the other at-large member. You really just always have put the people of this city first and the community first, and that's so appreciated. And obviously, the people of this city see that as well. So I know that you are going to do a tremendous job as our next DA. And obviously, we'll still be seeing you a lot and working with you and having you come before us. And that'll be interesting to see you sitting in front of us instead of sitting next to us. But, we just wish you the absolute very best and utmost success in your next role as our city's next DA. So I'll turn it over to any of the other council members if they'd like to say anything.
Councilmember Moreno, I just wanted to add, I too wanted to congratulate Councilmember Williams for his victory as the district attorney. I look forward to working with him in the near future. And you're right, Councilmember Moreno, it will be kind of funny. They're going to see him on the other side, but I'm pretty sure he'll be doing his job as our next district attorney. And I'm committed in working with him to make sure that public safety plays a major role for our city and protect our citizens. So again, congratulations to you, Jason.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yeah, I also want to say congratulations to Councilmember Williams as well. I think everybody's basically said it, but his success is all of our success. It's the city's success. And I think particularly when you think of as a body that we have to do something differently, now we're rooting for somebody who will be doing a different job. And yeah, Jason, it's going to be very strange not to be able to whisper to you down the row or come huddle between everybody and see you on the other side. I will also say that as somebody who's been on the council, that I appreciate the fact that you took time and talked to me about things and would help answer some questions along the way, particularly how you dealt with things both professionally and balancing the job here. And so I'll be grateful for that and wish you nothing but success in the next steps.
Anyone else? Councilmember Banks.
Thank you. Jason, I congratulated you publicly at the Criminal Justice Committee meeting, and I will do so again in this format. I wish you nothing but success. When the district attorney is successful, the whole city will be successful, and I committed to you at that meeting, and I'm going to do that again, that you will have my undying support to make our criminal justice system be as strong as it can be. So I wish you well, I wish your family well, and look forward to working with you along this journey. Good luck.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so I just want to add my voice there, Jason. It's been great to serve with you. I feel like I was with you from the beginning when you first were thinking about running for office and for council when I was leaving. And I just thought, I'm looking back on that and thinking of of what you've accomplished in the past 8 years in terms of really keeping criminal justice reform at the forefront. And not just within our criminal justice committee, right? Even with when we have our council as a whole. And I think that held you in good stead on this election. And I'm very glad that you will be able to continue that dialogue and actually very much more of an administrative capacity. And again, we're all 100% supportive of you because what you do is going to impact all of us. And a safer city, as you know, is a stronger city. And I do believe that your intent is to do it in a thoughtful manner. And that's really is what's going to make us all safe. So thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Williams, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I wanted to say that it has been my honor to work hand in hand with each and every one of you. This council has really just engaged in a way in the people's work, whether on the district level or citywide, in a way that you don't see in other parishes. And when I visit with colleagues in other cities and other parishes, they are not nearly as aggressive at evolving their municipalities as you all have been. And working with you all, we've done some great stuff for the people of this community. And each and every one of you has things that you're passionate about. And you're so passionate that you get other folks passionate about it. So it has been a pleasure and it has been an honor to serve the people of the city of New Orleans with you. Helena, I will turn over the presidency to you. You have been tenacious and your commitment to good government has been clear, fighting for equity on all sorts of levels citywide. And, you know, the at-large position is really unique. We don't get the phenomenal land use matters that a lot of our colleagues get. But there's these other things that have to be done so that the council can keep moving forward. And it's been a pleasure to serve with you. And it's a pleasure to turn over the remainder of my presidency to you. And colleagues, I will also say that we might even be talking more than we've ever talked with the things that we've got to do to make sure the criminal justice system is fair, but equally important that each of our communities and each of our districts are safer than they've ever been. So as you all know, I'm committed to transparency. As soon as I get over in that role, I will be sharing as much data as I can possibly get to you all so that you all can evaluate how we're spending money in the criminal justice system at large. And I look forward to continuing to work with each and every one of you. The city is very lucky to have all of you.
Thank you for that, Jason. And we do have a proclamation for you here. And the proclamation, Jason, as you've seen many proclamations, of course, lists your many accomplishments. But I will say this, I did not realize that you went to the Georgia Military Academy. Look at that. So just some things in here that I did not know. So, but anyway, I'll just read the bottom line, and it's signed by your fellow colleagues, the 6 council members. Be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the city council recognizes Councilmember Jason Rogers Williams and extends our sincerest gratitude for his tireless work serving our city. We wish him the best of luck in his upcoming role as district attorney for the city of New Orleans. Congratulations on your new role, Jason. We're proud of you. We know you're going to do a great job. And now I will give this over to Keith.
Thank you so very much. I can't wait to put that up on South White Street.
All right. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Do I get to vote on this one, Miss Laura, or no? Yay, just kidding.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion 2444 has been adopted. Councilmember Helena Moreno is now the president. We will
Thank
go, you're welcome, Councilmember. We will now go to page 2. The special orders of business, all special orders are temporarily postponed due to COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council, Council Utility Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. On page 3, we have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director Health, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from David W. Gernhauser, Secretary, Board of Liquidation, City Debt. This should be marked received. On page 4, we have a communication from Jasper Powell, 8540 Hickory Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. This request is received and referred to the BZA. We have a communication from Elizabeth Ballard, Department of Safety and Permits. 1400 Baronne Street, Council District B. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is today, 12/17. We have a communication from Elizabeth Ballard, Department of Safety and Permits, 6823 St. Charles Avenue, Building 14 and 16, Council District A. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, January 14, 2021. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Teresa Beecher, Council Research Officer, 1400 Baronne Street, Council District B. This should be marked received. The suggested hearing date is today. We have a communication from Teresa Beecher, Council Research Officer, 6823 St. Charles Avenue, Building 14 and 16, Council District A. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is January 14th, 2021. We have a communication from the Honorable Jason Rogers Williams, Council President. This should be marked received. On page 6, a communication from Latifah E. Harris, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Mark Moore, Director of Operations, Folgers Coffee. This should be marked received. On top of page 7, we have a communication from the Honorable Council Member Cindy Nguyen, Council District E. This should be marked received. We have a communication from James Phelps, the 5th. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Director of the Vieux Carré Commission, 1005 through 1009 St. Philip Street. This should be marked received. We're on top of page 8. We have ordinance calendar number 33,173 by Councilmember Williams, zoning docket 6720. We have ordinance calendar number 33,174 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, zoning docket 6820. On top of page 9, we have ordinance calendar number 33,175 by Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 7020. Ordinance calendar 33,176 by Councilmember Nguyen, zoning docket 7320. On top of page 10, we have ordinance calendar number 33,177 by Councilmember Jeruso, zoning docket 7420. We have ordinance calendar number 33,178 by Councilmember Brissette, zoning docket 7520. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda. Councilmember, your mic is muted.
Thank you. Sorry, we're having some IT issues real quick, trying to resolve them. Can I get a
Okay.
motion to adopt?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Jeruso. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen?
We have public comment.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, Adam. Go ahead.
And I'm going to apologize that you will not get to hear public comment read in the dulcet tones of our council research officer, but I will do my best. We have a pretty heavy public comment docket today. All public comments will not, or no public commenter will be a paid representative unless I indicate otherwise. Consent item 3, Emma Maxwell. This is some expletive, y'all. Do you really think we're going to let you keep exploiting us? We need you to flip the budget and fund a fully funded relocation for Gordon Plaza and not any more tax exemptions for the rich, for the police state, and for any corporation. Thanks a bunch. Sarah Bechdel, consent item 12. I'm writing to comment on any and all communications resolutions or motions regarding the Folgers Coffee Company's ITEP request for an exemption from $25 million in taxes. I've reviewed the Q2 2021 earnings call from JM Smuckers and would like to quote the company itself. Quote, "In the second quarter, net sales increased 4% versus the prior year and was slightly ahead of our expectations. At-home consumption remains elevated as sales in our coffee, consumer, and international retail businesses collectively grew 10%, end quote. I do not believe Smuckers or Folgers is in need of a tax exemption. Furthermore, the city badly needs the revenue. Furthermore, as I understand it, Folgers completed this work 2 years ago. A regular person would not be able to delay filing their tax records for several years and then argue that they should not have to pay. I ask the council to please reject this ITEP tax exemption from Folgers and expect them to contribute to our city just like every tax-paying citizen." Emily Leitzinger, also on consent 12. Good morning. As we all know, we're in an unprecedented public crisis which has touched every level and every person. Historically, we know that tax credits for corporations do not trickle down. They do not lift all boats. We need to fund the much needed public services like schools, libraries, fire, and emergency services. We have more than 4,000 city workers under furloughs and threat of layoffs. Our infrastructure is in dire need of investment. It's time someone took a stand for the regular residents of New Orleans who are so often left out of consideration. Please vote no on all 6 of the exemptions. Do not defer the vote and do right by the citizens of New Orleans. Thank you. Courtney Kearney, consent 12. Please vote against the tax break for Folgers. The citizens of New Orleans need not be the sole bearers of the financial burden this pandemic has left us in. We need our public services now more than ever. Our city workers and therefore our safety is in your hands. We are all doing what we can to make it through these difficult financial times, and Folgers should be part of that effort. This is an opportunity to ensure this burden is shared. I hope you vote no. Abby Solomon, consent 12. Folgers should not get a tax break. We're in the middle of a pandemic and our community is struggling. We need this tax revenue to fund vital city services, and Folgers shouldn't be let off the hook from contributing their part. Lorian Milanario, consent 12. While the city is trying to weather COVID, we've had major economic losses and we cannot afford to give tax breaks to big corporations right now. Folgers needs to pay their share in owed taxes and future taxes. This is the time to increase taxes for big businesses, not reduce them. We desperately need this money to keep our city afloat. I strongly implore the city council to vote unanimously against a tax break for Folgers. Austin Clements, consent 12. We need funding that would come from the tax on Folgers, especially now during this pandemic when people are struggling to work and need aid. Jonathan Solomon, consent 12. The corporate tax giveaways have to stop. We have real people suffering in this city. We have real problems that need to be fixed. If Folgers can't stay here because they need a tax break, let them go find a new home. I'm sick of corporations holding us hostage when we never see the benefits of the corporate welfare they receive. Whatever they are pitching, save that $25 million in taxes is not for the people of New Orleans or Louisiana. It is for their executives and shareholders. Probably won't even benefit their laborers much, aside from just assuring they don't get laid off for a few more years. And who knows, there's no real guarantee of that either. Lewis Gregory, consent 12. This is necessary tax money required to fund social services that protect our residents. The corporatocracy's threats to leave the city are empty and can be negotiated if necessary. 25 million can change lives, represent the people, not the corporations. Haley Hampton, consent 12. It would be absolutely ridiculous, moronic, and disrespectful to the people of New Orleans to give Folgers Coffee a $25 million tax break while the city's economy has been devastated during this pandemic. So many are struggling and city workers are furloughed. Those millions could help residents, support people, not corporations. Jared Smith on consent 12. Council members, I urge you to vote no on this $25 million tax giveaway to Folgers. We're in an unprecedented fiscal crisis. Corporations need to pay their fair share of taxes. There are over 4,000 city workers under furloughs and threat of layoff. Our infrastructure is in serious need of investment. It's time to take a stand for the regular residents of New Orleans who are so often left out of consideration. Please vote no. Kate Selker, consent 12. Please do not give Folgers a tax break when our city needs money desperately to pay for schools, libraries, infrastructure, and healthcare. Think about how much this money could do for our community instead of a corporation. It's only fair to ask Folgers to pay their share. Thomas, no last name given, on 12. Please vote no and deny Folger Coffee Company's applications for the ITEP. During a pandemic where New Orleans was among the hardest hit places in the US, we need every dollar of tax revenue that we can possibly get to keep our neighbors safe and healthy to continue recovering. Furthermore, I understand that the majority of the applications from Folgers do not even meet the requirements. Giving a large corporation tax break hurts the bottom line of our city and is irresponsible. Please vote no. Thank you. Claire Morgan, consent 12, no tax breaks from rich companies. Aubrey Hazlitt, consent 12. When Folgers committed to the consolidation of all coffee operations to New Orleans, it committed to employing its existing 450 people and promised 120 new direct jobs. With more than 700 employees today at its New Orleans East facility, the promise that was made has been far surpassed. These jobs are crucial to the community and helping the community to prosper. The payroll alone for these employees has grown from 26 million to over 58 million. These jobs are an example of how economic development works for communities. Folgers is an upstanding member of the business community. It is a company that has grown. It is a company that has helped grow and support the community. It is a company that offers fair, competitive wages. It is a company that provides an element of economic stability for our city. It is a company that has chosen New Orleans as its home, and ultimately, it is a company that has paid its taxes. I would graciously request that you please consider recognizing Folgers for all that it has done, keeping and exceeding the promises made to the people, paying the taxes that they're responsible for, and supporting their surrounding community through jobs and philanthropic work. Please let the facts be known and the whole story be told. Please continue to allow Folgers the opportunity to continue to thrive and grow, which in turn allows New Orleans East and the amazing city of New Orleans the opportunity to do the same. Please support the 700 plus employees at Folgers and the community Folgers has chosen to be a part of by supporting the deferral of the ITE applications. Michael Landry. All of these are on consent 12. Please support the 700 plus employees by doing the right thing and deferring the ITEP applications until all the facts are heard before making a decision. Folgers kept its promise to create jobs and plays a big part in helping and supporting the community by participating in United Way, food drives, blood drives, and various other community projects. Thank you for your consideration. John Robichaux. I support Folgers Coffee Company to receive their tax incentives. We need to show support for business and industry that supports New Orleans. Beck Levy. Folgers should not be entitled to corporate welfare. Y'all made a GoFundMe for rent. Come on, tax them. They're fine, except for that one old Christmas commercial. That was weird. Please tax Folgers a lot and spend the money on social goods, not social dads like police or Peter Bowen's salary. I drink Cafe Bustelo, but that's irrelevant to how I feel on this matter. Don't exempt this company from taxes. Just to let you know how you've been perceived this year, it's not been that great. There's a lot of back padding on stuff that it took years to get done, like the menstrual luxury tax, and a lot of silence and cowardice around things like closing eviction court. Do the right thing and make Folgers pay as a warm-up for putting forward a new library millage in the spring, since Cantrell is moping like a Scooby-Doo villain and won't help with that. In conclusion, tax the rich. Andrew Nika Morris on 12. As you know, Housing NOLA and the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance work to end our city's crisis and affordable housing crisis. In that capacity, every day we talk to New Orleans families who are struggling to get by. These families are struggling to pay their rent or their mortgage. Last year, too many of those families saw their property taxes dramatically increase. These struggling homeowners and landlords have not been offered any real relief, will be expected to pay their property taxes in January. It is astounding to think that the New Orleans City Council would approve a tax break for a major corporation while the COVID-19 pandemic has cost and is costing people their homes and their lives. This same body has been unable to prevent evictions and will not be able to stop foreclosures. Housing NOLA and the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance urge the New Orleans City Council to reject this measure and hashtag put housing first by putting the people of New Orleans first. Journey Allen, only comment says no. Mary Devon Dupuis. It is ridiculous for a corporation to be offered retroactive tax breaks that are not afforded to the residents and workers of New Orleans. This is disgusting, and I hope our city council rejects these exemptions. Karen Murphy on 12, please do not approve the tax break for Folgers. The city is so short of funds, staff are furloughed, police and fire department furloughs increase the risk for our community and police and fire department staff. Our property taxes already are increasing. Giving a tax break to Folgers is irresponsible and will push more burden and financial hardships onto residents. If anyone is getting a tax break, it should be residents, not the international financially secure company. Sandra Gordon, please vote against Folgers for tax breaks. Folgers should pay taxes just as the average citizen. Harold Bailey, in opposition to any vote that would provide any special tax treatment for Folgers. Michael Mercadell, my tax dollars should not be put to a use such as bailing out Folgers Coffee Company for tax purposes. They chose not to pay their taxes where we as citizens had, so therefore let themselves dig themselves out of the hole they put themselves into. The city of New Orleans has more important needs such as rundown communities, streets, parks, and citizens who are hungry, unemployed, and without money, facing evictions, to want to merely think about bailing out any corporation, especially in the amount of $25 million. That money that we so-called do not have, but are willing to take from several important entities to bail out Folgers Coffee Company could be put to helping citizens of New Orleans in many different ways. Please do not waste my tax dollars on such foolishness. This is a slap in the face to me and the citizens because we're in dire need of a lot of things, and so are communities. You should be taking money away from things that could help our children when we should all be putting more money into those things, such as recreation, schools, and libraries, just to name a few. This is a disgrace, a disservice, and an injustice to all New Orleans citizens, especially those who have nothing due to this pandemic. Put that money towards us, not Folgers Coffee Corporation. Catherine Therry. During a financial crisis of epic proportions, where so many people in the city have lost their jobs or been furloughed, it seems preposterous that the city could even consider giving a $25 million tax break to a large corporation such as Folgers, when the city has already had to consider removing funding from libraries and other essential services that the citizens of New Orleans depend on, and depend on now more than they ever have before. It seems completely absurd and honestly unconscionable that such a tax break would be considered. Corporations are not the ones who need the city's help at this time. The citizens of New Orleans need the city's help. The employees of the city need the city's help. Your furloughed employees will pay taxes this year. Folgers can pay their taxes too. Grace Treffinger, do not approve, and these are on consent 13, do not approve millions in tax exemptions for a corporation as our community suffers and our city budget desperately needs this money. Courtney Kearney on 13, please vote no on all 6 Folgers tax exemptions. The city has talked endlessly about the budget issues the city currently faces, and city workers and citizens are taking the brunt of those shortfalls through furloughs and lost wages. These workers live here and pay rent to cover property taxes or own homes and pay taxes. The struggle is seen every day. These tax exemptions were not a guarantee, and we need the money. We're all trying to play our part, and so should corporations such as Folgers. Vote no. Alan Weingarten on consent 20. Councilman Giarrusso, I want to urge you to vote no on this $25 million tax giveaway to Folgers. I work in the East, not far from Folgers, and see the benefits of their providing necessary jobs every day. However, we're in an unprecedented fiscal crisis, and corporations need to pay their fair share of taxes. As you know, we have more than 4,000 city workers under furloughs and threat of layoffs, and our infrastructure is in dire need of investment. It's time someone took a stand for the regular residents of New Orleans who are so often left out of consideration. Please represent us all and be that person who steps up. Thank you. Actually, we have one more, pardon me. Rachel Tabor, I'm tired of paying my fair share of taxes while corporations get away free riding on the public dime. Now more than ever, our city is in need of funding for New Orleanians impacted by the pandemic. Now's not the time to extend loopholes that should never have existed to begin with. Unemployment benefits and eviction moratoriums are set to expire with the narrative that we should all stand on our own 2 feet. Folgers has had decades of support, and it's time they pay their own bills. The people of New Orleans need our money back to care for those in need, not grown businesses that should be self-sufficient. Make Folgers and all companies pay for their fair share of tax in New Orleans. Those are all the comments on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk, I believe we had it had been moved and seconded.
Yes. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda has been adopted. On top of page 11, the executive session has been deferred to January 14th, 2021. On page 12, we have the regular agenda.
Madam Clerk, can I do a quick point of personal privilege real quick before we
Sure.
go to the regular agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. Members, I just wanted to briefly talk about Military Day, because as you all might remember, that the council meeting that's held in December is normally where we have our Military Appreciation Day before us. For the last 29 years, in conjunction with the Mayor's Military Advisory Committee, we have orchestrated what is one of our favorite council meetings of the year. Normally, we would have a Marine band, a Joint Color Guard, about 125 military personnel in their colorful uniforms, and senior leaders from each service with us in the council chambers. There is always a great sense of energy and excitement in this council meeting with all of the military men and women joining us. So we are sad to say that, of course, because of COVID-19, it will prevent us from having this type of celebration and recognition in our council chambers. Nevertheless, we do want to let the military personnel in our city know, and throughout our region, that we are not forgetting about them. We are as appreciative as ever of our wonderful citizens who give great service to our country with their work in the military. We also know and acknowledge what a wide variety of contributions economically, civically, and socially that our military personnel provide to our communities. When things are tough, we know we can always count on our military. Right now, the military is actually overseeing the distribution of all of the coronavirus vaccines throughout our country to help end this pandemic, save lives, and fully reopen our economy. So again, I just want to say thank you to our military personnel for all that you do. We are missing you this year in our council chambers, but I look forward to hosting Military Appreciation Day in 2021, and let's do it bigger than ever in 2021. So just thank you to our military. If anyone else would like to weigh in, I'm happy to acknowledge them. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're on top of page 12, the regular agenda. We have legislative group and RTA tax abatement. A communication from Allison Port, Legislative Director, Councilmember Kristen Gissison Palmer, requesting to scheduling a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application and transmitting the report on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development approving the request. The RTA application 2020-20-0221, 201 North Rampart Street, 201 North Rampart LLC. The resolution R-20-437 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A resolution approving RTA application 2020-0221 for 201 North Rampart.
Great, thank you so much. I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissette. This application, which the RTA Review Committee unanimously approved, is for a boutique hotel development near the Sanger Theater. The building used to house the J.P. Schaefer Furniture Company and then Joy's Department Store and several other retailers before it went on to become vacant and blighted in the mid-1990s. Since then, it has remained vacant, and the Sanger renovations and then the Hard Rock collapse and implosions have further damaged the building. But now the building's on track to return to its glory in 2021 as the new Schaefer Hotel with the 38 three-bedroom suites. The project is DBE compliant and will provide permanent employment for up to 38 people at the hotel and the restaurant bar. All other RTA criteria were satisfied, except for the cost-benefit analysis, which seemed to be common among several recent RTA applications. My office has flagged possible issues with the NOLA BA formula last year. So this is something that we're going to be pursuing with the administration as well as Councilmember Moreno and Banks to try to fix that situation. More generally, I think this project will be a great addition to the city, especially that the North Rampart corridor has faced a lot of negative impacts from the Hard Rock collapse as well as from what has been happening with the hospitality industry. I want to personally thank Mr. Walter Atton. I went by the site and he gave me a tour of the work that is being done. I think it's going to be a great addition to the area. And I'm very pleased that they're keeping their investment to the city of New Orleans with all of the challenges that we have had in the past year. So are there any other public comments or comments from my colleagues?
There are no public comments on this item, Councilmember.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, could we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2437 has been adopted.
Thank you, council members.
We're now on top of page 13, a legislative group in RTA tax abatement, communication of Jenna D. Burke, Director of Land Use, District B, requested to schedule a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application and transmitting the report on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development approving the request. RTA application 2018-0427, 3229 Loyola Avenue and 3233 Loyola Avenue, NOLA Fund 2 LLC. We have Resolution R 2446 by Councilmember Banks, a resolution approving the RTA application 2018-0427 for 3229 and 3233 Loyola Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. Colleagues, this is a residential on top of a commercial bottom, a redevelopment of a store at Toledano in Loyola. They have 100% DB participation. It met 8 of the 9 criteria. We have been very intentional in trying to make these kinds of developments in our neighborhoods that helped improve the quality of life. So with that, I would ask you for your favorable consideration. And I don't think we have public comment, but if I could.
We do
please.
not, Councilmember.
Thank you, sir. So if I could have the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yeah.
I'm still, okay, Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer, Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer. We have 6 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2446 has been adopted. We're now on top of, we're gonna bypass pages 14, 15, and 16. And we're now gonna go to page 17, land use matters. All land use are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of time is permitted. We have legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of J. Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, requested to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's HDLC decision of denial of a demolition request of more than 50% of the wall area and 50% of the roof for the property located at 5221 Coliseum Street. Motion M2449 by Councilmember Banks, a motion approving the applicant's appeal in part and denying the appeal in part as follows. Applicant must maintain at least the first 20 feet of the roof structure and at least the first 20 feet of the exterior walls. Any and all historic features, including but not limited to the doors and windows, shall be salvaged and donated to historic preservation entities or nonprofits. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we've got, I'm going to move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. I think we've got Eleanor with the HDLC report. Okay, maybe we don't. Well, let me tell you what this is.
She's
Oh,
there.
there you are. Okay, Eleanor.
Okay. 5221 Coliseum Street is a contributing rated Craftsman style double shotgun located in the Uptown Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. The owner applied to the New Orleans HDLC on November 4th, 2020 to demolish more than 50% of the building to construct an addition. FEMA survey, Sanborn map, and newspaper research indicates the building was likely constructed sometime between 1915 and 1925 within the period of significance for the local historic district. The building first appears on the 1951 Sanborn map as a one-story, two-family residential building with a front porch. It appears that the building has retained this original scale, style, massing, roof form, and footprint to this day. It also has retained many of its original character-defining craftsman-style architectural elements, including exposed wood rafter tails, wood gable brackets, divided light wood front entry doors with side lights and transoms, tapered wood porch columns on masonry piers, wood weatherboard siding, and some historic 6/2 wood windows on the side elevations. The applicant requested to structurally remove approximately 75% of the roof and approximately 70% of the overall exterior wall area in order to expand the first floor footprint and to construct a new second floor addition. At the first floor, the proposed wall demolition is inconsistent with the design guidelines for additions because it requires destruction of a majority of the existing historic building wall fabric, and it obscures and negatively impacts the perceived siding, proportion, form, fenestration, roof configuration, and type of original historic double shotgun residence from the street. At their hearing of November 4th, 2020, the commission reviewed the proposed drawings, applicant testimony, and the staff recommendations. The commissioners noted that they had in general denied proposals for demolitions to build rear additions that were not located at least 2 original rooms back per the HDLC guidelines, and that the project as proposed was not appropriate for a historic structure. The commission then voted unanimously to deny that application. Facadism, or the practice of retaining the front facade of a building and placing all new construction behind it, is not considered to be an appropriate course of action in a local historic district. A proposal that only retains the first room of a structure, while not technically facadism, is still considered unacceptable. The majority of the historic structure is lost, and what remains is overwhelmed by the mass and design of the new structure. The HDLC demolition definition, as written and enforced, exists to discourage these types of proposals because the purpose of the historic district is to retain the character and architectural significance of the existing historic districts. The HDLC staff requests that the City Council uphold the HDLC denial of the application and encourages the applicant to work with the staff to find a design solution that achieves their programmatic desires while maintaining the architectural significance of the structure. That's a conclusion.
Thank you, Eleanor. I move that we approve the motion. Can I get I think I had a second, Madam Clerk. Could we get the roll call, please?
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Palmer,
Yay. Also, I was on a yay on that last vote. I'm not sure if, I think I was muted.
I heard, gotcha.
On the part yay. Thank you.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay. 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 Yes. Hello.
Yay. We got you.
with a seven,
council member.
the vote is 7-0.
Ms. Temple, I don't know if you called my name or not. I didn't hear.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
did?
did.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
on
All
with the-
right. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're now on top of page 18, the VCC appeal of 1005 through 1009 St. Philip Street has been deferred to January 14th. Legislative grouping, extension request of John C. Williams, William Architects, requesting a conditional use extension to ordinance number 27,983 MCS for the property located at 1339 Cluett Street, zoning docket 9818, motion M 18471. Motion M 2431 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer. A motion approving the extension request for zoning docket 9819, ordinance number 27,938 MCS until 12/4/2021.
Thank you. Council members, I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Set. The developer of 1339 Cluett, a multifamily planned development at the former B.M. Palmer School, requested this extension to have another year to record plans on their 2018 conditional use. A new owner purchased this property this past summer. COVID has delayed the closing and the design process. In light of this and the fact that the developers are working in good faith with HDLC and SHPO, they need a few extra months. Ultimately, once completed, the converted school building will include market rate long-term rentals. And I understand the developers are also working to set aside a number of affordable units. In fact, my office received a letter from the developer this week stating as such that they are in conversations right now with GNOHA to set aside a certain number of affordable units. So I'm very happy to advance this extension so the project can come to fruition and benefit the entire St. Claude area. Are there any public comments or comments from my colleagues?
There is one public comment. Mark Heck on behalf of Williams Architects. He is a paid representative. On behalf of the development team and design team of 1301 through 1339 Cluett Street, I'd like to thank Councilperson Palmer and the council for their review of the conditional use extension request. Our entire team is excited to bring this project to fruition and return this long vacant building back to commerce. We intend to deliver this multifamily project as outlined in the provisos and based on feedback from Councilperson Palmer, her staff, and the City Planning Commission. If you have any questions, we welcome the opportunity to further discuss the project. Thank you for your time and consideration today. That is the only comment.
Great, thank you so much. With that, may we please have a vote?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2431 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 19. We have legislative grouping, communication from Teresa Beecher, Council Research Officer, a report reviewing the demolition application as required by Section 26-5 of the Code of the City of New Orleans for the following property: 1400 Baron Street, Council District B. Motion M 2432 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving a demolition permit for the properties located at 1300 through 1300 and 1400 Baron Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to approve the motion. And I think can I get a second?
Second.
Teresa, do you have a report? Okay.
Teresa is not here today, but I think she just is submitting the writing. I don't know that she's able to present.
Okay, that's fine. Then let me explain what this is. I'm excited about moving this forward. This is the beginning of the process on affordable housing. I think is going to be transformative, not only for the city, but it could be transformative for the whole nation in terms of providing affordable housing opportunities. This is the demolition of the Browns Velvet Dairy site, which will start this process where we're actually going to be creating affordable houses, not just for rental, but for home ownership. So I'm really excited about this. And thank you, Teresa, wherever you are, for getting this report done so quickly. And we're eager to get this on the road. So with that, folks, I would certainly appreciate your favorable consideration So Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Do we have any comments, Adam?
We do not.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2432 has been adopted. We're on top of page 20. We have the Vucare, a zoning request of Stephen Gernhausen. This request has been referred to the City Planning Commission. Council members, we just have like a few little minutes. Do you want to go to page 45 and start with the Crown ordinance, or do y'all want me to continue and finish page 20 out?
Just go ahead and finish page 20. That's fine.
Okay. We have legislative grouping, zoning docket 7220, Jennifer Halpern, requesting a planned development in a C3 heavy commercial district, an enhancement corridor design overlay district on the entireties of squares 670 and 671 and the closed former portion of South Rendon Street between two squares in the first municipal district bounded by South Jefferson Davis Parkway, Callio Street, Euphorine Street, and South Lopez Street. Municipal addresses 1050 South Jefferson Davis Parkway, 4401 Callio Street, and 4440 through 4444 Euphorine Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 6 exceptions and 17 provisos. We have motion M2433 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the applicant's request for a planned development subject to 6 exceptions and 17 provisos as provided in the City Planning Report. Unmute
Thank you.
yourself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to approve the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. I was about to say Vice President, Madam President. With that, I know Stephen has a report, so if you would please, Stephen.
Yes, this is the proposal to redevelop the Coca-Cola, former Coca-Cola bottling plant on what will soon be Norman Francis Parkway into a mixed-use development containing both commercial space and residential units. There are to be 215 residential units targeted as workforce housing, so rents that are more affordable than market rate rents, office space, as well as several retail outlets. There's also to be parking both on-site and in a separate parking lot across the street. This comes through the plan development process, which is really a zoning tool that's designed to ensure the adaptive reuse of historic structures such as this. And so this development really has the benefit of first preserving the structure, secondly, providing an opportunity for affordable housing units, and then third, activating this stretch of what will soon be Norman C. Francis Parkway. And so with all those benefits in mind, the Planning Commission is very supportive and recommends approval with 6 exceptions and 17 provisos.
Stephen, thank you. Colleagues, I know I sound like a broken record, but this is probably the best tune that any of us can sing. Anything that we can do to enhance affordable housing in our city, I think is a good thing. This will help to create more affordable housing units, but it also is an economic driver in that it's going to create construction jobs and about 600 permanent jobs. This is a good piece, and we're moving it along through the process, so I will ask you for your favorable consideration. Madam Clerk, or Madam Assistant Clerk, please.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2433 has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 45. And we're going to do ordinance calendar number 33,184 by Councilmember Moreno, adding Councilmember Banks, Gissison Palmer, and Nguyen. An ordinance to amend and reordain 86-1.5 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit discrimination based upon hairstyles associated with a particular race or national origin, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, I know that we in this council have really made it one of our top priorities to be a leading city to prevent discrimination. So today the council is considering an ordinance that I authored that would amend the city code to prohibit discrimination based upon hairstyles associated with a particular race or a national origin. At last week's community development meeting, I brought together a group of fantastic panelists to speak on this very important issue. And I would just personally like to thank them. They are Nia Weeks, founder and executive director of Citizens She United, and Professor Wendy Green of the Drexel School of Law, whose research, advocacy, and testimony helped to drive the Crown Act on a federal level. So I really appreciate them for sharing their insight. And I would say that the Crown Act on the federal level going through Congress right now is actually sponsored by our own Congressman Cedric Richmond. While the Crown Act would make hair discrimination illegal, the US Senate still needs to hear and pass the bill. Unfortunately, they failed to consider it. That's why our action today is so important. Cities and states are adopting their own Crown Act. This piece of legislation up for a vote today works to remove one of the many barriers facing people of color, and especially Black women, in aspects of professional and personal life. No one should feel compelled to change their hair to fit in at their place of employment, nor should anyone face disciplinary actions as a result of their natural hair or protective styles. It is time for New Orleans to join other cities like Pittsburgh and Kansas City, who recently adopted similar legislation this year. I'm proud to author this legislation and serve as a leader to the rest of our nation. And I want to thank the other members of the council who co-authored this with me and signed on during the community development meeting, Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Nguyen, and Councilmember Palmer. So I appreciate that. I'll open it up to the dais if anybody wants to make any comments. If not, I'll turn it over to public comment.
Council President, I just wanted to, since I was not part of community development, wanted to weigh in and thank you for leaning in on this. This is important. You think about young people, you think about adults, you know, how they're perceived by their peers. I know a number of newscasters who I'm very close friends with who have received horrible emails and words from the public because they simply switched to their natural hairstyles. And this type of, I don't even know what to call it in 2020. It is more pervasive than I think a lot of folks even realize. And I just want to thank you for leaning in on this. And I would like to have my name added as well. I think this is really, really important about how we treat each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Drew.
Yeah, I just, you know, I wasn't going to say anything, but Jason's comments sort of spurred me to do so. I'd like to be added too, and he's right. I don't know who specifically you're referring to, Councilman Williams, but I remember a tweet in particular by a local newscaster who talked about it, and I privately talked to her about how she decided to do it, what prompted her to do it, and I think, you know, what we're just striving to do is to have a balanced playing field for everybody. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President, for bringing this.
All right.
Thank you, Madam President. Please add my name.
And add Councilmember Brissett too, please. Any public comment, Adam?
We do. Myra Kelly. Thank you, Councilwoman Moreno, for this ordinance. This is true representation and leadership. This issue is so important and affects so many people in our community. It is sad that we need laws like this to protect our friends and neighbors in their workplaces, but it's a great day here in New Orleans. City Council, vote yes. Julie Schwam Harris. I was pleased to learn that the Community Development Committee unanimously supported the Crown Act, and am hopeful that you, as a full council, will also support the ordinance. Any form of discrimination is harmful and debilitating, and moving against this very personal but public form of hair discrimination will be groundbreaking in our state. I appreciate the leadership of this city council on many issues of rights and fairness, and hope you will help us get a similar law passed at the state level. Marite Wright, I'm sorry, Ms. Wright, if I didn't say your first name correctly. I'm a 26-year-old Black female that wears my natural hair protective styles religiously. I've experienced looks, smirks, remarks, inappropriate curiosity regarding my crown in and out of the workplace. Passing the Crown Act in New Orleans sets the tone that everyone and their crown is accepted, not a threat, and beautiful. Hair is an expression of oneself, and it should not be judged, stereotyped, or dismissed. Pass this act. Thank you. Lisa Maria Rhodes. I support the Crown Act and appreciate the committed advocacy of Nia Weeks, the Citizen She Team, and Councilmember Moreno. Jean Watts. I'm in full support of the Crown Act. Nikki Bird. Growing up as an African-American girl, I was taught that my hair was a representation of, quote, all that is bad. Therefore, my grandmother and mother would spend hours in the kitchen straightening my hair, trying to make me more presentable to society. However, as I grew into my own becoming, I realized that having my hair fried, sizzling, and even permed was the missing reflection of the glorious beauty inside of me. My hair, African women have always been chastised and ridiculed for authentically allowing their natural locks to show. We've been taught for centuries that our hair is symbolic of everything that isn't righteous, so we've been instructed to conform to fit in. As a proud African-American woman, I am asking that the City Council not only support the Crown Act, but support the beautiful artistic expression of Black hair. Our hair is the language of love, and we are just an extension of our royally beautiful mane. Shanna Sassoon, please pass the Crown Act. Let's stop punishing people for their hair. For far too long, we've embraced only a white standard for what acceptable hair looks like and how it is styled. White supremacy created these aesthetics, and white supremacist ideas must not be allowed to dictate how we live. Enough. Our children deserve better. Shay Foster. Discrimination based on hair texture is a form of social injustice that targets Black people and other minorities for embracing our cultural identity. The hair that grows from my scalp is beautiful and strong. It can be twisted, locked, braided, worn in an afro, and even manipulated to defy gravity. Having such versatility is a blessing and almost like a superpower. It is not unkempt, nor is it unprofessional. We will not turn our backs on our heritage to align ourselves with conservative standards set by others who are uncomfortable or intimidated by what naturally and majestically grows from our scalp. Hair discrimination is racial discrimination, and it has no place here. Courtney Bush. Natural hair is just that, natural. We must pass this to honor every individual in our community and recognize and celebrate our uniqueness. Wendelin Botnick. Hair and hairstyle choices are an expression of race, culture, and religion. I support this legislation to end racial, religious, and cultural discrimination by prohibiting authorities in schools and the workplace from refusing to admit students or hire qualified employment candidates on the basis of hair and hairstyles. Dr. Patrice Centino. Anti-Black hair sentiment on US soil has existed for centuries. In the 1700s, enslaved women who worked in the fields usually covered their hair in head rags due to the harsh demands of their work. Enslaved Africans who worked in the big house, however, sometimes mimicked the hairstyles of their enslavers, either by wearing wigs that had become popular during that era or shaping their kinky hair to emulate them. In cities like New Orleans, however, where free Creole women of color wore elaborate hairstyles that displayed their kinks and coils with an air of regality, the city implemented laws, the Tignon laws, that required these women to wear a tignon, a scarf or handkerchief over their hair to signify that they were members of the slave class, regardless of whether they were free or enslaved. The 1965 Civil Rights Act, which prohibits employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. From an anti-racism perspective, natural hair, whether it be locks, afros, braids, or other culturally specific styles, is an extension of race. It saddens me today that 55 years later, we're still fighting. I'm in full support of this ordinance. To undo racism is to identify and describe it and dismantle it. Marcus Garvey wrote a quote, "Don't remove the kinks from your hair, remove them from your brain," end quote. As community leaders and members, we have to raise social consciousness around discriminatory issues and practices regarding cultural characteristics related to race or ethnicity. Thank you. Kristen Emmett. I'd like to express my deep and unwavering support for the Crown Act to end race-based discrimination based on natural hairstyles or texture. As a New Orleanian, I want to ensure that all people, but particularly Black, Indigenous, and Brown people of color, have the explicit protection of wearing their hair how they want while ensuring they do not face discrimination when it comes to the workplace, housing opportunities, or when entering a business. Please pass the Crown Act and support the ending of race-based discrimination in all its forms. Professor Wendy Green. For centuries, it has been unlawful to subjugate and discriminate against African descendants on the basis of their natural hair texture. Therefore, it has been lawful. Therefore, Ordinance 33-184 is necessary to upending this state of affairs by providing explicit legal recourse for New Orleanians who suffer racial discrimination on the basis of their natural or protective hairstyles. And in doing so, it reaffirms their human right to freely express their racial and cultural identity without retribution. Many thanks to Councilmember Moreno and Nia Weeks, Citizens She United founder and executive director, for championing this vital civil rights ordinance, which redresses a longstanding and injurious form of racial discrimination that African descendants daily suffer on the job, in school, as they seek housing, and even when they attempt to enjoy public accommodations. I wholeheartedly support and commend the City Council for advancing this groundbreaking legal reform that will improve the lives and life chances of New Orleanians of African descent by breaking down a systemic barrier to full inclusion, belonging, and equity in spheres critical to their well-being, freedom, and citizenship. Nia Weeks, on behalf of Citizens She United. Black women all speak black hair. Our hair is incomparable as it refuses to be deconfined by law or gravity. The center point of this ordinance is the celebration of the Crown Act, Black women's hair diversity, freedom, and agency, and Black women's incredible journey toward these ends. We have been working to create a place where the intersection of our communal and familial commitments can coexist with the interpersonal issues we face as women. It's still hard to find. It hinges on our ability to focus on everything that we hold dear while continuing to advocate for our own health, safety, and well-being. Please help us honor all of us and our legacy while we encourage Black women not only to show up as their full selves and to show up each day to encourage a policy geared at changing how we all experience life. Those are all the public comments.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. All right, I will move adoption. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,184 has been adopted. At the top of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,179 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans City acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB, to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with S&M Collision Center, LLC, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Council President. Council members, the New Orleans Aviation Board previously entered in an agreement with S&M Collision Center LLC on April 1st, 2015 for a 5-year lease for a tract of land totaling about 28,000 square feet east of the airport access road off the airport main campus to be used as a storage, maintenance, and repair of automobiles and automotive parts. Land use and height restrictions have been placed on the properties due to the location within the runway protection zone, as recommended by the FAA. The previous 5-year lease agreement, which expired March 31st, 2020, contained a fair market value base rent of $28,800 per year or $2,400 per month. NOAB is requesting approval to enter into a new 5-year lease with S&M Collision Center LLC, effective October 1, 2020, based on the current annual FMV base market rent stated in a recent appraisal. The new and increased FMV rent for both tracks would be about $2,600 a month or $31,200 per year or $156,000 during the term of the 5-year lease. Proposed lease terms are 5 years, expiring September 30th, 2025, subject to a 30-day cancellation notice by either party with or without cause. Are there any comments or questions regarding this? Great, thank you. Ms. Laura, can we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,179 has been adopted. Ordinance calendar number 33,183 has been deferred to January 14th. We're now going to go back to our regular order. We're going to go to page 21. We have zoning docket 7620 has been withdrawn at the applicant's request. So ordered.
ordered.
We're on page 22. We have legislative group and zoning docket 7920, Danielle M. Braxton and Christopher R. Patterson, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district to an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on square 419, lot 9, or A2 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by the 3rd Street, South Durbin Street, South Roman Street, and 2nd Street. Municipal address 3131 through 3133 3rd Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M2434 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the applicant's request for a zoning change as modified by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Joseph. Stephen, if you would, please, sir.
Sure. This is a zoning change application affecting a property on 3rd Street in Mid-City. It is, like many of our older neighborhoods, a neighborhood that has a number of old corner stores among the residential building stock. This is an example of an old corner store, and the developer wants to rezone it to return it to commercial use, possibly as a restaurant. The city's master plan and zoning rules allow for this because of the property's history of commercial use. The request made by the applicant was for the zoning district HUMU, which is a mixed-use zoning you typically find on corridors such as Magazine, Oak, and others. For properties such as this, which are really within the interior of residential neighborhoods, the most appropriate zoning district is HUB1A, which is really designed for this sort of situation. And so the Planning Commission is supportive, but with the modification to rezone to HUB1A.
Stephen, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you, sir. This is a former grocery store in the Hoffman Triangle. That again is one of these things that I'm intentional in trying to do by creating and promoting these small businesses in neighborhoods that make our neighborhoods far more livable. And this is putting back into commerce what has currently been, or what is presently vacant. And this is also a good plan in that it will not only benefit the neighbors by being able to patronize it, but they're also anticipating hiring local residents, local neighbors there to come and work. So excited about this one too. So with that, the Neighborhood Association supports it. It's a good project, and I would ask you all for your favorable consideration. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2434 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 23, legislative grouping, zoning docket number 8020, City Council Motion M2265, requesting a zoning change from an MU1 medium intensity mixed-use district to an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district or on certain lots, an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district as deemed appropriate, located on the entirety of square 46, including lots A1A, 2A, 3A, 109A, 108A, 107A, 106A, 105A, 104A, 103A, 101A, 100A, 97A-1, 96A, 93, 13, A, B, 11, 12, 13, 14, 87, 88, 89, 90, 94, 15A, 102B-1, 102A, rear 93 in the 4th Municipal District bounded by Rousseau Street, Saparoo Street, St. Thomas Street, and First Street. Municipal addresses 2342 through 2396 St. Thomas Street, 511 through 539 First Street, 2347 through 2385 Rousseau Street, and 500 through 546 Saparoo Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion M2435 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the applicant's request for a zoning change with the following amendment. The request is granted, but with modifications to the CPC recommendation. Rezoning lots A, B, 13, 87, 88, 89, 90, 93, rear 93, and 96A to HURD2, historic urban two-family district, while maintaining the CPC recommendation for the remaining lots. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move to approve the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Paul Stephen, you have this one?
Yeah, this is Stephen. I have this one. So this is a application initiated by your office to basically revise the zoning of this square in the Irish Channel bounded by Rousseau, Saparoo, St. Thomas, and First, that the zoning matches the actual built condition that exists. The zoning is currently MU1, which is a really high intensity zoning district, and that's based on the fact that historically much of this block was used industrial by Turnbull Bakery and others. Since then, the Turnbull site has been developed for residential, and so the block is really more residential than anything else. So this is really just following up that change from industrial to residential with a more appropriate zoning mix of residential and mixed use districts. And so the CPC recommendation is taking the half of the square that is designated as residential under the master plan and giving that a residential designation, taking the other half, which is designated as mixed use under the master plan, and giving that a mixed use zoning designation. And so that's the Planning Commission's recommendation. The motion, Councilmember, your motion would refine that a little bit further to more tightly connect the zoning to the land use, and that's also allowable under the master plan and is really just a different way of achieving what's overall the same goal. And so that is the Planning Commission's recommendation of modified approval.
Stephen, thank you. Colleagues, what this does, this actually plugs a hole that was in the ordinance that allowed that hotel to open in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So this is something that we're trying to remedy so that that kind of development won't take place again in the heart of a neighborhood. This again plugs a hole that was there that wasn't intentional, I'm sure, but it sort of fell through the cracks. So we're trying to remedy it by doing this, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. Madam Clerk.
Do we have any comments, Adam?
We do not have public comment, but I just want to correct the record so it's complete. I don't think that it matters since it was approved, but on agenda item 6, that was a zoning docket 7220, one of Councilmember Banks's projects on South Jefferson Davis Parkway. There were 2 comments in support: Jose Alvarez, the architect, and Timothy Baudier, the developer of the project, both of whom were supportive and thank the council member and the City Planning Commission. But since it was approved, I just wanted those comments to be on the record. My apologies.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
That was a
Council-
yay for me too, Miss Laura. I apologize. I missed my turn.
okay, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2435 has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 24. We have legislative grouping, zoning docket 8120, construction and general labors, local union 99, requesting a conditional use to permit a drive-through facilities associated with a financial institution in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district on square 75 lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, C and D, or lots 2, 3, A, B, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, C, and D in the 6th Municipal District bounded by Soniat Street, Chapatula Street, Dufasset Street, and South Front Street. Municipal addresses 400 through 420 Soniat Street, 5118 through 5124 Chapatula Street, and 5115 South Front Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 13 provisos. We have motion M 2447 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the applicant's request for a conditional use subject to 13 provisos provided in the city planning report, with the addition of 1 proviso for a total of 14 provisos. If the applicant if the development provides exterior security cameras, such cameras should maintain recordings for a period not less than 90 days, and any recordings should be made available to the Department of Safety and Permits upon request. At no time may an exterior camera be out of service for a period longer than 90 days. Such exterior security cameras should be made part of the SafeCam Platinum Initiative and integrated with the City of New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, ma'am. I move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Stephen?
Thank you, council member. This is a new construction proposal for a bank and its associated drive-through facilities and parking lots on Chapatoulas at Soniat Street, Uptown. So I'm a really underutilized site currently. It's basically paved from property line to property line and was last used as a union hall. This development is a 3-story structure with the building positioned at the corner, sort of holding that corner, and the drive-through and parking areas wrapping around the sides and rear of it. It's substantial. It meets the design goals of the MU1 district and is really a big improvement to the urban design of Chapatoulas, particularly at this corner. Since it does what the zoning is really seeking to achieve, the Planning Commission is fully supportive and recommend approval with 13 standard provisos that really just codify normal use and development requirements.
Stephen, thank you. Colleagues, this is going to be the redevelopment of what was the LA Union Hall, and I don't know how many of you all went to dances and parties there, but we used to frequent that regular. But it has not been in operation for a long time. So this is going to be put back into commerce if you all support this as a new resource bank. Resource bank is basically a commercial bank, so it doesn't have the same amount of foot traffic as does a regular bank that any of us would just be going to on a daily basis. We've also added a proviso that the security cameras be added to the SafeCam initiative at the request of one of the neighbors, and they've committed to allow the neighbors who need to park there to be able to park there when they're not in operation. So all in all, they're coming in to be a good neighbor. They're putting back into commerce a building that is not being in use now. And I think this is also a good project. So with that, I would ask your favorable consideration. And Madam Clerk.
We have one public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No problem. From Jamie Rayleigh Gaborel from Resource Bank. Resource Bank began on the North Shore over 22 years ago as a community bank that is involved and vested in the communities that we serve. Today, we still live up to our reputation as being an organization that takes pride in our community and supports the citizens of that community through corporate giving to nonprofits and community-related events. Resource Bank established our first location on the South Shore in Metairie and our second location in the CBD. We pride ourselves on being a good neighbor and ensuring that we meet and exceed building standards as well as aesthetic factors that complement our neighborhood and local surroundings. With the concept of community in mind, Resource has always provided local law enforcement with any available security footage that has been requested of us. The safety and security of our employees, customers, and community is of the foremost concern to Resource Bank. Therefore, we will continue to provide local government law enforcement with security camera footage that is available and will make every effort to integrate with the City of New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center in our new home on Chapatula Street.
Thank you,
Councilmember-
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno. You're on mute, Councilmember.
Thank you. Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2447 has been adopted. Council members, we now need to go to page 49. And we're going to take up Resolution R20-429 by Council members Moreno, Williams, Jeruso, Banks, Gibson Palmer, and Brissette. A resolution recognizing the life and legacy of Norma Jane Sebastian.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a tough one for me because Norma Jane Sebastian, NJ, was a really good friend of mine. She was a friend of mine. She was an advisor. She was a mentor. She was also my neighbor. She, sorry, hang on a second here, guys. Norma Jane was one of those people who, when you did not believe in yourself, she believed in you. That if she saw talent in you, she pushed you to make sure that you shone the way that you were supposed to shine. Norma Jane started her career working on Capitol Hill. She, rose through the ranks and ended up becoming very close to mayors and senators. She was chief of staff for Senator Mary Landrieu. But I think what's really important about Norma Jane is that she helped so many young people, and she also helped so many women. She knew that oftentimes for women in politics, it's just a tougher road. There are just different obstacles that we have to deal with that, sorry to our male colleagues, but often you all don't have to deal with. And she knew that. So she really advised us and guided us. And I guess the reason why I think this is so tough for many of us who loved her is that this death just came as such a shock because Norma Jane is one of those people who was always a phone call away, who was always a quick phone call away to just get some advice, to get some guidance, or just, for a quick chat. And unfortunately, that's gone. But her legacy, I believe, will continue with all of the women who she guided and got into elected office, with all of the young people who she mentored, who are now incredibly successful and thriving in our city. Her legacy will live on. But I thought it was really important to not only, I already did a proclamation for her, which I appreciate all council members signing, and the family has that for the funeral tomorrow. But I also thought it was really important to do a resolution as well, because I think that her efforts to really guide those who worked within city government and to create a better city of New Orleans for all people who live in this city deserved a resolution, so that it could be her life's work and what she did, that could be put into the city's archives. And that's why I thought it was important to do this. So Norma Jane, I just thank you for all that you did for me and so many. God bless you. My prayers are with your family, and rest in peace. I'll turn it over to anyone else who'd like to make any comments. Councilmember Palmer and then Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this. I agree with you. I think it's very important to have this in the public record. I go far back with NJ, and she was remarkable. And as you said, in terms of helping people to just start off in politics that didn't have a background in politics. Women, I know when she was working with Senator Landrieu, they were very strong in making sure and cultivating women around the state. And it was really amazing to get to work with her and Senator on that last campaign and really see how much of an inspiration they were also for each other. And what an inspiration NJ was to all of us. I mean, her spirit was absolutely incredible. I think that's what also makes this so difficult, is just she eluded it and exuded, I should say, a spirit that not many people have, especially in this profession of politics. I think the most amazing thing about NJ is that no matter what, the door was always open for her, and regardless of what issues she brought forth. And if people didn't agree, she always kept that door open, and you knew you could always go back to her with something. And that's a very rare quality. And I know she had that in DC, she had it in Baton Rouge, and she certainly had it in New Orleans. And she will be deeply missed. I've yet to meet somebody else quite like NJ and what she has really meant, not to just me personally, but to our entire city. And her gentle guidance will definitely be missed.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to, first of all, Madam Clerk, if you could add my name to the resolution. Just wanted to share two quick stories. I got to know Norma Jane when she received the project in reference to helping domestic violence or abuse, raped in reference to the Korean War. And so I worked with her on that project, flew to DC and learned quite a lot of different things, and just to her leadership alone. But most recently that stays with me is about maybe 3 months ago, we were on a Zoom conference call where she brought the Tulane Architect department to my office and said, hey, how can they help? I feel like they could help in reference to your blighted property, to your overgrown grass. And we've been working on that project. So of course, when I heard about Norma Jane, it literally broke my heart. So my deepest condolence to the family. We really did have a major loss in our city. She's been a good friend and a good mentor as well. And I've learned so much from her. And so again, it's a very sad day. So thank you, Council President, for bringing this up.
Thanks, Councilmember Nguyen. Anyone else? Councilmember Jeruso?
Yeah.
Councilmember Banks.
New Orleans is one of those cities where we don't know people for a long time. We sometimes know them generationally. And particularly once I decided to run for office and seeing NJ, she reminded me all the time when I toddled around City Hall and I couldn't even say my name correctly. And she would repeat to me when I was 3 how I would say Joe Jeruso. I'll spare the public for how I did it, but it goes to show how long-standing those relationships are and how important they are, particularly in a city like this one. And I think, Helena, you hit on a point that is incredibly important, and I know it's been said, but I don't know that's been underscored enough, which is it's that old sort of line about it's not what you said or what you do, but it's how you make people feel. That's incredibly important. They'll always remember that. And the other point you honed in on, I think is incredibly important, is it's one thing for people to help you when you're in a position of power, or you have a modicum of power, when things are going well for you, but it's something else completely when you need a helping hand. You need that pick-me-up that you talked about, that you need mentoring about how to get through that. And I think one of the things that impressed me the most right after NJ died was the outpouring on social media, not only all the people who missed her and discussed her great legacy and all the things she had done, how she had risen from UNO and worked with Senator Landrieu and Senator Breaux and Tozan, but all the people who she had touched and helped build their careers. And that happens because you care about it. It happens because somebody wants to invest in you. and it takes that person's time. And I think it says a lot about her character that so many people said, I was a young up and comer and wet behind the ears, and NJ spent time with me. NJ helped me. And so I want to reiterate what the others have said. This is a loss for all of us on the council, for the city, for the state, and to her family, our sincere condolences, and may her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Helena.
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam President. This has been a really hard year for me. I have lost way too many friends, and it is not whatever the rationale was. This has been a really strange year. And when I got the call about Norma Jane, it's like, not another one. And I immediately called Dottie because I didn't want to believe that it was true. And it's like, I don't know what God's plan is for all of this stuff, but I know a part of the plan was having my life intersect with Norma Jane and Dottie and their family. And I'm going to tell you, I considered her a real friend. For most of my existence in this political life, we were on the same side of the field because she was behind the people out front and so was I. And we had a very unique relationship in that we both supported the folks in the front. And up until this period here, that's likely where I'd still be. But when I did make the decision to transition from behind the scenes to actually running, she was one of the first people I called and did not hesitate to offer support and guidance. And that is a sign of someone who I consider a true friend. I talked to her a couple of weeks before all of this stuff happened about the school board. And she was very passionate about the issues that face our community. And I thought that she was a soldier. And while we did not necessarily agree on everything, we agreed in our commitment that we wanted to make this community and this world better. I am definitely going to miss her. And my prayers go out to her mom and Dottie and all of the family, because this one is just stacked on top of the others that you just can't believe. And when, looking back at all of these giants that blessed New Orleans with their presence that are no longer here, from the musicians to the community leaders to the chefs the list just goes on. And Norma Jane has to be added to that list of giants that is unfortunately no longer here with us. But I guarantee you that heaven is a much better place with her being there. So with that, my sympathies and prayers to the family.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. NJ was, and everybody said it, she was a political powerhouse. She could have ran for and held all of the offices that she helped other people attain and done a phenomenal job at it. But she made a decision to help people be great and to help them help this state and this city in a way that'll never be forgotten. But not only was she a powerhouse in politics and in community, she was a powerhouse of a friend. And around this time of year, we would get together with David and Scott and Alicia and Brinkley and go to the Roosevelt and drink way too many sweet peppermint tasting cocktails. And I was really looking forward to that after this election. And I'm thankful that I was in this election because I talked to her a lot. But most of the time that we talked, it was just about how I was doing, how my family was doing, how my kids were doing. She would call my mom on a regular basis
sometimes more than I was, just checking on her, going through what I was going through. She really was a beautiful person who gave so much of herself to this community and to her friends. And she was absolutely that glue that kept people together when they got too busy doing other things. And I miss her. And I know this city misses her, and I know her family misses her. But, this city is a wonderful, magic place because of people like her. But it'll be a lot less joyful this holiday season. Thank you.
Councilmember Brissett.
Thank you, Madam President. And I join with all my colleagues in expressing my condolences to Dottie and the Sabiston family and close friends and loved ones. Norma Jane, as you all have heard, one of the most sweetest, compassionate people and genuine people you will ever encounter. And I am grateful that part of my years, young adult years, I've had a chance to not only meet her, but look up to her as a mentor, someone who pushed, saw the best in an individual and invested her time and advice, and all for the greater good, because she saw and knew the good work that many of us do and have done, and just that she's touched so many lives. And so I too am saddened that she has left this earth too soon. She has definitely been an inspiration to me, and of course to the progress of this city, this state, and of this country. And she has always done her work quietly, but most of all put the priority of her friends always first in mind, and she always had time for each and one of us, and always had an answer, actually, to get back with you. If she didn't have it right then and there, she definitely circled back. So we'll definitely miss her, and Godspeed, Norma Jane.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll make a motion to adopt, if I can get a second.
Second.
I think that was Councilmember Nguyen beat you to it, Councilmember Drew. So seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Adam, do we have any comments?
We do not.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissett?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
You're muted, Kristen.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso? Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
7
Sorry,
yeas,
ma'am.
no, that's okay. 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2429 has been adopted. At the top of the page, we have motion M24-422 by Council Members Moreno, Williams, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissett. A motion authorizing the President of the Council to sign the appropriate contract amendment or amendments for amendment number 4 to the professional services agreement between the City of New Orleans and Denton's US LLP, formerly Denton's US LLP, and Wilkerson and Associates PLC, to provide legal services to the council for a 1-year period beginning January 1st, 2021, for the maximum compensation of $3,537,500 for Denton's US LLP for the renewal period.
Thank you, ma'am. This is the annual renewal that we do for the advisors for Curo. And I just want to say this for those who are not on the Utilities Committee. For the first time in many, many years, we saved a lot of money on our consultant costs because we've taken a much bigger role within the Curo office. So we reduced our consultant costs by over $1 million. So big kudos there to Aaron Spears and that office for really, moving forward on the oversight measures that this council had put in place and kind of really revising as to how consultants are paid. So just very proud of the work there because we saved ratepayers a little bit over $1 million this year. So good job, council. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second?
I'll second, but I have a comment, Madam President.
Sure, go ahead, Councilmember Banks.
All right, let me first of all say that I am very excited that the Curo office is functioning at the level that it is. I think we staffed that with some of the most competent city employees that we've ever had. Those folks are absolutely excellent and have done a marvelous job. But I do have concerns that a historical perspective, and I get chided about being a dinosaur, but let me just relate my dinosaur existence quickly. At one point, the utilities portion of the contract that was held by a minority firm was one of the largest contracts that any minority had throughout the city. Now, over the years, that sort of dwindled, but when Jeff Wilkerson passed, that went away. And while I am 100% in support of doing things that will help to level the disparity that many members of our community face, I think we've also got to be intentional on making sure that we do what we can do to leverage our power to address the economic disparity. And I would hope that moving forward, I am 100% in support of Denton's. I think they do a great job, but there has to be a way that we can incorporate a minority firm back into this contract. And we ought to be intentional about incorporating minority firms in all the contracts that we do. The only way that we're going to move this community forward is that everybody's got to be progressing. And by taking that off the table, I thought was a mistake then. And I would hope that we as a body would move to address that in the future. So with that, I just wanted that comment on the record that I think that's something we need to do.
I absolutely appreciate your comments, Councilmember Banks. And the good news is we will be addressing that in the future because the entire contract comes up for renewal I believe it's in the fall of 21. So with that, we will have to look at the proposals and see how they are meeting the council's DBE requirements because they'll be required to do so. So we actually will be dealing with that very shortly.
Well, again, I appreciate that. And I would like to see us get to a point where the DBE portion is more than what it typically is. One of the problems with the DBE program is that it tends to be the ceiling. It should be the floor. And we've got very competent individuals that can work. And I've asked this question repeatedly. If we told majority firms that they needed to be satisfied with getting 20%, we'd have a riot. But we tell minority firms all the time they should be doing cartwheels because they can get 20%. Well, I think something's wrong with that. And I think we need to look at altering that and reshuffling that deck so that more people can have the opportunity to grow and thrive. And I think that I'm glad to see that we're going to be dealing with it, but we ought to be very, very, very intentional. All of the stuff that we're doing to help levelize, I'm very pleased with. But a lot of the stuff is symbolic. I mean, the changing of street names is not going to improve anybody's economics. However, we need to be doing things that are going to improve the economics, and I'm intentional in trying to get there, and I appreciate you all coming along that journey with me.
And Councilmember, just to add to that as well, Councilmember Nguyen and I have been part of this working group dealing with what's happening with DBE and increasing participation and making sure that, it isn't just about a piece, but how do you become the whole, right? And Councilmember Nguyen, I have to thank you for your leadership in that and really bringing all the different groups together. Even took a trip over to Atlanta with Stephen Kennedy to go meet with the mayor's team in Atlanta to see how their DBE program is actually very robust and if there's a way that we can start mirroring ours that looks more like Atlanta. So more to come on that. In fact, Councilmember Nguyen has an ordinance that I gladly co-authored with her that starts taking us in that very positive direction that you just mentioned, Councilmember Banks. Okay, so with that, I've made a motion to adopt. I believe Councilmember Banks seconded it. Can I get a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Do we have any comments, Adam?
We do not.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Hey,
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. And motion M20-422 has been adopted. I'm going to go back to page 25 for a moment to catch these that are deferred. We have zoning docket 8220 has been deferred to January 14th, 2021. Zoning docket 8320 has been deferred to January 14th, 2021. We have zoning docket on page 27. We have zoning docket 8420 has been deferred to January 14th, 2021. We have legislative grouping. Zoning docket 8520, Ralph Perry IV and Crystal Barnes, requesting a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in a GPD General Plan Development District on Square 129, lots 1 through 9, and portions of lots 10 through 14 in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Woodland Highway, East 3rd Street, not constructed, Adams Street, not constructed, and Jackson Street, not constructed. Municipal addresses 4097 Adams Street and 3350 Highway 406. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission for approval subject to 3 provisos. Motion M20-438 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion approving the applicant's request for a conditional use subject to 3 provisos stated in the City Planning Commission report.
Thank you so much. I move for approval. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Brissette. Mr. Hall.
Sorry, this is Steven. This is a conditional use application for a single family residence in GPD. It's in the lower coast portion of Algiers along Woodland Highway in a relatively undeveloped section of Algiers. The zoning is sort of a natural environment zoning in this part of Algiers. And so any type of development essentially is regulated through the conditional use process, including single family residences such as this. So the proposal here is simply to construct a residence on this site. There's to be no impact. And so the Planning Commission recommends approval of 3 provisos.
Thank you so much. As you just heard, this conditional use application is for a single family residence on Woodland Highway in Algiers. Obviously, as a single family home, this has limited impacts on the surrounding area, is consistent with Article 4 approval standards, and is consistent with the master plan. CPC unanimously recommended approving this application with no public opposition. In fact, the owner requested that we defer this from last meeting so that he could get the neighbors' support in writing, which we have since received. I'm happy to advance this motion for approval, subject to the 3 provisos as recommended by the CPC. Do we have any public comment?
We do
Great.
not, Councilmember.
I'm sorry?
We do not, no.
Thank you. Council members, any comment? Great. Miss Laura, could we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M20-438 has been adopted.
Thank you.
We're now going to go to page 50. Resolution R20-430 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution requesting the administration to prioritize eliminating furloughs for public safety employees by utilizing new ad valorem revenues recognized from properties pending the ITE review process that are subsequently denied.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we're about to start taking up the ITEP items. Before, obviously, I get to the specific applications, this is a simple resolution that we should all be good with. This just says that if any of the applications should be denied, that the money that is realized from these would go toward eliminating furloughs for public safety employees, including those in the New Orleans Fire Department, New Orleans Police Department, and New Orleans EMS. This language here actually mirrors the language of the budget resolution that myself, Councilmember Druso, and Councilmember Palmer had during the budget process. So it's just very similar language, but I think it's important that if we do realize any of these dollars from denying these exemptions, that we're making sure that it's public safety that we try to fund first. Happy to entertain any questions.
Yep, Madam President. So again, this is, and I agree with you with the resolution to spend the funding for the now ITE applications. So let me just start with, while I support the resolution to spend funding received by the city from denied ITAP applications to reduce furloughs for low-income workers and public safety officials, this item is being presented preemptively before the council has received all relevant information regarding the ITAP applications in question. So we received a 30-day extension from the Louisiana Economic Development to further vet the applications and hear from both sides in a true public hearing, which we have not yet at the council level. The meeting today will only allow written public comment and not a true public hearing where the applicant has an opportunity to speak for themselves. I have scheduled a January the 7th meeting of the Economic Development and Special Projects Committee to invite the applicant together New Orleans and all those, the public, all the departments that needs to be involved to discuss all information relevant to these applications to clear up the air of confusion resulting from the condensed timeline of the initial 30 days. The applications also quote estimates, and we are working with the assessor office to determine what the actual dollar amount may be. Once we all have the figures, we can consider what impact this might have on city services if we were to receive this funding, as well as consider what impact this may have on Folgers should the applications been denied. This process has been hindered by technical issues that have prevented Folgers from sending information to council members via email, and their messages have bounced back from all council office. This has been reported to IT, and we are working with Folgers to ensure that all communication receive hard copies of the information they have been trying to provide prior to the public hearing on January 7th. We need to continue our research and collaboration with the assessor, administration, and you as my colleagues to get all of the information regarding this application prior to taking a vote. And again, I do understand about the financial crisis. I want to get a solution to address that. I just feel like we just don't have all the information. And I thought about this for a while, Helene, and I know you and I have been going back and really collaborating on working this out. You know that I have triplet sons, Alex, Eden, and Sean. When there is a conflict, I try to listen to all three of them before I make a decision. And so that's what I bring to the work. I want to make sure that we're fair, that we hear from both sides before we make any decision. And just last night, NOLA.com released a story on this issue, that numbers may have been inflated. And so I'm really concerned about that. I want to make sure that we do our due diligence. And because we have that 30 days and it's been approved by the Louisiana Economic Development, I'm just urging that my colleagues will consider moving it for defer item number 45 in item number 3 with all 6 applications so we can host a public hearing at the Economic Development Committee meeting on January the 7th, and then take a vote at the council meeting on January the 14th, all prior to the state deadline, which is January the 15th. So I ask that you guys consider that. Thank you so much.
So I'll say this, Cindy, and I'll certainly be making comments about the specific applications and why I actually, my friend, I disagree with you and why I think we should be taking them up today. And you and I have discussed this, but I will say this, I don't think that it at all is appropriate to defer this resolution, because I do believe that if for some reason, these are denied, that may even happen today, that I just think we need to make it clear that we do want to prioritize that funding going to public safety. So I would want to move adoption of this resolution and then go into the conversation of the applications and consider those. And I'm happy to talk numbers and all of that once we consider the applications, but I do think it's important that we continue with what we said in the budget resolution and what we said during the budget process, that any monies realized, whether it's CARES or additional sales tax dollars or whatever, would go first to public safety. And I just think that this is right in line with our initial message during the budget process.
And I agree with you. And again, if we're still working out the ITAP issue, I just feel like we could work all of it together during the January the 7th, and even after this, to make sure that our resolution has some teeth to it, to make sure that there's some collaboration. And as you stated, we did pass a very similar resolution to make sure that we address furlough employees. So I'm with you. I think the question is when, today, January the 14th, I think it just allow us more time to discuss about this, to make sure that we have the real number to say, hey, this is what we have, and this is how many we could actually address. And so not to put an expectation out there that furloughs will all be addressed, by next year. And so I just wanted I want to make sure that we have good information.
And I'm certainly going to go through all of that, and it's information coming from the assessor and also coming from Tracy Jackson, who's the ITE administrator, and go through all those numbers in a second. But I do think it's important that we move adoption on this resolution, and then from that point on, I'll go through the applications, impact to the city, impact as a whole to the millage, to the other taxing entities, and overall, of course, it's the rules that we put in place on job creation that none of the applications make. But I do think it's important that we do the resolution. Go ahead, Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to, I am in support of a deferral on all of these items. I have personally not received enough information to know exactly what the impact is going to be. Now, let me say emphatically, if we save 10 cents, I'd love to be able to put that 10 cents to a first responder to keep him or her keeping us safe. That is not debatable. That is 100% where I am. However, I think that there are way too many questions with this whole process. And what I'm not getting is, why do we have to rush to do this? Now, if we hold off a month, we can still adopt this resolution, and we can still do whatever we need to do with the ITEP. But at this point, the information that I've received, now maybe somebody's got some different information, but the information that I've had the opportunity to review, I got information that said that it was going to be a $25 million impact. But then I get information that it's a $4 million impact. Well, I will never be rich. I get that. So in my very poor mind, I'm thinking that that's a big old difference between 25 million and 4 million. Now, for people with money, it may not be that big of a gap. But for me, that is a significant gap that I think we need to understand exactly which side of the scale that the benefit is going to be. That's one side. The other side is my conversation with Folgers. They agreed to meeting with the Forward New Orleans folks to have them vet their concerns. I don't know if that's happened. This is all happening very quickly, and I just don't think that we have to rush. I am very intentional on reading the documents that come in here. That's why when you get a zoning issue from District B, it's got 400 provisos to it. Because I'm very intentional about trying to understand every action causes a reaction, and I'd like to know where the dominoes are going to fall.
Sure.
And that's why I would be in favor of deferring this to get that kind of information. And I also want to be very clear. By no means does my requesting that we defer indicate my support of the ITEP. That's not the case. What I'm suggesting is that I don't have enough information to be able to make an intelligent decision. And my fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of this city is to act on their behalf to what I believe is the best course based on the information that I have. And right now, I don't have enough. Now, I'm not omnipotent. And if I get bad information and make a wrong decision, I'll have to wear that. But at this point, I don't have enough information. There's a big gap between 25 million and 4 million, and the information is still coming in. So I think a prudent way to operate on this situation, to stand down. We don't lose anything by standing down. There's not 1 inch of ground we give up by deferring this. Now, I've heard the argument that we won't have a full council next month. Okay, so does the council no longer function? We have to adopt everything today because we're going to lose a member? No. So what's the difference between this issue and the other issues that we're going to have to vote on when we only have 6 members? So I would be in favor of a deferral of all of it.
Well, let's go. Why don't we do this? I mean, you actually made the point I was trying to make. Whether it's 10 cents or whether it's $10 million, it still should be going toward public safety. So that's why I think there should be no need to defer the adoption of this particular resolution. You made that point very clearly, Councilmember Banks. But let me go through and just explain the ITEPs, how they work, the rules that we set, and an impact to the taxing entities as well as impact directly to the city. And this information, as I mentioned, is coming not from any outside groups. It's coming from Tracy Jackson, who's the ITE administrator. It's coming from Assessor Errol Williams, who, you know, I even just talked to on the phone just recently as well. And it's also coming from LED, Louisiana Economic Development. So just for starters, there's a reason why there are 6 resolutions, and that's because we're considering 6 Folgers industrial tax exemption applications. Now, in considering these, we must take a look at where exactly we are today. The financial situation in our city, we all know, is a major struggle. We just got done with the budget process. We know that our employees are taking pay cuts, some of them right here with me in the council chambers. They're taking pay cuts through furlough days, and that, of course, also includes our fire, police, and EMS. Our mayor and her team are constantly making the argument to the state and the federal government that we need more funding, that we absolutely need help, that every single dollar coming our way helps toward providing city services, and more importantly, essential city services. So as we look at what they are, multi-million-dollar property tax exemptions for a major corporation, we do have to ask ourselves, are these exemptions worth it? We're going to examine that right now. And what are our priorities? And I just want to also be very clear, and I've been part of Councilmember Wynn's task force, so she knows that I am very much about creating a favorable business environment here in New Orleans, but not to the point where the people of this city are being taken advantage of. So as we deliberate all of this, let's start with taking a look at a couple things. First, what is the definition of an incentive versus a handout? An incentive is defined as a thing that encourages one to do something. A handout is something given to someone or an organization for free, usually a needy person or a needy organization. So let's examine first, is this an incentive? These exemptions do not encourage Folgers to do anything because these projects are already complete. Some date back several years. This is a retroactive tax exemption, a type of tax exemption that is certainly not available to homeowners or small business owners who don't pay taxes for several years. So this certainly does not incentivize the company to move forward with these projects. These are already complete. And they completed these projects with no guarantee that any tax breaks would be approved. So this is not an incentive. So is this then a handout? A handout is usually something for free to a needy person or organization, as I mentioned. So is this company in need? The J.M. Smucker Company is an $8 billion publicly traded company that has never been as profitable as it is now. In fact, they are doing better now than before the pandemic. Let's explore this a bit further, though. Have they benefited from property tax exemptions already? Well, according to LED and the Louisiana Tax Commission, the total reported value of the Folgers property is $294 million. $99.6 million of their property is taxed, but $194 million of their property has received tax exemptions. Yes, 2/3 of the property has received tax exemptions. So I would say that they are not needy. So that this is not a handout either. This sounds more like just a gift. So are these projects deserving then of such a large gift from the city of New Orleans? And while I do understand, as Councilmember Banks talked about that an outside nonprofit advocacy group calculated back taxes that could be paid to the city as too high, I still view that as irrelevant. And here's why. It is still a multi-million-dollar impact to the city. So I'm going to use the numbers, as I mentioned before, from the city's ITE manager, Tracy Jackson, and assessor, Errol Williams, because I want to go with the absolute most cautious estimates. According to Ms. Jackson, who received the data from the assessor, the total for the tax exemption is $14.7 million over the next 5 years for all taxing entities. That includes OPSB, levy boards, and the sheriff. And then LED totals the 10-year impact of that exemption to $28 million. So then, roughly the city, you split that in half. The 10-year impact then to us is now roughly $14 million. That's to us, the city of New Orleans city government. So if we were to deliver this roughly $14 million gift to Folgers, what did we get in return? Well, we got 27 jobs making roughly $40,000 a year. Is that fair to all the other businesses in our city paying their fair share, particularly now as they are drowning and struggling to pay their bills because of COVID's impact? That we're giving one corporation a property tax exemption of at least $14 million for 27 jobs. Look, I know that the Folgers folks are spinning that it's not actually that much, particularly when it comes to money that could be collected now and into 2021 by the taxing entities, which is roughly $5.4 million. Well, I'll say this, maybe it is not a lot to Folgers, but it is certainly a lot of money to the city right now. It's certainly a lot of money to the Orleans Parish School Board, who voted all 6 applications down in their committee meeting the other day. A city that has its public safety employees dealing with furloughs. We just can't afford this. I'm just trying to still go through why the Folgers folks, and I know they've hired a heck of a ton of lobbyists. They may have only created 27 jobs for their projects here, but they certainly have hired about that many lobbyists to try to handle us, the city council. So if Folgers, is really trying to be a good corporate partner, then why are they really, bleeding the elected officials to try to get these tax exemptions when we are dealing with such difficult times right now, just trying to keep city operations going? This whole thing, I'll just be honest with y'all, I've gotten the calls too, defer, let's see if we can work something out. There's all this confusion around the numbers. Guys, it still shouldn't be a confusing situation. I mean, it's still a lot of money that would be coming into the city when we absolutely need it most. And let me talk about the most important piece here. The city council, we put in place rules for what we wanted to see in ITEP applications to approve them. None of these applications meet our guidelines. Each application would simply need to create 15 jobs, 15 jobs at $18 an hour. The combined applications couldn't even meet 1/3 of our job requirements. Some of these applications created 0 jobs. So do not be confused. To deny these exemptions, we will get couple $1 million over, now and into next year, and then the rest of the 14 million over the next 4 years. I know that the council is absolutely not confused about the priorities of the city, and that is the people who, of course, we represent and who very much need us at this time. They very much benefit from every single dollar that comes in. To me, these tax exemptions are just not worth it. And more importantly, I just don't think that it's fair for the people of the city. And because of the points that I just mentioned, I don't think that there's any need to defer. It's still going to be several millions of dollars coming in, and several millions of dollars during a time when we absolutely need that. And not to mention, this gift doesn't get us a lot of return for our investment. And to just wait and try to figure out what else could be worked out, I mean, maybe I've been in this game too long, but I've seen it happen before from when I was in the legislature, and it's like, oh, well, we're going to come back and we're going to come up with great deals and partner with the city or the state to do this and whatever. And I can tell you that every deal that ever comes about is never as much as the taxes that we would have been able to collect to put into whatever it could be, whether it's city operations, public safety for the schools, to improve the school system. So I just very adamantly think that it's time for us to move forward. The school boards, already made their initial decision with the committee meeting. They'll be voting today, and I think it's time for us to move forward as well. Why delay it another month? It's not gonna change. I don't think it's gonna change any of our opinions if we really are prioritizing the people of the city first over corporate gifts. I'll open it up to the floor for any discussion, and I also know we have public comment too. Yeah. Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you. I know I drive my staff and my colleagues frequently crazy because I'm always looking for what's the compromise and what's the way that we can all get a win. But one of the things I've also discovered is you have to be very careful about that because people know it and will either try you into a pretzel about it or try and influence the position as a result of trying to reach what in my view may be the best result. And I'm thinking about this a lot in the last couple of weeks when I was first approached, and I think we've heard a lot today that we have to think about. One is, this is Councilmember Nguyen's district, and I understand that there are jobs there, and she has to be very thoughtful about the economics of that district in particular and what is happening there. And I mean, Cindy, nobody's been a greater champion, I feel like, in recent years for District E than you have. In fact, people call it the E now because you started calling it the E and the L9, right? And so you've left your imprint without a doubt. And I realize there's an extreme sensitivity to trying to worry about the jobs that have been created and what does the future look like if the ITEP isn't granted. And I think, both you and Councilmember Banks have made excellent points about the fact that there's time for information. And look, this council has pressed pause so many times it's broken on the VCR. And so, we know how to do that. And there are going to be more times that we do it where it's completely appropriate. And I will, to be perfectly blunt, I've sort of more or less thought I was in a deferral posture as well. But I guess what stuck with me as I woke up 4 o'clock in the morning thinking about this last night was a conversation about a week or two ago where there was a young police officer at a bike giveaway right near Broad Theater who said, you guys got to do something about the furloughs. I'm losing $400 a paycheck per month, and it's really hard for me to make ends meet. And that hit me in my stomach in a way that really a lot of things don't. We deal with zoning matters all the time. We deal with legal issues, but this was one of the few times where I really felt like you could see where our policy affects people. And so I think this is a time for us to really look at how we can put people first. And we have said routinely as a group that public safety is the first priority. The administration has said public safety is a priority. And I just worry about the fact that we had a tremendously difficult budget cycle where we had to make incredibly hard decisions for almost every single department inside city government, and in particular NOPD and NOFD. And I saw a story just recently about a break-in in a Lakeview home. And so I worry at this point really about the deferral, not so much in the sense of there might not be a pull in a certain direction, but in the sense of how much longer can we keep on telling our firefighters, our EMS, our police, hang in there. It's going to be 1 more month. It's going to be 6 more weeks. It's going to be 2 more months. It's the stimulus money is coming. And I think we have an opportunity at this point to help them out. I also get the point about things moving rapidly. I think that's been one of my greatest surprises of being in this job, is that things move much more quickly than I would have anticipated. And it makes decision-making often imperfect, because you're right, Cindy and Jay, we don't frequently have every piece of information, and frequently all sides give you the pieces of information they want you to hear, and that we have to do a lot of follow-up work to get it all right. And that makes the job more difficult. It does. But I think we're sort of at an inflection point at this moment where we have a difficult task, and I think Jay's words about being a fiduciary are 100% right. But if we're talking about, we want to put our people first, we want to put public safety first, I think this is one of those times where I usually will put aside what my desire to try and bring everybody together and hit that pause button to say, let's act on this now. And as we move forward, it doesn't mean it precludes additional conversation. I think you're 100% right that there needs to be a forum. I think people need to be heard. I think the district council members are familiar with that paradigm. We bend ourselves all the time to meet with all these sides and create the provisos and do everything that needs to be done. But I tend to fall on the side of thinking this is an opportunity to have the time that we've had to have exercised that. And I think we have enough information, not only to make a decision, but also to say that we've reviewed the applications, we understand what they say, we know there's rhetoric on all sides, and we can be informed enough to make something work for the people of New Orleans. Thank you.
And Joe, I would just say, ordinarily this council on these really difficult issues, we all ordinarily are just very much seem to be united. And while we may not be agreeing right here, we did not put ourselves in this position. Folgers actually put us in this position. They messed up on the application side. That's why these applications are so darn old for old projects. They never met any of the very, I would say to the point, fair priorities that we set in the council guidelines on accepting ITEPs. They can't even create 15 jobs per application at $18 an hour. And this is a $14 million gift that we're giving them. I mean, so I want to say this. I have so much respect for every single one of you, like mad respect. I truly do. But we did not put ourselves in this situation to be in disagreement. It's actually Folgers who did, through just overall not going through the application process the way that they should have, missing deadlines, not meet our guidelines, all of those different things. So I just wanted to make that clear. Any Councilmember Banks? Oh wait, hang on, Councilmember Banks, can I take Councilmember Palmer? You've already had a quick shot. Do you mind if I take her real quick?
She's my wife. I don't have
Your
a
wife
choice.
anyway. I mean, come on.
So, Councilmember Moreno, first, I agree with you 100% in terms of your position. I've always had issues with ITEP. I think one of the best things that our governor did was to really put this back in the hands of local government. Because, I've often said it's municipal government where you can't kick the can anymore, right? You can kick it down from Washington to Baton Rouge, and then Baton Rouge kicks it down to us, and we can't kick it to anybody, right? Which is why it's so important that we have ITEP and we have this ability to have this vote. In terms of what your summation is, I agree with you. I don't think a deferral is going to change my view. I know it's not going to change my view that I don't think these are good for the city of New Orleans. I really don't. I do, however, feel that out of respect for Councilmember Nguyen, if we can defer it for a month, it's really not going to affect it one way or the other. Quite frankly, the 2021 tax bills, we get February. We have time to do this. And to me, I guess they didn't go through committee. Am I correct? These were not heard at a committee level, we're going to see this problem actually on the rest of this agenda as well, of having ordinances and amendments that we're agreeing on right now without things going through committee. And I think it adds confusion. What we did see last night with various information coming through, I'm not so worried about the confusion amongst the council members, quite frankly. I mean, I know, Helena, that you're clear. I'm clear where I am on these. I think a few of my other council members are clear on it, but I don't think the numbers are clear. I also, quite frankly, received something from Errol Williams, the letter dated December 15th. I don't know if any of y'all received it, but there's no calculation on there in terms of, there's no addresses. I don't even know what buildings we're referring these to with Folgers, and whether or not even we're demanding the right amount of tax, quite frankly, from Folgers when we do deny the ITAP. And so, you know, I'm actually looking at it, we could potentially be losing more money. I mean, I don't quite frankly know. And I also, you know, I have not had meetings on this, quite frankly. I don't really know where we are. I did have a meeting with Forward, the New Orleans folks, and they did great. Thank y'all so much. They really educated me a little bit more on the process. But, and again, I am firmly with you in denying these. I just also, though, don't think waiting a month to vet this publicly is going to be a hardship. I mean,
Well,
is there a way that we can do it if things are already set?
Yeah, I mean, what I would do is we actually could vote to deny and then have the meetings to you know, on the money piece afterwards. We know it's already going to be $14 million, but to your point, Councilmember Palmer, is it going to be more? I think that there have been, you know, questions in the past about, you know, some calculations, whether they're a little bit low on the assessor side. We saw some of the things that happened with the hotels. So, you know, I think that those are certainly going to be a series of hearings coming up that, you know, are possibly centered around assessments. I'm also not sure if the quadrennial assessment has been completed yet, which of course was back in 2019, that was supposed to be completed as well. So we probably need to have a whole conversation around assessments following this. But if your vote is not gonna change, well then, you know, I think it's, and Councilmember Giarruso's doesn't seem to change. I mean, I think it's really denying those. The people know then that we are absolutely on their side with not giving this corporate gift, that instead we want this money to be utilized toward city operations, prioritizing public safety, because that's the majority of emails that I'm getting about public safety. And from then that point on, we can go and hone in on the absolute dollar amount and make sure that, you know, that the figure that we receive from the assessor isn't a low ball type of figure.
Mm-hmm.
That's my suggestion. Councilmember Bracetta, I saw your camera come on. Did you have any?
Yes. So I think it basically boils down to, I think many of the council members are much on accord. I think the issue is what has just been stated by Councilmember Palmer, and it is showing respect to Councilmember Nguyen with a request to defer. We show deference to all of our colleagues when there is an issue that comes up. I don't see another month hurting, being for the fact that we have a lot of misinformation coming from all kinds of sides. We have audit that apparently is going to be going on with safety and permits to see if we do have a correct number as it relates to the value of construction. Was that valid when it was entered, given to safety and permits by Folgers? And we have the alleged, the inflated numbers that was mentioned yesterday. Trying to look at all these parts, and we have an extension that's under the rules of ITEP. I don't see any harm in going for a deferral. Of course, we as a body, and I've seen that from all of you, and I know from ourselves, we stand up for good corporate partners who invest in the city and not wanting to give away our city's tax dollars as some type of gift. I do believe we're dealing with two separate issues. Yes, whatever our wishes may be, we want to see the furloughs reduced and eliminated. However, there is a legislative function as a body, and there is a executive function, which the mayor controls the furloughs. And I know that all of us want to see all of our city employees back to work, public safety and the rest of the workforce. So I just see it for what it is. And I think a deferral does not harm the discussion of where we are as debating on this application. So thank you, Madam President.
Councilmember Williams?
Thank you, Madam President. A corporate gift of this size, this close to the holidays in a year that has caused us to see so many businesses close, small businesses close that will never be open again. City employees who are essential, who have, weathered some of the worst of COVID-19 now facing furlough. Regardless of how many million it is, it's a whole lot of money to go to a corporation when a lot of people in the city of New Orleans are hurting in a way they've never been hurt before. I've heard from the community, and I would really welcome an opportunity to vote on this today. I mean, the site belongs in one particular councilmanic district, but corporations obviously impact and affect the entire city. So this is larger than just about where the address falls.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, ad valorem taxes impact the entire city. And, I keep hearing about a lot of respect for one council member or another, respect for council member, Nguyen on her district, but I hear also, and I'm saying this, respect for council member Williams, who on his last meeting would like to vote on an incredibly important topic here, a $14 million impact to the city, and really a vote that shows about our priorities to the people of this city, and not to just give gifts to large corporations. We're not even getting much in return on these particular investments. I just keep having to tell y'all, I mean, none of their applications meet our guidelines that we set. And so, look, I mean, I think we all have a ton of respect for each other, but all of us in our gut also has to do what we think is right, and what we think is right for the people of New Orleans. And we do the very best that we can to represent them. And so that is what I'm going to do and try to do today. And that's why I would like to move these forward. Councilmember Nguyen can obviously make a motion to defer, and we can take that vote. Councilmember Banks.
Before Councilmember Nguyen, I need to just make sure everybody's clear on this, that I think it's very disingenuous to infer that somehow asking for a deferral is not putting the interest of the citizens first. I think it's very disingenuous to infer that asking for additional information somehow is saying that we don't care about the public. I also think that it is very disingenuous to infer that if this ITAP is killed, the furloughs for public safety entities are going to go away. That's not true. We do not yet know how many of those jobs will come back, because we don't know yet what the dollar amount is. Now, if it's 25 million, it will get X. If it's 14 million, it'll get Y, and if it's 4 million, it'll get Z. At this point, we don't know. Now, deferring for a month gives us the opportunity to figure out exactly what it is. And to all due respect to my wingman, the guy who was there with you, the officer who was there putting together the bike, he may very well be one of the lucky ones if it turns out to be $4 million to get his job back, but he may very well not. And at this point, since we haven't had the information, some of you may have it. Council President, you said it was 14 million. Well, it may very well be. But I am not a Republican, but I fervently believe in what Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. So until I have the opportunity to review the information, I don't want to sign off on it. Now again, I don't want anybody to construe that that means that I am somehow anti-public, that I'm somehow pro-corporation, that I'm somehow believing in corporate gifts. I've been preaching from day one that all of these property exemptions need to be looked at. The fact that we've got way too many exempt properties need to be addressed. This is not new for me. So by no means am I getting off of the message that I've been preaching. We need to have more properties paying taxes to levelize it for those of us that are. That is not anything new. But I also think that whatever decisions we make need to be made from a position of knowledge as opposed to a position of emotion. We got a whole bunch of people in this country right now running around, starting riots and having fights because they said the election was stolen, all because somebody said it. Now, those of us who are rational know that the election wasn't stolen, but you got people that want to believe it because that's the information that they were fed. We got information from a group that it was a $25 million impact. Well, it turns out that that's not true, or may not be true. I don't know if it's not true, but there are other sources that are saying it's not true. So whose do we act on? Asking for a deferral so that we can do our jobs the way that we're supposed to do them, I think is what we were charged with doing from the beginning. This is not adversarial to anyone. It is not in favor of anyone. What it is in favor of the citizens who elected us, that we have put in the due diligence necessary to make the decision that's going to impact all of us. And that's why I am. So by no means do I want anybody giving any sort of inference that my request is anti-public, anti-people, anti-public safety, none of that. But I don't think that a month delay with letting us get the information is going to change it. Now, and I also want to be very clear on the record, I am not at this point in favor of continuing these exemptions. I have talked about eliminating exemptions across the board long before today. So they got to convince me that it needs to happen. But where I'm leaning, no, it doesn't, but I don't have all the information. And I want that for the record. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, I want to echo Councilmember Banks. I really hope I misheard that. I don't want anybody to think that deferral equals allowing Folgers to have this, because I'm against them hands down. I also agree with Councilmember Williams, though, and yourself, Councilmember Moreno, that this is bigger than Councilmember Wynn's district. And in fact, when Councilmember Wynn and I spoke about this, I told her, did I not, Councilmember Wynn, that, you know, I respect you, but this vote is bigger than just the district council member because it affects all of us, and it absolutely can affect public safety down the road, depending on what our vote is. So I want to be very clear with that. When I say that it's out of respect for Councilmember Wynn, I think at defer we do this pretty consistently if we feel like we don't have a lot of the information. And so I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Banks, myself, and Councilmember Wynn have been on having parcel fees for nonprofits and paying back into the system from the very beginning. So, you know, I just want to be very clear where I am on this and where I've always been on this. But asking for more information so that the public can look at it and we can manage their expectations. Because again, we can sit here and say we can vote against this, but we don't know what the exact money is going to go to. And at the end of the day, just like Councilmember Brossette said, this is a budgetary issue and we have to manage the expectations of what we have. We just lost 3 millages at this vote.
Yeah.
And so I just really,
and I guess, and no, I mean, and I swear, it's like we're all kind of making each other's points here. But, you know, to your point, Councilmember Palmer, I just really feel like, you know, we just need every dollar counts. And so to Councilmember Banks's point, whether it's $4 million, $10 million, $14 million, $25 million, at the end of the day, none of their applications met any of our guidelines. They didn't have the job creation. And if votes are not going to change from now until then, I'm just ready to take action. And, you know, this is Councilmember Williams' last meeting. He's very adamant about taking this vote as well. So, you know, I'd like to move forward. And if it's deferred, hey, it's deferred. And we'll take it up again in a month. So
Helene,
with that,
let me
go
just
ahead,
make
Cindy.
one more comment. Yeah. So, and again, I definitely appreciate all the conversation that we've had here. And again, I just wanted to be very clear. If we did not have 30 days by law, then I would not be asking. Okay, so by law, we have until January the 15th. We haven't received information from both sides, but we got it from one side. And I feel like we also owe it to the public that we have the right information out there. And so again, this is not, you know, Jason, I would love for you to vote, but this is bigger. I mean, we want to make sure that we continue to operate where we hear both sides. And again, we have always done things that way. And I'm looking at resolution right now. So I'm comfortable, and I've stated before, I want whatever money that we deny from ITAP go to address the furloughs for public safety. So I'm comfortable moving forward with your resolution 2043. But I do ask for a deferment on the 6th application for the ITAP Folgers application once that come up.
Gotcha. So I will definitely note your motions for deferral in the upcoming ones. But for now, let's move forward with the resolution, which says that if there would be money coming in from denial of these exemptions, that money would be prioritized toward going to public safety. So I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
There is public comment.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
We're on 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kelsey Jannerson. Bear with me. Forgive me, there are a bunch. Mr. Folger came to town, his hat off for more cash. Oh, look here, he waved with bliss. This city's surely rash. For they think they've made enough over the last 10 years, but we've been paying taxes and this pushes me to tears. We stimulate, 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 he proclaims to the council. Just let me be tax-free, for you know that someone else will. The council shared a sideways glance, still a bit unsure. But wait, said one who was inspired, this could be the cure. Our furloughed firefighters and our contrary librarians, could they sustain employment in your coffee imaginarium? For we are sick of them and their demands for books and safety, but a firefighter roasting beans? That doesn't sound too crazy. Mr. Folger looked askance, not sure what to say. I suppose I'd look at any application that comes our way, but we're not looking to hire more than 30 at the most. We already have the people to create a perfectly mediocre roast. So what's the money for? Decried Helena Moreno. This city needs some revenue that's not from a casino. Your gratitude, said Folger, is not felt enough. I haven't gotten mega rich. These last 10 years were rough. Meanwhile, in the city, at the coffee factory, a spark fell from a smokestack to where nobody could see. The factory burst into flames, but firefighters were all far, for furlough had struck the nearest stations as the sky began to char. Here's your millions, said Cantrell, with a strong, smug smile. Why, thank you, said Mr. Folger. Now I won't see you for a while, for your infrastructure's broken and our factory is burnt, a fire you didn't care to put out, so our trust is not earned. We're going to move to Bay St. Louis, but thanks for all the money, which was all retroactive anyways. Now, isn't life just fun? Bill Murphy, put our people back to work. Vote for the resolution. Paul J. Zulli. I, Paul Zulli, business manager of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers local union out of Metairie, 130 out of Metairie, Louisiana, wrote a letter in support of Folgers to each council members. Today, we, the IBEW Local 130, are in favor of a deferral on resolution number 45 to the next meeting on January 14th, 2021. Knowing the deadline is on January 15th, this will give Folgers the opportunity to present their proposals on why these tax credits are necessary. Tammy Savoy. Louisiana stays poor because we give the largest industrial tax breaks in the country. Folgers needs to do the right thing and pay their fair share of taxes. People are hurting. I have relatives and clients that have suffered tremendously under the city cuts, furloughs, and business close downs. City council members set the example for the rest of Louisiana. Please do the right thing and vote no on all Folgers tax exemptions. Caroline Center. I support Councilwoman Moreno's resolution tying revenue from Folgers taxes to public services. Our community needs these services funded at their full capacity immediately. Peter DeGray. Please vote no and do not defer the Folgers exemption. The city is in crisis with furloughs and layoffs and is providing inadequate health care, early childhood services, infrastructure, homelessness, and other services. The Folgers exemption provides no new jobs and only denies New Orleans desperately needed revenue. Please vote no now and do not defer this decision. Thank you for your consideration. Marianne Mouchat. Please do not allow paid lobbyists from the out-of-state corporation, Folgers Coffee, to deny city workers who protect and serve New Orleans citizens, your constituents, to defer consideration and voting on whether or not Folgers Coffee deserves the extraordinary consideration of a tax exemption. Jane Patton. Once this city council chooses not to fold to the Folgers lobbyist and instead claim the full tax revenue that we are owed, I fully support the resolution to ensure that furloughed city employees are the first to receive benefits from that revenue. Friends that I love work for the city, are afraid for their futures and unsure if they'll be able to pay all their bills. They and we are hurting. This city council should do everything in its power to support the people of New Orleans, who elected you to represent them, and the people who work to serve you in this great city. Thank you. Rebecca Merriweather. I'm Rebecca Merriweather, a homeowner and resident at 7744 Belfast Street in the Fontainebleau neighborhood in Council District A. This comment concerns regular 3B through 3G resolution, as well as resolution R2430. This unprecedented time in our city's history, when we have marked tax revenue shortfalls due to a pandemic, we need to insist that all property owners pay their fair share of property taxes and support essential government services and our dedicated city employees. The ITEP exemptions you are considering today for Folgers are not business incentives, as they are for work already started or completed and will add no new jobs for your city. Tax exemptions for manufacturers that do not represent true economic development and new jobs and tax revenues for our city place undue and extra tax burdens on the rest of us as taxpayers. Currently, essential city workers are furloughed, including firefighters, EMTs, and police officers. All city workers are facing pay cuts as part of these furloughs, placing economic pressures on them, and many are having trouble paying their bills as a result. In this context, it would be unconscionable for the city council to grant any of these tax exemptions to Folgers or to defer this decision and keep our city workers furloughed any longer. Please reject all 6 Folgers ITEP exemptions today without deferring them, and instead reduce or eliminate city worker furloughs. Eugenia Rainey. As a longtime citizen of New Orleans, I think the city should put revenue toward keeping emergency workers employed to keep the city together. Put revenue toward keeping emergency workers employed and able to pay their taxes in order to keep the city in order and keep the tourist economy going. My taxes should go to keeping the city running, not leaving us without emergency services. Serena Thompson. New Orleans cannot afford to give Folgers a corporate tax break. Many of my friends who are artists and musicians don't know how they're going to pay rent. Many are going hungry. Why are we treating huge corporations better than our citizens and small business owners who make New Orleans what it is? Audra Rouse. I would like to testify against giving tax giveaways to Folgers. It is ridiculous to consider giving handouts to a wealthy corporation when public services are already so strapped for funding. As a community college teacher, I'm especially concerned that public schools be prioritized over corporate welfare. Students are already suffering from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. To purposely exacerbate budget shortfalls solely due to pressure from lobbyists would do a disservice to all New Orleans residents, especially those who depend on our public schools. Emmanuel Segura. Furloughed city workers deserve their benefits. I've worked hospitality in this city since 2009, and we're facing the largest crisis we've ever seen. I urge that we care for city workers because I know how it feels to be left in the dust after giving my youth to this industry in this city. Give them the respect we never got. Antoinette Reynolds. Folgers needs to pay its taxes to help support our city in its time of need. Now is not the time for tax breaks. Business is booming for them. It's time to pay up. Erica Zucker. My name is Erica Zucker. I'm the policy advocate at the Workplace Justice Project at the Loyola Law Clinic, which provides legal services to low-income workers and advocates on issues critical to economically vulnerable workers and their families. I live and work in District A. Commenting on Agenda Item 45, Resolution R 2430. I ask the Council to approve Councilmember Moreno's resolution to prioritize eliminating furloughs for public safety employees by utilizing new ad valorem revenue realized from properties pending the ITE review process that are subsequently denied. This resolution addresses the most critical need affected by our current financial crisis. While furloughs for any workers are unfortunate and have a potentially devastating effect on our residents, families, and local economy, essential city emergency services need to be restored and maintained for the safety of all. The dedication of these funds will help achieve that end, or that need. Thank you for using these funds for the benefit of all who need emergency services and to restoring some of our essential workers to full compensation for their work. Broad Baggert. As a former New Orleans City Council member, I cannot imagine giving away huge chunks of local tax dollars to an already established business under the guise of economic development. While tax breaks as an incentive for business to locate here can be a legitimate tool for economic development, it should not be an ongoing practice. At some point, businesses should think of themselves as members of our community and expect to contribute their fair share, just like the rest of us. Perennial corporate welfare is a path to fiscal cancer. True economic development is driven by public sector quality of life issues, education, safety, basic public services, all of which are directly affected by property tax revenue. Furthermore, again, as a former city council person, the public needs to understand that a vote today in favor of deferring the vote on the Folgers exemption is a vote in favor of that exemption. The composition of the council is about to change, and a vote to defer the exemption will permit it to pass in the future. Council persons against this exemption should vote to reject it today. Broad Baggert, former New Orleans City Council member, District D. Nicole Strobel. We should absolutely be taking Folgers tax money to put workers back to work. Why should Folgers get corporate welfare when the city furloughed our firefighters? It's also $25 million. That money can fund so many services for our city, like libraries and early childhood education. In a time when so many people are still out of work, service industry isn't anywhere close to where it once was. We need tax dollars coming in for our city. Make Folgers pay and use that money to end the furloughs and pay for other services. Kalita Lloyd. I'm Kalita Lloyd with Together New Orleans. Together New Orleans is a broad base of interfaith congregations and civic organizations addressing community concerns of the least of these and families. I'm in support of prioritizing any monies realized from the denial of the Folgers 6 ITEP applications to end furloughs. New Orleans simply can no longer afford corporate property tax giveaways starting today. Those are all of the comments on item 45.
Okay, so this resolution has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Brissette,
You're muted, Jared.
Yay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Williams,
That's a yay for me, Miss Laura. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2430 has been adopted. Councilmember, we now are going to go to page 14.
Wait a second. I still want to take up, hang on. Is it 14? Okay, gotcha. Just get through my agenda. Yes, ma'am.
We're on page 14, the legislative grouping,
Thank you.
the communication from Victoria Lewandowski, Economic Development Liaison, Councilmember Cindy Wynn. Transmitted to the Board of Commerce and Industry approved 6 ITEP applications in Orleans Parish for council review.
I don't think that's correct. Hang on a second. 1 second.
These are deferred. This is what you're taking.
3B.
These.
Wait, hang on, let me see that. So, yeah, ma'am, we're going on to the 3B section. You see that on number 15? Those are the resolutions.
Yes, I know, but I didn't receive anything saying that we weren't supposed to go to 3A first.
I didn't hear that one more time.
I said, I didn't receive anything that says we weren't supposed to go to 3A first. All of this ties in.
Victoria.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing that Victoria and Council District E's office said it was deferred. It's just a communication piece.
Yeah,
I believe it can be marked received, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Okay.
3A.
But I still would have to read it into receive. Oh, receive. Oh, Jesus. All right. So this report is received from Victoria.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're now on page 15. Resolution R-2423 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution disapproving and rejecting ITEP application 2017-466 5500 Chef Mature Highway, the Folgers Coffee Company, due to the unprecedented financial crisis facing New Orleans, finding that the benefits described in the application are insufficient to outweigh the need for tax revenue.
Thank you, ma'am. This is as we begin through the different ITEP applications, we unfortunately have to take them all up separately. Anyone have any comments to make on this one? I could tell you that it did not meet the requirements, this application, of 15 new jobs. Our requirements say we'd like 15 new jobs at $18 an hour, and this did not meet that requirement. This creates a $2.8 million tax exemption over the next 5 years, just this one application.
so Madam President, so again, I want to, and Adam, you could verify, I'd like to call for a motion to, a resolution actually to defer all 6 applications. So that's number R20-423, R20-424, R20-425, 426, 427, 428, and want to take this up on Thursday, January the 14th. And so,
Cindy, I believe we're going to have to vote individually each time to defer. And look, I absolutely will let you have the floor so you can make the motion to defer, because I can make them. You made the initial motion, but so we'll have to take it step by step. So with this one, Councilmember Nguyen has made a motion to defer. I've stated previously why I want to move forward with these. I think that the majority of the council members have made their decision that it's not going to change. None of the applications have met our guidelines, whether it's 4 million, 10 million, 14 million, 20 million. They don't meet our guidelines. We need the money now. And we can absolutely have future hearings to talk a lot more about ITEP and ad valorem taxes and all of that. We have a whole committee about it, and I'm happy to hold as many hearings as anyone wants on this. But Councilmember Nguyen has made a motion to defer.
Madam President, can I get clarification? You said she had to do 1, she asked for 6. Adam, can you clarify, can we do them all at once, or do they have to do individual?
I believe the motion to defer all 6 can be done in globo. Unless Ron wants to disagree with me. Probably the most efficient thing to do would be to do an in globo to defer all 6, if that's Councilmember Nguyen's pleasure. Because this is a new motion that is not currently in our agenda, my suggestion would be to do a very brief 5-minute public comment break. And if anybody wants to submit a comment only on the deferral question, then we can come back. We'll read any comment we get, and then you can take up a vote.
Hi, this is Ron. Can everyone hear me?
Sure, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah. So I do think you can do an in globo motion to defer all 6. but I do agree with Adam that because the motion to defer is not on the agenda, that we do need to take a brief break to allow for public comment on the motion to defer.
I gotcha. You know what? Just to be safe, 5 minutes is awfully short time. Let's just do 10 minutes just to be fair so that somebody can text whoever, and they can submit a public comment if needed. So let's go ahead and take a quick public comment recess for 10 minutes. I'll make a motion. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Brissette. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
That was a yay for me. I apologize. Hit the wrong button.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the meeting is recessed for 10 minutes.
Okay, we will be back at 2:47 on the dot. All right, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Council member, this is Paul.
Hey, Paul.
We have been working to generate a new public comment form for this item since the motion to defer is a new item. So I'd request if we could take another brief comment break. We received a number of comments through the general comment system, but because this is separate from the meeting's comment system, we generated another one for this meeting just to limit confusion.
I'm doing it in 5 minutes.
Right, that sounds fine for me if we want to do another brief comment break so that people can use the form that we've set up now on the agenda to submit comment.
Do another 5 minutes. Got it.
So Paul, so they have to resubmit their public comment under the new one that you guys are creating that will be posting online, right?
That's right, and it's now online.
Okay. All right, great. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Paul, has it been 5 minutes?
Yeah, Councilmember, we're ready if you're ready. We're going to start with the comments that were submitted either by email to me or through the City Council's general public comment form. I'll read those in and then I'll ask Adam to read in the ones that were submitted through the specific public comment form.
Gotcha. So first we'll start off with the clerk calling us back into order.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Present.
Councilmember Banks,
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 7 yeas, we have a quorum.
All right, Paul, why don't you take us through the public comment?
First comment is from Romy LaCour. I question if the decision to move to defer was last minute. I urge the council not to defer. Mary Ann Mushat. Please, please, please do not defer. If you do, are you going to face the firefighters and police officers and tell them personally why you are not doing your best to get them back to work? Melanie Owen. Please do not defer vote on Folgers. Aubrey Edwards. Do not defer the vote. I don't understand why we are deferring such a crucial vote. The city is struggling. We are hurting and we are scared. Fund our emergency workers, demand equitable tax payment from Folgers, and show your constituents that you support them, hear them, and are fighting for them. Amisha Sharma. Please vote no on deferring the Folgers ITEP vote. Whether the tax exemptions are worth 10 cents, $10,000, or $10 million, that money should be in the first responders, public safety, and city budget to help those who have been harmed by COVID and the economic downturn. Please vote today. Caroline Center. Good afternoon. I would love to see the city council vote today on these tax exemptions. What a great Christmas present to the people of New Orleans. This has been a killer year. This has been a profitable year for Folgers. It doesn't matter if it's 1 million or 3 million or 12 million. Any money could help, so there's no need to defer. Please vote today. Mary Toops. No deferral. Please tell council members to vote today on tax exemptions. Do not defer vote. Give Jason Williams a chance to vote in his last meeting. Thanks, Mary Toops. Harry Lowenberg. Do not defer. The only reason to defer to eliminate a vote against the tax giveaway to Folgers. Apologies. It is time now to vote to send a clear message that ITEP is only for clear public benefit and jobs. Kate Root. I urge you to vote no on deferral of these ITEP abatements. Regardless of pronouncements on the dais otherwise, a vote to defer is clearly a stall tactic to change the vote. As this is Councilmember Williams' last meeting, the people are watching and we are not fooled by technocratic maneuvers. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno, for fighting for what people of this city deserve, a fair shake. Lois A. Jones. Folger coffee deferrals. I strongly urge that all 6 deferrals are denied because first and foremost, the applications do not meet the guidelines that have been set by the council, and secondly, the city needs the money. I don't see a difference between now and a month from now. That does not change the fact that the applications are not correct. Erica Zucker. Please do not defer the vote on Folgers pending ITEP request. This money has been dedicated to city public safety workers and is needed now. Deferral will only hurt our first responders and community at large. Please vote today to reject these corporate giveaways and fund our essential services. Tammy Savoy. We don't need to wait any longer to vote on this issue. We have the information we need. City council members, please vote no to defer this vote. Vote today, vote now. Nandy Wilkerson. My name is Nandy Wilkerson. I live in District E and I'm asking at the council members do not defer the vote. Please publicly state your agreement or opposition to these exemptions and vote now. Wendy King. Do not defer the vote on this ITEP proposal. This is one of 6 ITEP requests from Folgers Coffee Company, and they should all be denied. This company should not get a massive tax exemption while our city's residents are suffering, sick, and out of work due to the pandemic, and our public services are running out of money. Monique Blossom, please take the vote today. You sound as if you all have made up your minds where you stand on this issue, and this vote should not be delayed to when Councilmember Williams is gone and there are only 6 members. Dave Thomas, I respectfully request that the City Council not defer this vote. The essential issues will not change in a month, and people of New Orleans are hurting now. Jack Sweeney, a vote to defer is tantamount to a vote to give the money away to Folgers, as you all know well that the makeup of this council will not be the same in 1 month. If you are being honest when you say you would vote down this handout to one of the wealthiest entities in New Orleans, then you should prove it and do it now. Vote today against Folgers' blatant attempt to rob our city, or we will vote against you at the earliest opportunity. Debbie Baggert, I am against giving deferrals on any ITEP exemptions for Folgers. The city needs to send a message of hope to city workers and citizens. Now, vote no. Joyce Thomas, please do not defer the votes on any of the Folgers ITEP requests. Our city and citizens deserve the monies owed to be paid as required, and now is the time we need them most. To defer to a later date, even just a few weeks away, further impacts and increases the struggle so many are facing. Furloughed workers and the services they provide are essential to all. Delaying this vote will cause harm to both those workers and the citizens of our city. Please vote no. Sean Abear, asking council members to vote on motions in regard to Folgers today. Please do not defer, as community members have been watching the meeting for almost 5 hours to hear your decisions. Ann Danielle. This is Ann Danielle, a citizen of New Orleans and member of First Grace United Methodist Church at the corner of Canal and Norman Francis Parkway. Please do not defer the resolutions. The people of New Orleans need to know that you stand with us now. We are all hurting now and truly need to know that the City Council wants to help the people. Kalita Lloyd. I am Kalita Lloyd, and a vote to defer is denial of hope and justice for the people of New Orleans. When we have elected officials who understand the financial impact on residents, your urgency as a representative of the people to respond means a lot. Voting not to defer is a representation of understanding the urgency to act for the people today and not defer. Please vote on the Folgers 6 application today and not defer. Robert Desmarais Sullivan. There is no need to defer a vote on the tax exemption for Folgers. The city is no longer receiving benefits from these corporate giveaways, and it is time to restore city services. I have to pay taxes, so should Folgers. Peter DeGree. Our public safety and other city servants can't wait for the furloughs and layoffs to end. Please, please vote to capture the Folgers revenue now and create hope for our city. Joyce Thomas. Please do not defer the votes on all of the Folgers ITEP requests. Our city citizens deserve for the monies owed to be paid as required. Now is the time we need them most. To defer to a later date further impacts and increases the struggle so many are facing. Furloughed worker, the services they provide are essential to all. Delaying this vote will cause harm to both those workers and the citizens of our city. Vote no. Those are all the comments that we received by email. Adam, do you have the form pulled up?
I have a few more, and I hope that these aren't duplicative. I was trying to check off those who submitted under both. Betty DeMarco says, please do not defer the vote on the Folgers request for tax exemptions. The Economic Development Committee could have had this on the agenda in January, but decided not to. City needs the money today because these are back taxes. My comments are for all motions B through G. I believe Kate Root, you read her comment. Colette Tippy. I'm a constituent of Councilmember Palmer. I encourage you to vote today to deny the ITEP application for Folgers Coffee. The city of New Orleans has had to furlough city workers and is anticipating even more revenue shortfalls. City workers in New Orleans need to see a council that is decisive and unrelenting in their support for fully funding city services. While Folgers has done quite well for themselves in the midst of this pandemic, public workers and our city government are in a financial crisis. We need to see action today before the holidays give city workers some hope that we are not going to just continue to cut their pay. The choice is simple. Either you want the corporation to pay for public goods or you do not. The details can be worked out afterward. The longer you wait to decide the longer we are in limbo. This would be an immediate boost to city revenues. Thank you for your consideration and for acting with urgency on this matter. Jack Sweeney, a vote to defer is tantamount to a vote to give the money away to Folgers. As you all know well, that the makeup of this council will not be the same in 1 month. If you're being honest when you say that you would vote down this handout to one of the wealthiest entities in New Orleans, then you should prove it and do it now. The people are not fooled by certain council members' attempts to equivocate on the matter. Vote today against Folgers' blatant attempt to rob our city, or we will vote against you at the earliest opportunity. The choice is very clear. Kalita Lloyd. I'm Kalita Lloyd, and a vote to defer is denial of hope and justice for the people of New Orleans. When we have elected officials who understand the financial impact on residents, your urgency as a representative of the people to respond means a lot. Voting not to defer is a representation of understanding the urgency to act for the people today and not defer. Please vote on the Folgers 6 applications today and not defer. Kim Wallet, oppose Moreno motion to deny. Support deferral to hear facts. They are important. Lucy Bloomberg, no more deferrals. As a council, please take a strong stance that says no to corporate tax breaks that don't help our city, as many have already said. Please vote on these tax breaks today. OPSB has already said that these do not help our city. Please listen to your constituents and vote no on all 6 exemptions today. Terry Jones, these applications are separately and should be heard separately as separate items, same with deferring them. Also, public comments submitted should be heard if you care about doing right by the public. I'm amazed, I shouldn't be though, at how some council people are up there trying to defer items that don't meet incredibly simple criteria, but I'm not. That criteria isn't going to change in a month. Folgers is asking for handouts and didn't create the jobs they were required to. These are rules the council created and you don't want to vote on them? Tiger Hammond. My name is Robert Tiger Hammond, president of Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO at North Carrollton in New Orleans. We are in support of resolutions 423 through 428. We ask that all council members respect the request of their colleague Cindy Wen for a deferral. I also ask for this to give Folgers Smuckers the opportunity to tell their side. These resolutions were proposed on Monday to be voted 3 days later on Thursday. When many more businesses are closing than opening in New Orleans East, Folgers has been a good company for over 60 years. In recent years, they bought the Nestle's plant, making it their whole bean plant, adding more economic growth to New Orleans East. They also built a side-by-side roaster about 8 years ago, doubling their capacity at that plant on Almonaster Avenue. The deadline for the state is January 15th. We are not in support either way for resolutions at this time, but we are in support of Cindy Wen's deferral to the next council meeting on January 14th, 2021, to give Folgers the opportunity to respond to these resolutions. Thank you for listening. Torsten Johnston. Very disappointed to see the votes to defer and very disappointed that when public comments were read, so many of the council members turned off their cameras or walked away. Disrespectful to the public who wrote in comments and are watching this stream. A vote to defer is clearly a vote to give Folgers more tax money. We all know that you're just stalling for when Council Member Williams is not there. Thank you for Council Member Moreno for fighting for the furloughed firefighters. And just a few more, 3 more. Corinne Villavaso. I oppose the deferral request for additional time for it to be placed on the upcoming Economic Development Committee meeting agenda, when in fact it was previously scheduled for the December 9th Economic Development meeting, but the meeting was canceled by Councilmember Cindy Wen. In addition, these requests have been forecasting for over 2 years. Therefore, the council should have had adequate time to research and vet these requests. We need and deserve the money now. Show us the money. Run us our money. It is owed to us. 2 more. Michael Robert Shaw. Time is of the essence. This tax revenue comes in a month sooner if you vote to reject them now. You have the information to do the right thing. And finally, Bridget Conroy, to the members of the council, I urge you not to vote regarding ITEP. I urge you not to defer the vote regarding ITEP to vote no on Folgers tax exemption. The public is watching this council meeting and it is very evident that this proposition is not popular among your constituents. We continue to see little in the way of employment or rent relief from the city, and city employees are furloughed through 2021. The city of New Orleans needs this tax income. Please do not defer and vote no today. Thank you. Those are all the public comments.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. So with that, Councilmember Wen has a motion on the floor, and that motion is to defer all 6 of the ITEP applications. Obviously, I've said I disagree with that, but Councilmember Palmer, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I know Councilmember Wen, I know I've mentioned this before and to other council members. could there be a friendly amendment? I'm not sure why we have to hear them in globo. I feel like the last two, the ones that I really don't ever see changing, they were entered in under the new rules. Everybody agrees that they have to be denied, including the people that voted on them. This seems to me to be like a good compromise, and we would allow Councilmember Williams if he wants to have a vote on this. But I don't mind doing it in globo for the 4, if you want to take those to committee and discuss it and then have everybody on the same, to understand them a little bit more fully. But the last 2 that were brought in under new rules unanimously failed all tests. So I would be willing to vote on those 2 separately.
You can bifurcate. It's, I'll defer to Ron or Adam. Adam, if this would be a whole kind of separate now motion, would I need to once again break for public comment on this?
We just really want to make Councilmember Williams's last meeting
really long,
last and memorable as possible.
I guess my view is that, I mean, there needs to be an opportunity for public comment before any vote is taken. I think that we have sufficiently vetted and given the public an opportunity to provide a fair and reasonable public comment on whether to continue these. I think that we could just do an up or down vote on whether Councilmember Wen is willing to accept a friendly amendment to her motion to defer the first 4, but then take up the last 2. I don't think we need to do another break at this point. We've had a break and allowed public comment on deferring all 6, so we've considered all of the issues.
This is Ron, and I agree with that. I think that the issue has been vetted sufficiently, and so that we do not need another public comment period if we're going to bifurcate.
So the deferral will be on item, let me just make sure, and please, somebody, please be double checking here, okay? It's going to be on 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E. Someone checking me?
Yes, you're correct.
That's correct? Okay, my staff's telling me that is correct. Okay, so that will be the amended motion by Councilmember Wen to defer those 4.
Well, we will need to vote on Councilmember Palmer's motion to amend. Well, Councilmember Palmer has moved to amend Councilmember Wen's deferral motion to limit it in that way. Councilmember Palmer's motion to amend would need a second. We would need to vote on that and then vote on Councilmember Wen's deferral motion as amended.
But if it's a friendly amendment, do we have to vote on it? If Cindy accepts it?
Does she?
Cindy, do you accept the amendment?
Yeah, listen, we're on a sense of collaboration. I just want to make sure that we hear and have time to hear from both sides and put the facts out there so people fully understand what we're dealing with and not have a perception that there's this pot of money coming. And so that's why I want to make sure. And then not only that, but to be all fairness to voters as well, to make sure that they have their opportunity to present on all the applications, and so, but in the sense of collaborations and working together, you guys know that I don't have any agenda at all. I want to make sure that information is out there for the public, fully understand everything. And then for us to work together on how do we address the furloughs. And then once the pandemic is done, how do we address the future of our city in reference to job opportunity as well? So that's why I feel like that if we take the vote on ITAP, it doesn't do nothing to our budget today. But if we take the time to really have those very hard conversations and then look beyond the pandemic, and we're going to address the issues during the crisis right now, don't get me wrong, but we also need to know the amount of money that we're dealing with. And then we also have to look at the future of the entire city. Okay, this money may be coming in every year, but we also want to make sure we create quality jobs. And if Folgers can do that and continue to do that, let's have those conversations. And so that's why I am on it. Just want to make sure we hear both sides to kind of work those issues out. And again, today vote on the ITAP doesn't mean that the tax return the money's going to be in our bank account this month. And so I want us to make sure that we really fully hear everything. And I do ask that you guys consider that. But like I said, I've never been complicated to work with. I've always been very amenable and to work with everybody, because my agenda is about the people. But it's also, when we're serving people, we also got to make sure that they are getting the facts, the truth. And sometimes the truth may hurt a little bit because they're seeing all these big numbers. But I would prefer for people to know exactly how much money we're dealing with. So that way we don't have every department coming in fighting to get access to this furlough. So that's my comment. I don't know if any of my other colleagues have anything else to add.
Yeah, and Cindy, I really appreciate your comments and always working with you. I also feel though, if we're gonna say no to two, I say we say no to all of them. If we're gonna, go say no to all of them in a month. So I still stick by my position. I totally, we all have to do what we think is right in our hearts, and what we think is, best in our role as council members. And that means that we all can choose to agree to disagree on this one. So,
Well, just to circle back, there's a motion on the floor to defer all 6. Councilmember Palmer suggested instead a friendly amendment that would defer the first 4 and move forward on 5 and 6 today. Councilmember Nguyen, is it your pleasure to allow that friendly amendment and
Yes.
vote on the deferral as amended? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Cindy.
no problem.
All right. Has it been, Cindy, I believe you moved. Has
I
it been
moved.
seconded?
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second.
It's been
Madam
moved
Clerk,
and-
you want to do roll
And
call?
seconded, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Nay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Nay.
Nay.
Councilmember Williams. Hang on.
No.
I'm
So,
sorry, Madam Clerk. It was a nay for me. I apologize. I didn't realize I was off.
Okay, so we have 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Wait. We should have 3 nays. I was a no, Joe was a no, and Jason was a no.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay.
All right, so we have 4 yeas and 3 nays.
And the 4 items are deferred
Yes,
to the January 14th meeting.
yes.
Got it. Okay, so now, Madam Clerk, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, because we've been dealing with a lot. So now we are on 3F and 3G.
Correct.
Adams, can I take both of these together, or do I have to take them separately?
Separately.
Separately, got it.
Yes.
All right.
And there's something I need to read in for those last 2 items.
Okay.
All right. So we're on page 16. We have resolution R-20-427 by Councilmember Moreno.
Got it.
Okay, a resolution disapproving and rejecting the ITEP application 2019-0391, 5500 Sheffman Tour Highway, the Folgers Coffee Company, due to the unprecedented financial crisis facing New Orleans, finding that the benefits described in the application are insufficient to outweigh the need for the tax revenue.
Madam Clerk, is there a technical correction, by the way, on this one?
This is what I'm about to read in.
You're ahead of me as always.
It says Agenda 3F, page 16, Resolution R-20-427. Resolution R-20-427 The item will require a technical correction. The ITE report attached in Exhibit B has a typographical error in which the ITE is incorrectly referred to as an RTA. We will be substituting the current Exhibit B with a new Exhibit B that changes RTA to ITE. That's the first one.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members, this one is 3F. Let me see. I'll tell you a little bit about this one. This is overall investment of 14.8 million. They will have a tax savings that we will be denying of 1.4 million, and this created 0 jobs. What'd you say? Yes, and it was also, as Kristen mentioned before, that it was also voted down by the ITE Review Committee. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt this denial.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the resolution is adopted, disapproving Folgers on the, at this address. We have resolution R-2428 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution disapproving and rejecting ITEP application 2019.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
please forgive me. I should have spoken up. We had public comment on that. Just a few. My apologies.
Need to reconsider the vote, Adam?
I think we should. Let me just, out of an abundance of caution.
I'll make a motion to reconsider the vote so we can take public comment. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the vote is reconsidered.
Go ahead, Adam.
My apologies for doing that, doing a couple things. Rella Zapital. I'm in support of Councilmember Moreno's resolution disapproving and rejecting Folgers ITEP application. She's the only council member who is actually looking out for the citizens of New Orleans. Julie Schwam Harris. I oppose all 6 Folgers applications for tax exemptions on many grounds, but particularly because the city needs the money and businesses should pay their fair share of taxes, as we all should. Jimmy Graham. The Board of Commerce and Industry has approved the extension, and there is time to hear the facts, to set the record straight and examine the facts against the distortions. As council members, please allow the discussion to be deliberate and oppose the denial so that credible information can be presented for your review. Daniel Jones. The economy is constantly changing, and as a food manufacturer, Folgers is unique in New Orleans as an employer that offers careers that include opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and math. When Folgers invests in New Orleans, the entire New Orleans East community and the city of New Orleans benefits. The expansions at the plants retain and create jobs and grow the New Orleans tax base. Currently, Folgers is the 8th largest taxpayer in the city. Even now, Folgers is an employer that continues to hire, and New Orleans especially benefits from economic investment and a diversified employer base. Please oppose the denial and allow accurate information to be presented for your consideration instead of ambiguous and confusing narratives. Kim Wallet. Oppose. Folgers chose New Orleans East as home. I know that Folgers' investment in capital projects at both of the facilities creates jobs. It creates both permanent jobs at the Chef and Gentilly site, as well as hundreds of indirect jobs through the expansion itself. Modernizing and expanding production capability does not eliminate jobs. It is expanding production capability for job retention and job growth. Please oppose the denial of these items so that the council can hear facts instead of confusing and misleading assertions. Jeffrey Fontenot, please oppose Resolution R-2427. Folgers is a great employer and benefits the community in countless ways. After working here for more than 8 years, it has been a blessing to participate in hiring and help develop so many new hires into successful employees and community contributors. It has been demoralizing to see so many public figures tear down and disparage our company and employees as poor community partners, knowing that it is not true. It would be disappointing and wrong for the city to back away from the support of the Folgers business after we have increased employees from 450 to more than 700, better than promised as part of the ITE program. Please oppose Resolution R20-427. Thank you. Scott Hunter, having relocated from another state to work at Folgers in New Orleans East, I can confidently say that the company is committed to not only its 700 plus employees, but the community. Currently, Folgers is the 8th largest taxpayer, and since relocating, it has become clear to me that their economic impact is larger than that. In my 6 years here, there have been several large expansions, improvements to the facilities that have brought in a wide variety of contract workers that stimulates the New Orleans economy outside of the taxes paid and highly compensated workforce. In addition to the monetary benefits that Folgers has provided New Orleans, the facilities have been committed to giving back to the community, to the extent of shutting down the facility for multiple days every year to provide the opportunity for employees to volunteer. Examples of this volunteering range from planting trees to rebuilding homes in the community. Not only does Folgers offer a great place for employment, they invest in their employees. I'm a great example of that, with the company paying me to complete my graduate education at the University of Loyola in New Orleans. Folgers has provided me not only financial security, but invested in the future of my career. The continued investment in employees and the community will support the growth of the city for years to come. Haley Roberts. Folgers currently employs 700 people, which has provided tremendous economic opportunity for not only the individuals employed there, but for other businesses in New Orleans East. Each year, nearly all of those 700 employees give back to the New Orleans community through multiple volunteering events. From home rebuilds to tree planting events, Folgers truly cares about the community they call home. Additionally, Folgers has worked diligently during the COVID pandemic to ensure the safety of their employees while continuing to operate. The job security this has provided to Folgers employees during this unprecedented time has provided incredible peace of mind for employees and their families. Please allow all the facts to be presented by opposing this denial. Dawn Hebert, agree with the resolution to disapprove and reject ITEP application number 2019-0391 regarding Folgers and reasons stated in the resolution. Nicole Strobel, vote today and vote no. Folgers needs to pay their taxes. They don't qualify, and our city can't afford to be giving out corporate welfare when so much of our city is unemployed and struggling through the impacts of COVID-19. Our city can't be giving out tax exemptions while furloughing workers, including essential workers like firefighters, when less of them just means more deadly fires. Make Folgers pay, vote today and vote no. Those are all the resolutions on item 3F.
All the comments on item 3F. Thank you. All right, so I'll make, it's been, I have to move and second again. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the denial. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2427 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, Resolution 2428 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution disapproving and rejecting the ITEP application 2019-0392 14601 Old Gentilly Road, the Folgers Coffee Company. Due to the unprecedented financial crisis facing New Orleans, finding that the benefits described in the application are insufficient to outweigh the need for tax revenue, and there's a technical correction. Agenda 3G, page 16, Resolution R2428. Resolution R2428 item will require 2 technical corrections. First, ITE report attached as Exhibit B has a typographical error in which the ITE is incorrectly referred to an RTA. We will be substituting the current Exhibit B with a new Exhibit B that changes RTA to ITE. Second, the first recital on page 3 states that LED estimates that the project will result in $6,219,945 in foregone tax revenue over 10 years. while the assessor's office estimates the 5-year value of the exemption at $11,661,865. These dollar figures were inadvertently transposed. The $11 million figure should refer to the 10-year estimate, while the $6 million figure should refer to the 5-year estimate. That is the technical correction.
Thank you, ma'am. This particular project was also unanimously denied by the ITE Review Committee. This would have granted Folgers an 11.6 million tax exemption over the next 10 years, creating only 5 new jobs. So clearly it did not meet our standards and guidelines. So with that, I will make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam, do we have public comment?
We
Sorry.
do, and many of them are identical to the public comments that we heard for item 3F. Rella Zapital has the same comment for item 3G, supporting the resolution as for 3F. Julie Schwam Harris has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, opposing all 6 applications. Daniel Jones has submitted the same comment opposing, or Ms. Harris supported the resolution. Daniel Jones has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F. Mr. Jones opposes the resolution. Robinique LaBeouf, please defer our ITEP applications until January vote. Kim Wallet has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, opposes the resolution. Jeffrey Fontenot has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, opposing the resolution. Scott Hunter has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, opposing the resolution. Haley Roberts has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, opposing the resolution. Dawn Aber, agree with resolution to disapprove and reject ITEP application 2018-0392 regarding Folgers and reasons stated in the resolution. Nicole Strobel has submitted the same comment for 3G as for 3F, supports the resolution. Folgers needs to pay their taxes. And finally, those are all the comments.
Thank you, Adam. I'll make a motion to approve the denial. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk, if you could please take the roll.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2428 has been adopted.
Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 42. And we're going to take up the legislative grouping ordinance calendar number 33,147 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-15 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to peer review of structural design and inspection by engineers of record during construction, to specify where such reviews and inspections are required, how and by whom they are to be performed, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Williams. An amendment to, pardon me?
No, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
An amendment to change the timeline for rule promulgation pursuant to section 2-100 from 60 days from the date of adoption to 120 days. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number one, this mandates independent structural peer review for buildings 75 feet for more than 75 feet, or where the building officials specifically request a peer review, and for all commercial structures and any residential structures over 3 floors in height, mandates professionals of record physically inspect the premises throughout the construction period. Peer review programs exist in most major cities. I was a little surprised as I started researching things after
the initial calamity of the Hard Rock, that we didn't have a more robust setup in the city. And while they do impose an additional mandate for large projects, they also have potential for substantial cost savings for developers by catching a number of issues on the front end. They also, as we have learned, unfortunately, have the potential to save lives, which was the impetus for moving this forward. These very sensible checks on existing systems, I believe, are long overdue. Micah Ince on my team has put together a slide deck that she can run through if we can get it up on the monitor. Micah?
Where's that?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so there are two main concepts to this ordinance. The first, as Councilmember said, is independent structural peer review. The second, physical inspection by professionals of record throughout the construction period. Next slide. So that first part, independent structural peer review, that shall be required for 1, buildings greater than 75 feet in height, or 2, where the building official specifically requests a peer review. So even if it's under 75 feet, the building official can still request it if there's unusual complexity or design. Next slide. The structural peer reviewer, a few things that they must have. They must be an independent civil or structural engineer retained by or on behalf of the property owner. They must have demonstrable experience in the structural design and or peer review of structures similar in scope and complexity. And they must maintain objective judgment. They cannot have a financial interest in the project. And safety and permits will decide how to maintain a list of qualified peer reviewers from which the property owner shall select. Next slide. The scope of the review for the peer review. The peer reviewer will review plans and specifications submitted with the permit application and all subsequent revisions for compliance with the design provisions of the building code and all related structural codes and technical standards. Next slide. The peer review report. The peer reviewer submits a report to the engineer of record, to the property owner, and to the Department of Safety and Permits. And then the engineer of record responds to any report recommendations made by the peer reviewer. If the engineer of record and the peer reviewer cannot resolve any differences they may have, the engineer of record submits those disagreements to Safety and Permits. From there, Safety and Permits can make a decision one way or the other, or they can accept a change in peer reviewer. A change in peer reviewer always requires express consent of the Department of Safety and Permits. And if a request to change the peer reviewer is made before the report is completed, the current reviewer submits their findings to date, as well as a description of the circumstances, to Safety and Permits. So you can't hide the findings by simply getting rid of the peer reviewer and switching to another. You have to have permission to switch, and they have to submit what they've determined to date. Next slide. These are just a few examples of jurisdictions with peer review programs. New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, San Jose, the state of Connecticut, the state of Massachusetts. There are several others. Again, these are just a few examples. Going to the next slide, this is the second half of this ordinance, which provides for physical inspection by the engineer of record. The idea here being that the engineer of record for major projects should see the project through and check in periodically.
Okay,
So,
Micah, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Kristen Palmer. So like you say, any commercial structure regardless of size. So if I am building a snowball stand, that's a commercial structure. I have to hire an engineer of record.
Yeah, so in that situation, we have provided time for safety and permits to promulgate rules and further define when exactly certain actions are needed and how best to fit this into their operations. So if it's a snowball stand and there is not an engineer of record.
On this section, it doesn't say anything about rule promulgation.
There, at the end of both sections, it provides, I believe it says 60 days. For the first and second part, there's an amendment that provides 120. But there's a period for rules promulgation.
That's for both sections. Is it for both sections?
This section 21. Okay, let me see real quick. We'll come back to this.
I'm sorry, I know this didn't go through committee. I know that there was another named Storm, I think, when this was supposed to go through committee, Councilmember Williams.
Correct.
I appreciate this is your last committee. Is there any way, I'd like safety and permits at the table to talk about this as well. You know, and my other concern is engineer of record, whereas you've got smaller jobs. Why can't it be it could be the architect of record? There are just a few other issues here. Could we just bring this to another committee and just put somebody else? It doesn't have to be my name. It could put Councilmember Banks' name on there or Councilmember Helena Moreno, the president, just so we can have it reviewed again at the committee.
To this body, what the body wants to do. This is, we've been working on this with safety and permits since shortly after the Hard Rock collapse. We have not.
I'm sorry, you're breaking
taken
up. I can't.
Very robust steps to ensure that Southern Hard Rock doesn't, I believe that permits is on board with these changes as there is a for them to weigh in with specificity. But if it is the desire of the body to defer this matter some more, we can do that. Y'all just let me know.
I would just like it to go to another committee where we could have safety and permits at the table.
I couldn't hear you.
I would appreciate if we could defer it either to another committee so we can have a better, deeper review with this with safety and permits. I know your office has been very proactive with it. I agree with the intent of this. I would just like a little bit more time to review it at a committee level. I can't hear.
You broke up a little bit. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Now I can.
I couldn't hear you either. Okay. I just didn't hear what your response was.
No, my response was that I would appreciate if we could hear it at a committee with safety and permits.
Oh, I guess you didn't hear me. What I said was if it is the desire of this body to defer it, to have safety and permits come and speak on it at a committee, if that's the will of the body, I'm okay with that. We've been working with safety and permits since shortly after the Hard Rock calamity to try to put some extra checks in place to make sure that there is some ownership and participation by builders to make sure that nothing like this happens again. But if it's the will of the body to defer it, then I'm certainly going to defer it to the will of the body.
Council members, does anybody have a comment on this?
Yeah, I would love for it to go to a committee, Christian, and Councilmember Williams, because I want to know more about this, because this impacts a lot of the work that we do too. So.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna defer this to what date and refer to what committee?
You can put my name on. We can defer to either GA or Hard Rock committee or a combination thereof. I'm totally open to it.
Okay, we're going, so you want to defer it to the next meeting in the first meeting in January, council member?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
It will be deferred January 14th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay,
Suggestion? You're doing awesome.
we're now going to go to page 40. We're going to go to page 40 and we're going to go to,
Page 39 first.
okay, wait.
20 and 21.
All right, we're going to go to page 39 first. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus, this has been one day. Just give me a minute. Okay, we're going to go to page 39. Okay, council members, I'm sorry. We're now on page 39. We have ordinance calendar number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 54-28 and 54-29 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to summons in lieu of arrest and citation for municipal ordinance instead of state law violation, to provide that officers shall issue a summons in lieu of arrest for misdemeanor violations except under certain enumerated circumstances, to limit officer discretion to arrest an individual solely for a misdemeanor violation, to provide that summons or arrest shall be based on the equivalent municipal violation if a misdemeanor offense is punishable under municipal as well as state law, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there's a substitute amendment to ordinance calendar 33,020 by Councilmember Williams, clarifying that a summons in lieu of arrest is not available if an officer cannot determine a person's identity, requiring the NOPD supervisor approval to arrest an individual if the individual meets the criteria for, for issuing a summons in lieu of arrest, adding the equivalent municipal offenses of section 102-113 prohibited acts instead of utilizing Louisiana Revised Statute 40.1023 prohibited acts, clarifying that conduct constituting a felony cannot be legally mandated as a municipal or misdemeanor violation. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance expands the issuance of summons instead of arrest for very low level violations in an effort aimed at continuing to decrease the COVID-19 spread through unnecessary and unneeded physical contact between police officers and the people of the city. Further, this ordinance serves to maintain our jail population reduction efforts. It is in line with the reforms we have rolled out system-wide.
But I thought this amendment went
Madam
first
Clerk,
and
you're
then
not on
also-
mute, Madam Clerk. A lot of work has gone into this ordinance. The NOPD has provided some very robust and strong feedback to make sure that it fits in with the realities.
Okay, so what?
And colleagues have also weighed in, suggesting some amendments that we've made to also make sure that there are no unnecessary or unintended consequences with regards to certain populations. It's absolutely critical that we lower instances of law enforcement officers coming in contact unnecessarily with the public, especially in light of Dr. Fauci and national leaders
predicting that the Christmas holidays will certainly exponentially increase the spread of the virus. In many cases, these low-level offenses would not yield any prison time or jail time, rather, at all, if they were brought to disposition. So this is absolutely a smarter approach to public safety, as well as COVID safety.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question while Councilmember Williams is getting back on. Councilmember Nguyen, you had an amendment too, right?
Correct. I was going to just check with Madam Clerk
Yeah.
on my amendment.
Okay.
Council members, we have 3 amendments. This
All right,
amendment,
let's get those out.
wait, but this amendment right here is on. So you want me to just read them all and then y'all gonna vote on each one accordingly?
Seems to make sense to me, unless you want to do something else.
Okay. The next amendment is by Councilmember Nguyen. In section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2A in its entirety and read letters subsequent subparts. In section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2B in its entirety and read letters subsequent parts. In section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2C in its entirety and read letters subsequent parts. Number 4, in section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2P in its entirety and read letters subsequent parts. Number 5, in section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2Q in its entirety and read letter subsequent parts. And then the motion, the third amendment is by Councilmember Williams. Number 1, in section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2P in its entirety and read letters subsequent subparts. Number 2, in section 2 on page 3, delete subpart 2Q in its entirety and read letter subsequent parts. So those are all 3 of the amendments.
So if I could just comment on my amendment, if this is the appropriate time to do so. So colleagues, I've submitted an amendment to this ordinance to remove assault, battery, negligent injury, illegal possession of stolen things, resisting an officer, and flight from an officer from the list of summons in lieu of arrest violations. Violent crimes with a victim are not always suitable to receive a summons. An NOPD officer should be able to use their intuition to know when a suspect needs to be removed from a situation to avoid further injury. We also have a responsibility to protect our officer. When they find themselves in hostile situation, we trust them to defuse these situations. And having suspect know that resistance or flight will result in an arrest is an important tool for preventing escalation. I do ask that you please support this amendment to protect our victims of violent crime and police officer. So thank you very much.
On that note, the original ordinance gives very, very broad latitude to police officers and does not take away their discretion when they deem arrest to be appropriate. And it only relied to low-level nonviolent offenses as enumerated. Everything else was taken out. But I completely agree with flight and resisting as it relates to the effects on law enforcement.
Okay, so what are we doing, council members?
I believe we need to suspend the rules to add the 2 new amendments to the agenda. And
Thank
then
you,
there are going to be
Adam.
some public comments on the amendments, so it may make sense at some point for me to just read all 5.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and, I need to suspend the rules to add the Councilmember Nguyen's amendment to the agenda, please.
So move.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
The rules have been suspended to add Councilmember Wynn's amendment. Councilmember Williams amendment. We need to suspend the rules to add this one also to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Who seconded?
I'll defer to Madam President.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Councilmember Williams' amendment has been added. Okay, Adam.
5 public comments. Vern Baxter. Vote yes and limit arrests for nonviolent misdemeanor offenses. This measure is an important step toward more humane and service-oriented policing and sustains the city's recent efforts to reduce incarceration as a solution to citizen transgressions that are often connected to poverty and race. Simone Levine. Courtwatch NOLA supports Bill 26A, sponsored by Councilmember Williams. On the summons bill, New Orleans Police Department officers are strictly forbidden by the police department's internal rules to give those stopped for state misdemeanors a summons. That means that if a police officer felt that a case did not merit an arrest, the police officer would still be required to issue an arrest. What will result from this arrest? We as a city will foot the bill of another person going to jail for a minor offense only to be released by a judge who does the right thing by releasing a minor offense defendant. This requirement makes no sense at a time when the city is furloughing police officers and other city employees. We need to start thinking differently in this city if we wish to join the rest of the country in instituting best practices. Sadie Dumas from the Orleans Parish Prison Reform Coalition. Orleans Parish Prison Reform Coalition supports Ordinance 26A, sponsored by Councilmember Williams. NOPD officers are currently forbidden to give those stopped for state misdemeanors a summons. This internal policy continues to jeopardize law enforcement officers' safety and well-being, along with community members' safety, both inside and outside our jail walls. Having officers make dozens of unnecessary arrests for nonviolent, low-level offenses does not make us safe. However, it does increase the risk of rising COVID-19 cases in our community. If this ordinance is not passed, the city will continue to foot the bill of more people needlessly going to jail for a minor offense, only to be rightfully released by a judge. Our elected leaders' response must put the safety and best interest of our community first. Ordinance 33020 must be passed to minimize the spread of COVID in our jail, our community, and among law enforcement officers. Justin Schmidt. Although I generally support Councilmember Williams and even place one of his campaign signs on my fence in a highly visible location, it is with a, I presume, heavy heart that I oppose calendar ordinance 33020, even as amended, as it guts the substance of many state offenses in lieu of the lighter or more difficult to approve municipal offenses. Some of these changes are warranted, but crimes of violence against the individual should be deleted from this list, as Councilmember Wen has suggested. Let's table this for more discussion. Thank you. Benjamin Quimby. I wish to express my strong support for this amendment. Finally, Katie Labouisse. I hope I said that right. I'm a native New Orleanian. I fully support this ordinance, which bans facial recognition, predictive policing, stingrays, and characteristic tracking. Ms. Labouisse may have met the next one. That is all the public comments.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay, council members, I'm confused right now and I need some assistance. We have 3 amendments on the table. 1 and 2 on your amendment, Councilmember Williams, match 1 and 2 in Councilmember Wynn's amendment. Are these 2 amendments supposed to be an amendment to the original substitute amendment, or are they standing alone, or what are we doing?
Well, that's what I was saying in response to Councilmember Wynn's discussion of her amendment. We agreed and added an amendment at her reverging to flight and resisting an arrest, and that is part of that. So if that passes, we have adopted those two areas to the original.
Okay. And my next question is this amendment that Councilmember Nguyen has introduced, is this an amendment to your original substitute amendment, or is this an amendment standing on its own?
I think it stands on its own because the second amendment would be moot if Councilmember Nguyen's amendment passes.
I think there are 3 amendments that we're talking about, Madam Clerk. So my suggestion would be to the one item 26B on the agenda, we should vote to take that up because I think that stands alone. Next, consider Councilmember Nguyen's amendment because if it's passed, it will moot the final amendment that Councilmember Williams has proposed.
Okay.
That is correct.
Colleagues, I just wanted to offer, I just got, Chief Ferguson is on the line, and I didn't know if anybody have any questions, or maybe the chief want to make any comment on if you would entertain his presentation or him speaking.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Hey, Chief.
Chief.
Good afternoon, Council. How you doing?
Good.
Thank you for having me. I just want to say a few words with regards to this. So I totally understand and agree with regards to the protection of our citizens as well as our officers when it comes to this global pandemic, meaning COVID. And we do understand also with regards to unnecessary arrests or the incarcerations of individuals unnecessarily. We definitely have led the country in constitutional policing, and we have policies in place to that effect, especially with regards to summons in lieu of arrest. A majority of this ordinance I do agree with and I can work with in some instances, but I still have some apprehension. I have some concerns with regards to taking the discretion of an officer away when there are many variables that are in place that could occur while the officer is on scene that we're not speaking of at this time, or not even considering at this time when issuing a summons or choosing not to issue a summons. And it could be dictated or predicated on the individual's behavior. Will they come or return back to that scene and be a continuous problem throughout the course of whatever, that day, that night, or what have you. But when we're talking about flight from an officer, we're talking about resisting an officer. We're talking about negligent injury. When you say negligent injury, I'm imagining someone being shot while an individual is being irresponsible with a weapon. Are we saying issue an individual a summons for that? We're talking about possession of stolen things. Are we talking about an individual who is in possession of a stolen gun? We should be issuing that individual a summons. While it may seem minute in nature, that if that individual has that weapon, 9 times out of 10, they know that it's stolen because it does not belong to them, or it is not registered to them. So I just ask that the council take some serious consideration and maybe having further discussion about this ordinance before we move forward, or before you move forward with this. Again, the New Orleans Police Department has policies in place in which we are issuing summons in lieu of arrest. And another tidbit I would like to add to this is just thinking about these offenses that has enhanced penalties. And we're talking about where we're issuing a summons to an individual go to municipal court, but by their second or third violation, they're in criminal court, or should be in criminal court, or should be enhanced with regards escalating from a summons to a physical arrest. Where's the tracking mechanism? How do the courts coordinate with one another to consider those enhanced penalties as dictated by state law in itself? So I just ask that the council, again, just take due consideration into removing the discretion of an officer when we are doing our due diligence in being responsible for the safety of everyone within the city. I'll answer any questions if anyone have anything, but again, thank you for this opportunity.
I had a question, Chief.
Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
No, my question, you mentioned possession of a stolen thing being a gun. There's a specific charge for possession of a stolen firearm. So, I mean, I've never seen an instance where any member of the NOPD has ever charge someone with a stolen firearm with a low-level misdemeanor of possessing a stolen thing like a TV. Have you seen that, Chief? I've never seen that.
No, but you could take this to another level. You could talk about an automobile, which exceeds the amount in which we're talking about when you're talking about municipal charges. So
But
it has.
I've never seen a situation where someone charged with being possession of an immovable was charged as a misdemeanor as well. I mean, the value of even the junkiest car that I had when I first was learning to drive was worth more than that misdemeanor amount. I mean, but we can certainly put amendments in place to put those protections in. But it also reads that the discretion of the officers is not taken away to use what they see at the scene.
That's all I'm asking.
Joe, you had something.
Well, I guess I just wanted to chime in because Chief, I just want to make sure you saw Councilmember Wynn's amendments.
Yes.
Because I think that was, we started off with asking for complete discretion. And I don't know where that ended up, but the ones that are being taken out are the things I think that are the heaviest hitters: battery, assault, negligent injury, I think illegal possession of stolen things. Councilmember Williams added back in illegal carrying of weapons, resisting an officer, flight from an officer. Those seem like the big people crimes, right?
Yes.
And so I just, I guess what I'm asking is for some of these other ones, like, is solicitation of prostitution like public enemy number one?
No, I mean, I have no issue with issuing a summons for solicitation of prostitution. Many of these, telephone communication, improper language, I am absolutely in agreement with that. Desecration of graves, I am in agreement with those particular offenses.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure of that. Thank you
There's
very
just
much.
a few offenses that Councilmember Wynn mentioned. I agree with her that should be removed from this.
Yeah, and that's the ones that I read. The list I read was battery, assault, negligent injury, illegal possession of stolen things, illegal carrying of weapons, resisting an officer, and flight from an officer are all coming out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, that's correct, Joe. Joe, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, just to further clarify, so Chief, my understanding then is like, I think we're okay with moving this ordinance forward with Councilmember Wynn's amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing no further questions or comments from the dais, let me withdraw that second amendment so that we can just go forward with Councilmember Wynn's amendment, Madam Clerk. Ms. Laura?
All right. I was talking and I was trying to unmute myself. So the first thing we need to do is we need to adopt substitute amendment to ordinance number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Now, we need to vote on Councilmember Wynn's amendment.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Wynn, seconded by Councilmember Brissette. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Now we need to vote on the ordinance as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance as amended is adopted. All right, we need to, Councilmember Williams say he's withdrawing the other amendment that he had introduced.
Correct.
All right. Now we need to go to page 40. We had the legislative grouping ordinance calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 159-1, 159-2, 159-3, 159-4, 159-5, 159-6, 159-7, 159-8, and 159-9 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to create regulations pertaining to the city's use of surveillance technology, to ban the use of certain technology, to provide for an approval process and council oversight of the use of surveillance technology, to limit the collection, use, and share of personal data, to mandate annual surveillance reporting, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there are 2 amendments. The first amendment to ordinance number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. An amendment to change the proposed number of the newly ordained chapter from 159 to 147 titled Surveillance Technology and Data Protection to conform to the code's alphabetical structure. Add definitions per predictive policy, technology, and surveillance. Remove restrictions on automatic license plate readers. Specify that nothing shall prohibit the city or any city official from using evidence related to the investigation of a specific crime that may have been generated from a face surveillance or characteristic tracking system, so long as such evidence was not generated by, with the knowledge of, or at the request of the city. Prohibit the use of predictive policing technology. Remove sections providing for council approval of surveillance technology, the creation of surveillance use policies, and reporting requirements. Council member, before I go any further, this second amendment, is it amending your amended or is it a standalone?
Amending the amendment.
Okay, so now I'm gonna read this one in and we're gonna have to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda, and we need to vote on this one first before we vote the one on the agenda. We have another amendment by Councilmember Williams. Number 1, delete the 31st number amendment. Number 2, on page 11, delete lines 215 through 217 in their entirety. Number 3, on page 12, lines 218 through 225, redesignate subparts B and C as A and B respectively. That is the amendment. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Councilmember, would you like to say something before we vote on this amendment?
Sure. I'll just say one piece more broadly on this and everything else. We have worked with and talked with several city departments, community groups, advocates, and colleagues about the concerns and potential issues that arose. And we've accommodated a large number of requests. We knew in the beginning this would be a process. Some of the key changes from the originally filed ordinance: we removed the restrictions on automatic license plate readers. We've stripped any extensible proof.
You're breaking up, Councilmember. We can't hear you.
No,
Jason.
Jason, we can't hear you.
Councilmember Williams, we cannot hear you. Oh, Jesus, this is crazy.
He started talking, that's for sure, huh?
Right,
I know, man, I hate to repeat all of that.
Hey, be quiet, he could hear us. We can't hear you.
Let me call him.
Can you hear me?
Now
Now,
we got you.
but we didn't hear anything
Where
you
did I
said.
lose you?
A long time ago.
From the beginning.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Just don't talk. All right. Let me just start off by thanking and Kyle, who wait. Can you hear me?
Now, but we didn't hear anything after you
Hello?
said thanking somebody.
Okay. All right. Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Councilman.
All right. Thank you, guys. I apologize. I just wanted to thank everybody who weighed in from city departments, community groups, and colleagues and advocates. We knew when we first started this conversation, there would be some.
Did you hear about this, man? Look, this is a hell of a.
Aaron, you need to be quiet. We can hear you and not Jason. You're gone again, Jason.
You gotta transfer that phone.
You need to cut.
Can't hear you again, Jason.
Guy. Oh.
Now
Hello?
we got you. We got you.
Can we just hit some other agenda items until he gets a better reception? Councilor Moreno? Could we just keep doing some other stuff while we're waiting for council member?
It's just that we're in the middle of this amendment and we're kind of in limbo. There you go, Jason.
20.
Let's call, can I just call the vote?
Now he's gone.
Okay.
Do we need
I don't-
Can I just make a comment?
Sure, go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah,
Councilmember
so colleagues, so this ordinance has been lying over since September. And there have been many new amendments introduced on Monday and again this morning that NOPD, NOSEFP, and council office have not had time to fully vet. We are closer to a compromise and a workable ordinance, but with these last minute changes, public safety is critical, and this work should be done in a purposeful and thoughtful manner to ensure the safety of all of our residents in our city. And so, I mean, like I said, we're getting there, and we're just not there yet. And I just feel like we need more time to work out the detail. I know Councilmember Williams has been carrying this since last September. You know, my office would love to continue the work on working with NOPD, with NOSEP, and the council and all council office to really get a very thoughtful surveillance ordinance for our city. And so I'd like to move to defer this to January the 14th, if all possible.
Again, I will defer to the will of the body, but let me just make it very clear. We have added no new information to this ordinance. What we've done is we've taken things away from it. We've removed the restrictions on automatic license plate readers. We've stripped extensive approval and reporting processes as requested by the NOPD, and we've approved provisions that could potentially conflict with day-to-day city operations or record retentions policies that we've heard. The only thing that's left here is facial recognition prohibitions, gait or characteristic tracking software, which, you know, that was the area that Councilmember Banks had brought up several horrible examples of. And it also deals with cell site simulators or stingrays, which are devices that masquerade as cell phone towers, and predictive policing software. Everything else was taken out, right? So the idea that there's more to learn about things being added, nothing else has been added to this. What existed before has only been pared back since its inception.
May I? Oh, well, Cindy, were you finished? I'm sorry.
I'm done. I was going to ask if Chief, since he's still on, if he wanted to comment on this ordinance or not.
Well, can I go before him? Because I wanted to comment. Actually, Jason and I have been involved in this thing from the beginning. And while I appreciate that those amendments don't add anything, one of the things that was substantive for me that came out of the Criminal Justice Committee meeting was the fact that we needed to prohibit the use of facial recognition as being the sole tool to take police action in terms of arresting somebody. Now, that conversation included that this would be one tool in the arsenal, but there cannot be arrest confected solely based on a facial recognition, and that's not in here. I'd like to see that. So I would support Cindy's motion to defer to make sure that we can get that included in. I think that we have an excellent police chief who is going to do as he said he will do, but he ain't gonna be the police chief forever. And I don't know who's gonna be behind him, and whoever that sir or madam happens to be may not have that same understanding of the devastation that this kind of technology can cause. So I'd like to see us hold it until we can get it perfect, which includes that prohibition against using that solely for arrests. And we talked about it, Jason, at the criminal justice meeting, and that's not here. That's my comment.
Chief, do you have any comment?
Thank you again, Council. So yes, I totally understand the disparities or the concerns of disparities with regards to the brown, when it comes to the brown and Black community with regards to facial recognition. But as Councilmember Banks is alluding to, this is strictly an investigative tool. This is just a tool in the toolbox. I have since learned that our department did not have a policy with regards to using this tool. And I want to be on the record, making sure everyone understands. RTCC, NOSEP, Homeland Security, nor New Orleans Police Department or any city department has any facial recognition equipment whatsoever. We, as a law enforcement agency, have access to this through our state and federal partners. And we have used this before through our partners on certain cases. And my team is drafting a policy now to reflect that this tool can only be used on certain violent offenses, homicides, shootings, armed robberies, human trafficking, sexual assault, things of that nature, serious violent offenses, not battery or anything like that, serious violent offenses. And also in using this, comparing this to what we went through with the tear gas ordinance, every officer does not have access to this particular tool. Only our investigative detectives in certain units that are in partnerships with our state and federal partners. So we've put together a protocol in which any investigator, be a district-based investigator or a centralized unit investigator, must go through this certain unit and get a expressed approval via form by this supervisor in order to have this facial recognition tool used through our partners. This form is a form that we will keep on file forever. So if someone needs to come back and look at it and review it and see what we have done. What was the outcome of us using it? How many times have we used it? That too, I've learned over the years that this department has used this tool. This department has not been tracking the use of this tool through our partners. I'm implementing that as well, if granted. And what I'm asking you to do, councilors, please consider this and codify my policy through this ordinance to ensure the liberty and the protection of our citizens. I'm just as concerned as you with regards to making sure that no one abuses this tool. And we're prepared to put it in writing with our policy and procedure and get it codified through you all to make sure that we are going in the right direction with this. And I look at this as no different of a tool than in which we would send a still print to the media, or we would send a still print to Crime Stoppers and asking the community if anyone know this individual or can help identify this individual. We would still have to identify and collect supporting evidence. That identity, saying through Crime Stoppers, through the media tip, or through a facial recognition, identifying this individual or this still print as Sean Ferguson, is not a standalone reason to establish probable cause for any arrest. There must be more supporting evidence, and that too would be in our policy. So I'm asking you, the council, to please just allow us to work with you as we did with the tear gas ordinance and draft a policy that could be codified or solidified through an ordinance, as the Councilmember Banks has said, for years after all of us are gone, that it is still in place. But please do not take this tool out of the toolbox. Thank you.
Chief, let me just ask you this, Chief, with regards to facial recognition and gait recognition software. I would just, I'm concerned because I don't see these as tools like being able to test fingerprints or do DNA or things of that nature, because DNA is sound science. Fingerprints are sound science. It is nationally and internationally recognized in the scientific community that facial recognition software right now is still biased as it relates to brown or darker complected individuals, meaning someone might be looking for Jason Williams, but they hem up Sean Ferguson because they both have bald heads and brown skin and facial hair. And if the error rate is higher for a certain group of people, then it's not just it's not the same tool as tools that are well founded in science, which is why I've been pushing to at least put some controls in place for what we are using on our citizens in the community. And at one point in time, I thought I was pretty clear that you had told us that that facial recognition software was not being used in the city of New Orleans. And then, in fact, there is access to it. So the fact that there's access to it means that it can be utilized. And until that science is tested in a way that shows it is not going to treat lighter complected human beings differently from darker complected individuals, I think we need more constraints in place. If it's the will of the colleagues to table this and move forward, I just want to urge the council that if these tools are being implemented, or if there's access to these tools, that we work very quickly, whether I'm a part of it or not part of it, to put guardrails in place to protect innocent people.
Can I follow up to that? Can I follow up to that, Councilman? Yes, sir.
Jason, that's exactly where I'm going. We need to be intentional on making sure those guardrails are in place. With all due respect to Sean, a policy is a lot easier to change than a law. So at the end of the day, we need to have this codified by law as opposed to just as a policy. So you and I are definitely on the same page with this. I want this as tight as beeswax, because we know that it is extremely detrimental to families and to individuals when this stuff goes off the rails. And I use that example in Detroit. We will have no idea how that trauma is going to manifest itself in that little girl seeing her daddy drug out of the house. How is she going to look at police officers for the rest of her life? We've got a time bomb ticking throughout this country with people being picked up for stuff that they didn't do. And New Orleans has the opportunity now to try to put bumpers on that. And we need to have this law as tight as it can be to have as little wiggle room as possible to make sure that people that don't only look like you and Sean with bald heads, but older, good-looking men like me are not arrested for something that I didn't do. So I get it with the bald-head younger cats, but old, good-looking dudes can be suffered by this too. So with that, I think we need to, I would ask the council to defer this until we can put more teeth into this to make sure that this does not go to the left.
If I may, counsel, I just want to give a little more clarity to this as well. So the predictive policing measures that you're talking about are tools. I definitely understand what you're saying with this, but the comparison, the analogy you just used, Detroit. I mean, what they were doing or what they're using is like through the real-time crime center, through the surveillance system throughout their city, tracking an individual per se. What we're talking about doing is taking a photo that we've obtained as evidence through the course of our investigation, and we've exhausted all means in trying to identify this individual. Now we're going to put it through a facial recognition to see if this tool can help us identify who this individual is. And upon identifying this individual, now we must identify if this individual is even connected to this case, and if so, how, and apply it in that way. We're not talking about using this tool as a tracking mechanism of any individual or anything of that sort. This is just a case-by-case tool that will be used to enhance or further an investigation.
Colleagues, any other questions from the dais?
I mean, I would just, Council Vice President, I would just say, and Chief, we talked about this too. I'm kind of like torn here because, you know, Chief, when we talked, I said, I get it that this is a tool you want to use, but it's pretty much been ruled that this is a bad tool, you know, so why, you know, put a bad tool in the toolbox, you know? So that's really kind of what I'm struggling with trying to allow for it to be a tool, because it just hasn't seemed to have been proven that it's actually a good tool.
I think the manner in which it was used has caused it to be a bad tool. But the manner in which we are talking about using and putting these strict guidelines into place would not allow it to be a bad tool. We're not using it as probable cause to affect an arrest. We're not using it as the sole purpose. This is just something to help us enhance our investigation in itself. I think that the examples that have been set forth or used or explained before have been just what you said, poor police tactics in the manner in which it was used.
Can I just say something now, Council President? Yeah, I think what I feel like I hear the chief saying is there hasn't been a policy or anything done with this. And one of the points I made to one of my staffers is like, I feel like that's one of the big problems sometimes around real-time crime camera center. There's a lack of understanding and maybe even a lack of communication that we all need to do a better job with about how it's used. Like, I can't walk in, even Chief Ferguson can't just walk into real-time crime camera center and demand video of Helena Moreno on St. Charles Avenue at this time. Like, there's got to be a case number, right? There's got to be something affiliated with it. There's got to be all these things. And I think what we're all sort of trying to deal with is the unknown. And I think what the chief has said is like trying to get that policy identified and what it looks like is a starting point for all of us rather than voting first and then coming back. Is that right, Chief?
Yes, sir. That is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Joe, if I could just chime in one last time, and I will absolutely defer to the will of the body. The fact that a tool exists that has racially or culturally disparate outcomes with regards to
who it can pick up or who it can track is even more dangerous when there are no policies, when it is actually already in place in our community. We now know that that facial recognition software is available in the city and is being used. It treats dark skin different from lighter complexions. And as it stands right now, there are 0 policies in place from the NOPD and no municipal restrictions on it from our body, which means that it goes unchecked until we do that. So I just want to encourage this body to realize that there will be bad outcomes, not intentionally bad outcomes, but the science is just technically flawed right now. The same way that I might be able to unlock Chief Ferguson's iPhone just by looking into it, because facial recognition software just it's not there yet. And so I just want to encourage us to realize if it exists and there are no checks on it, then it's potentially very problematic for innocent people.
Jason, I'm wondering if, and I definitely, Chief, I hear what you're saying, but, I'm wondering if, I do think because the technology is not there and because it very inappropriately is punitive toward Black and brown people, that, I don't think that it is a tool that should be in our tool chest. I'm wondering if we can do something where we ban it, yet review it after a year's time and, see if the technology has gotten better, whether there are policies that could be implemented. I'm just kind of talking out loud here, Jason, just your thoughts on that, or Councilmember Giarrusso. I know you and I kind of spoke about that a little bit.
I asked that if we could put a policy together, and as I said, have this tracking mechanism, this audit. We could do an audit. You can come back a year later and see if have been cases in which we wrongfully identified someone, or if actually has proven that someone did not have anything to do with this case in itself, and look at it from that perspective as opposed to removing it totally out of the toolbox at this point in time.
Chief, let me ask, where are you on the policy process? Like, we keep on sort of talking about it, and I think Jason and Helena make really good points, which are, we don't know what's going on, and is it efficacious? Is it not? How much harm is? There obviously, you've even said, in the wrong hands, it is not a good device. So how long would it take to put a policy together that could be presented?
We could have the policy drafted within days. What we have to do is work with, as you know, we're under federal consent decree, so we would have to work with our federal monitors and the Department of Justice to make sure that that policy is approved. And that may take a few weeks in itself, but we'll definitely ask them to expedite it in accordance to trying to work with the council as we did with the tear gas policy.
But to get back to what Councilman Moreno and Councilman Williams says, which I agree, is there a way to incentivize that so that if we pass this, it doesn't take effect within 60 days until the policies are in place? Because we don't want to lose that, right? And then the onus becomes on the department creating the policies, but we firmly have stated that we don't want this technology used. Is that possible?
You're asking me, is it possible to are you asking me to suspend the use of it?
Yes,
Yes.
that we actually pass this, we all create the rules, right? But we already have this on the book so as not to use it. Then we can come back, like Councilman Moreno said, in a year's time or what have you, and then review it.
My concern is you're saying, you sound like your recommendation is, and you're going in and out on my end. That is why I'm having trouble trying to understand what you're saying. But it's maybe my bandwidth or what have you. But are you saying suspend this for a year, then come back to see if the technology has improved? Is what you're saying? Sound like to me.
Well, no, I'm saying we pass this because there is nothing, and then we can come back and review whether or not you have a policy in place that's actually working. Isn't that what we were discussing, Council President? Isn't that what we talked about?
Yeah, I mean, no, you're right, Councilmember Palmer. I mean, what I suggested is, why don't we put something in there that, look, yes, this is a ban. We can come back and review it in a year and see if technology has changed, see if NOPD has, found a way to come up with some policies and review new technology, whatever. But I don't personally feel comfortable with the utilization of this technology in our city right now as it is. And that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm just trying to figure out that, if things change down the road, let's assess that. If this technology becomes unbelievable and incredibly accurate and becomes the most amazing crime fighting tool, well then absolutely, let's revisit. Let's take a look at the policies. Let's figure out, how this can help.
I would like to play devil's advocate, just as Councilmember Williams, used the analogy with regards to facial recognition and comparing himself and I. We do the same thing with regards to a Crime Stoppers tip or a media tip, and they're saying it is Sean Ferguson when in fact it may be Jason Williams. What are we putting in place to take those tools out? Should we be taking some action to take those tools out of the toolbox as well? All we're simply doing, just to be clear, is taking this photo and running it through a system. If it comes back to Sean Ferguson, we want to talk to Sean Ferguson to see if he know anything about this particular crime. Sean Ferguson is not being arrested just because he has been identified. He is not being profiled because his name came back to this particular photograph. We have had instances where individuals, our citizens, have looked at photographs that are still prints that have been placed in the media or have been placed or disseminated through Crime Stoppers. And it turned out to be an individual. They identified an individual who had absolutely nothing to do with the crime. So I really do not see the difference in using this particular tool, just as we are using it with the Crime Stoppers photograph or a media press release.
Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Palmer.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to go back to Councilmember Banks, what he was saying in terms of the creation of the policy, and he's already been working with Councilmember Williams. Where are they on that? And are we at a place to move forward or to pause? I don't know, Councilmember.
Well, that's why I made the comments. I think we're at a place that we ought to pause to get this policy confected so that it can be a part of this ordinance. But at the end of the day, there are many questions with this, and it is certainly not foolproof. It has made mistakes, but there have been instances where it has been very effective and helped. So I would not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I would want to be able to use it so that we could get whatever benefit from it, but make sure that it's not abused in the use of it. And from what the conversations that we've had, this would not be the sole use tool to go out and arrest somebody. What this would do it would be used to trigger further investigation, which would either confirm or refute that an individual was wherever he said he was. And again, that's what it was. I want to have as many safeguards as possible to ensure that nothing goes off the rails, but I also do not want to handicap the ability of law enforcement to do his job to keep us safe. Now, I am 100% in support of making the system work, but that's a balance there. There's a sweet spot there. Sometimes the police have to arrest people. Sometimes there are bad people out there that need to be arrested. And while there's a balance between not arresting innocent people, there has to be some mechanism in place to get to the bad guys. So I thought that coming up with guardrails and safeguards and having the game, not as a policy, because when this chief leaves, the next he or she who is the chief may or may not agree with the policy. But that's why I thought it needed to be codified in the law, which would be a tremendous amount, a much higher climb to get that changed as it'll be just a change of policy. And that was my thought.
No, I completely agree with Councilmember Banks on that. I mean, this body has to weigh in on what the law is going to be in this area, because policies can change with different administrations. I thought Councilmember Palmer's suggestion was spot on, especially given the fact that we are under a consent decree. The idea that we move forward today, and then when the chief has policies in place that have been vetted through the federal monitors and the federal judge, then the guardrails and the policies can dictate what happens next. I think it could cause some serious problems with the consent decree if, in fact, we begin using technology that is universally deemed as flawed without guardrails. That could set us back in getting out of the consent decree. This is not about handicapping anybody. It's just making sure that we are protecting innocent people from, and like Councilmember Banks' example in Detroit, the police would probably say they did not arrest that person. They would say they detained that person. But having the handcuffs put on you feels a whole lot like being arrested. We do have an expert on the line, Mr. Marvin Arnold. If we could call him in on just the technology of it, maybe even hear public comments. I know people have participated. Could we hear from Marvin Arnold on just the technology specifically? Is Mr. Arnold on?
Councilmember Williams, I just have a quick question before we get to the technology piece. And we're actually lucky here because we have our DA-elect with us, as well as the Council Vice President, all in one. So let me ask you this. So if a case is presented to you, because obviously it's about solving crime and, making sure that those who do wrong, have to sometimes face consequences. So if you are presented a case where this type of facial recognition technology was used as part of this case, do you think that that would be a strong case for you to be able to accept or not accept, knowing the fact that this technology has been proven over and over again to be flawed in identifying suspects?
Well, as you heard from the chief, there would be a number of other corroborating pieces of information that would be brought to bear before it would become an arrest based on what he said, and a lot more evidence would have to be presented to corroborate that this was the right person. And I don't think the concern is what happens to this case in court. I think the big concern with the stakeholders is the number of times that an innocent person gets detained for a few hours, gets taken to jail, and it turns out it was not them. They are innocent. They couldn't have been where they were supposed to be, but the facial recognition software just simply picked out the wrong person. So whether or not it could build a solid case is really not the measure. The measure is how many times it's wrong, and we just don't even get to hear about it because the DA is not going to hear about those situations where they dust someone off after they've been detained for a few hours in front of their children, and they realize, oh no, this wasn't the right person. We don't hear about those cases because there's no policies in place and there's no laws in place for the use of it. We don't even get to track how many times an innocent person is detained by mistake because of flawed technology.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're actually on the same page because I'm once again, and Joe Giarrusso loves it when I say this, I'm certainly no lawyer here, but if I were, a prosecutor and I saw that this technology was used, I'd just be like, it's so flawed. How do we know that it was really this guy? I can't go after this guy. That's actually, how I would view it. But anyway, I'm sorry. Councilmember Williams, you were wanting to bring in an expert to talk about the technology briefly?
I think it's a good idea because we keep talking about it as a tool, so we should at least vet the tool with some specificity. Mr. Arnold?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. Sorry, I'm a little unprepared. I didn't know I was going to be speaking. I appreciate that the question was about technology, but I don't honestly think that that's the right question. The technology's been proved out, and it is totally unreliable. Whether you look at our own government sources, at independent think tanks, we know that this technology is unreliable and does not work. And it's not for some esoteric technical reasons. It's for deep-rooted systemic inequities that create these technologies. So why can't facial recognition identify dark-skinned people as well as light-skinned people? Well, if all of the computer programmers who develop the software are white and light-skinned, they're going to pick a bunch of light-skinned data. And these kinds of subtle implementation details are not something that are ever going to be fixed as long as systemic racism is around. So talking about waiting until this is fixed is just missing the point. What the conversation today should be about how NOPD has been lying to us for years. NOPD the city lied to council months ago. We've been under the impression that there's been no facial recognition, and that's been a lie. That's the story. This isn't something new. This is something we've seen with Palantir, and this is the intent of the ordinance, to make it impossible or much more difficult for city lies and misrepresentations to come through. And instead of admonishing NOPD for lying to us, we're giving them a platform to speak without giving equal space. Thank you for inviting me in here at the tail end, but our group wasn't given equal space to speak. In fact, many of the council members who are making gestures towards wanting to tear down systemic racism and admitting that these are issues haven't even responded to a single one of our emails and haven't been engaged in good faith dialogue. It's kind of ironic that a lot of the conclusions that we're driving towards possible improvements to the ordinance sound like original versions that were proposed around having annual reviews and giving more autonomy towards city council to, at your discretion, make these decisions. That was ultimately pulled out at city council's behest. And so it's a little confusing for us as stakeholders, and we thought partners, to be getting these mixed signals. What it feels like on our end is that the intent is to water down and kill this ordinance and defer it to death. It's been deferred since the summer. And honestly, the language is there. There's nothing to be improved. The ban's the ban. If this technology is bad, then we don't want it. And anything shy of adopting the ban is just hedging and political posturing.
Mr. Arnold, let me ask you one question about, I've researched and read as it relates to darker skin colors. What's the science, if any, as it relates to gender, whether it be with regards to women versus men or young people? Is there any, can you shed some light on that?
Dark-skinned women have the highest inaccurate rates when it comes to facial recognition. And if you think about this less confusing as just like general technology is sometimes inaccurate, but like how does the technology get developed? Well, because of systemic inequities, it's probably dark-skinned women who are least involved in these processes. And that's why we get these outcomes.
Thank you for weighing in. Any other questions from the desk?
I have a comment, Council Vice President, Council Member. So Marvin, I just wanted to address your comment about reaching out to Council Member's office. I know my office had several meetings with the group. I know Victoria, my staff, has been in conversation going back and forth when we were really actively working back and forth on this ordinance. I know there was a pause and I don't know what happened. I don't know because Councilmember Williams wasn't taking it up. And so there was no intention at all of not communicating with you this morning. And as I stated in my comments, this ordinance is getting better. It is making progress. It's showing improvement. However, I want to make sure that when we work in collaboration, we also have to work with the people that are protecting our citizens as well. And that's why I value the input from our New Orleans Police Department, from our chief, from our New Orleans Homeland Security, from the RTCC. And so, and again, this all happened just this few days. One of my requests was that we defer this and take this up on January the 14th. So I'm not trying to drag this out at all. Like I said, I was not the author of this ordinance. We were working with Councilmember Williams' office and in several groups, several advocacy groups. And so again, I will continue to work with you guys. And I'll circle back with Victoria to see where we at with you guys. And again, it's been a very busy week for us. And by no means that not connecting with you guys was done on purpose at all. We want to get this done, but we want to get it done right for the citizen of New Orleans.
Thank you for that feedback, Councilmember Nguyen. And I do want to appreciate that your office had engaged with us more so than many other offices in the process. I do also want to just be perfectly transparent that following one of our neighborhood meetings, your office had asked us to take out some piece of the ordinance. And when that was talked about in the community forum, your team pointed to the lack of the thing that you asked to take out as a weakness of the ordinance. And we started feeling like there was some really bad faith interactions happening. And so I frankly feel that a deferral is an attempt to kill this ordinance, and so be it. But I would ask then that you vote down this ordinance now and then try to pass an instrument that you find suitable. But the people clearly feel that we've worked closely with you, and that this is no longer becoming a people's ordinance. I think even in the way that we talk about federal oversight, but don't include mention of our local police monitors and local community bodies, this just has not felt like a truly sincere community process. But I thank you for the extent to which we've been able to work together and hope we can continue to do so.
For sure. Thank you, Marvin.
Madam President, I know we've got some public comment. I would just ask that we call the question. I know it's getting late in the hour.
We have a motion to defer before that.
Okay, I didn't realize that was me. Is there a second on that?
Okay, I need to ask a question first, and I'm waiting on Ron and Adam to respond. If we do decide to defer this, are we going to adopt the Second Amendment that Councilmember Williams has so that it could become a part of this? Or are we just deferring it as it is? And then are we going to add another council member to this since you won't be here on the 14th? Those are the questions I have.
Can we take that up after we find out if the deferral moves forward?
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a second on the deferral?
Jay, second.
I'm sorry.
Jay, you're on mute.
I thought we had a motion and a second for deferral.
Okay, good to hear you.
We have a
Madam
motion
Clerk.
by Councilmember Nguyen and a second by Councilmember Jeruso.
And unfortunately, council members, if Councilmember Williams, since it's his motion that he is sponsoring, if he is disinclined to defer it and instead opposes it and wants there to be a vote, then we will need to do another 5-minute break.
I hear you, Adam. You need to speak up, please.
My apologies. If Councilmember Williams, since it's his ordinance, if he's inclined to defer it, then we can defer it without need for a vote. It's not an action. But if he is opposed to deferral, we're going to need to, as we did before, do a brief break for public comment, unfortunately.
I am opposed to the deferral, but is it proper to move forward without hearing from public comment at all? That's already been lodged.
Yes, we do that all the time. We did it on the ITEPs as well.
I have a question. Before we vote to defer it, it was deferred by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then my other question is, how would we defer it unless there's somebody else's name on there, and wouldn't it have to go to a committee? And shouldn't that be set up before we even defer it? Because then I appreciate what Mr. Marvin said about that it appears that we're just killing it. And I don't think that's what anybody's intent is.
For some reason, I thought I was a co-author to this. I see that I am not.
I thought you were as well.
Either you, me, I will gladly take it. So if it is deferred and we need an author, I will put my name on it, 100%.
And Council President Moreno, your name was supposed to have been added some time ago, so if we could add Councilmember Banks as well as Councilmember Moreno.
Okay, so Adam, my question about this amendment that Councilmember Williams added, are we going to defer it and add their names to it? How are we going to treat this amendment?
Wouldn't the cleanest way to be to add it today and then
Yeah, I
vote
think
on
so.
it so that it's one piece?
Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment only right now and then defer everything to 114?
No.
What I will tell you,
no.
what I will tell you, Madam Clerk, if there, as we've been on here, that there may be an issue, a procedural issue that with the amendment to the amendment, because the instrument as drafted, the amendment to the amendment, what I'm about to say is confusing, amends both the amendment and the original ordinance. And so the law department has recommended a way to split it into two. My suggestion would be, if there is an inclination to defer it, that we vote to defer it and we can fix we can take care of the problem when it comes up on 114, because an issue with the amendment to the amendment has been flagged for me.
Okay. So is it does the body want to?
There's a motion and a second to defer, and I am not agreeing with the deferral at this moment. I oppose the deferral, so we need 5 minutes of recess for public comment. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
And I
Let
will
me
call
just
you
go-
on that amendment, Madam
Can I
Clerk.
just maybe,
Okay,
can I make a comment before we take a break? So as I stated before, a lot of the work that has been done to this surveillance ordinance are much better. I want to emphasize that. There's still, I feel like there's still some work that still needs to be done. And for this, out of the respect of all the work, as I stated, it's getting better. It's much better than we did when we started in September. And so I'm very open to not deferring this, but maybe with the council could actually revisit. I think many of you guys recommended that for us to revisit the ordinance later. But again, I want to give credit to where it's due. It's much better, but it's not where I'm completely want to make sure that NOPD and our public safety agency supports it. And I could live with this. Where is it at? So, and as I stated, this is not an initiative to kill it, or I keep saying it's getting better every day. And I was really happy when we saw the amendment this morning. But it's just wanted to make sure when it comes to public safety, I'm not the one out there fighting crime and protecting our citizens. I just feel like we also owe it to our law enforcement agency, that they are aligned with policies and what we're recommending as well. Because we do ask our men and women in blues to wake up every morning to do their job as well. So that's all I'm saying. Okay.
Let
So
me just say this though, on that note. If there were a firearm that occasionally caught fire or blew up or malfunctioned, we would not want our police officers to use it. This is a tool that is patently flawed. And there's no way to get around that is not a slight to NOPD, sheriff, or law enforcement. It's not their fault. It is science. The science is facial recognition software is flawed. Either we're saying it's okay to use it on our private citizens or we're not. It has nothing to do with handicapping law enforcement. We didn't have facial recognition software 3 years ago. And we were still building strong cases. Right now, we're talking about using a flawed technology on our private citizens that we've learned is already in place in the city of New Orleans and being used against citizens. So I don't want to in any way make this some sort of handcuffing of police work. Facial recognition software has not been a part of police work for decades. It's just a matter of what risk are we willing to take with the public safety of innocent people that could fall prey to this. And I just will remind you of the example that Councilmember Banks brings up. That person didn't get convicted of a crime. They just were handcuffed and detained in a terrible way in front of their child. And as Councilmember Banks said, probably forever traumatized because of it. There was no conviction. So,
Councilmember, if I could add something too, and I'm gonna let you all go, make your decisions that you have to make. But I just want to be on the record and make sure that everyone is clear to my position. I do understand, again, the disparities and the concerns that everyone is having. But first and foremost, when Sean Ferguson learned that the New Orleans Police Department was using this tool, I immediately acknowledged this. I had no idea we even had access to this. But upon being notified, so it was nothing that we ever tried to hide at any point in time. We are a very transparent department. We are a very constitutional, conscious department. We're under a federal consent decree. Our monitors have not had any issues with this. We have not had any cases to come to fruition of that we have used this or abused this particular tool. It is to my understanding this tool has been here, have had access and been used prior to my administration. So it's been around, and I agree with you. But when Sean Ferguson learned that it was being used, Sean Ferguson readily admitted that it had been being used. Never once have I denied with knowledge that this tool was accessible and we were not using it. So I just want to make sure we're clear with that. And I also want to make sure we're clear with this is strictly a case-by-case basis, meaning only when persons of interest or photos come up in a case that we are using this. We are not using this through the Real-Time Crime Center to track anyone down or anything of that nature. This is only when something of evidentiary purposes come to fruition during the course of an investigation.
And Chief, I respect that. I guess the issue that I pose is not necessarily when all the details were discovered. It highlights the point that because we, the council, have not put up guardrails, there are no checks. There are no there's nothing to control how it's used or how we are informed of its use. And so I just really want to encourage the council to make a decision on this today or in very short order, because it's here. And I guess my point is the technology is here before there's laws guiding the technology. And I think it's a very dangerous position for communities to be in.
May I interject something? This is Ron Purcell in the Law Department.
Hey, Ron.
Hello. There are technical issues with the amendments, as Adam has explained, and we believe that these technical issues cannot be addressed via technical correction, which is authorized in the city code. So it would be our recommendation that this ordinance and attendant amendments to it be deferred until the next council meeting. And I believe you have council members who have indicated they would be willing to put their names on the instrument as the author thereof. And that's our recommendation.
Can you explain a little bit more, Ron, as to why we can't correct now?
The amendment that was offered, the second amendment that was offered is actually attempting to do two things, and that is be an amendment to the amendment and also amend the ordinance itself. And that's where the conflict is involved. And that's why we think there needs to be some time for review and a clean version of a properly titled instrument to address the amendment.
Ron, if we produce what you would call a clean amendment and then broke for public comment on it, as we have done even earlier in this meeting, would that
Yes, I think that that John Harris has submitted what we believe could address the problem. And I believe that would be an approach, because it would not be an amendment that attempts to do two things, and that is to amend the amendment and to also amend the ordinance itself. So it could be done today if the instrument is prepared. I know John sent it. I haven't had a chance to actually review it, but I have total confidence in John Harris.
Well, based on that, Ron, since we have to recess based upon the request for deferral for public comment for 5 minutes, can't we break simultaneously for the correction as well as for the public comment during the same 5 minutes?
Certainly.
Perfect. Okay. So how long, so definitely 5 minutes on the public comment. How long for the other piece? Just so we have a clock running.
Paul, do we have an instrument ready that John submitted?
we have an instrument, and if we have a sponsoring council member for it, I can go ahead and read the instrument out, and then we can break for comment if that's the will of the council.
Okay, so then you could use the same 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever period of time the council chooses to break for the public to consider the amendment that you're about to read.
Let's do that.
Jason, are you authoring this amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And could y'all make sure that I get a copy of the amendment?
Amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. On page 11, delete lines 215 to 217 in their entirety. On page 12, lines 218 to 225, redesignate subparts B and C as A and B respectively.
Madam Clerk.
There's also an amendment to the amendment, is there not?
So, okay. What are we doing with the amendment that we read into the record to the original amendment? Are we withdrawing it or what?
I think that's proper. Am I incorrect, Adam? Since we've got a clean instrument there?
Yes, so we should withdraw it. The only kind of piece that remains is the amendment to the amendment that was read at the very outset of the meeting would have deleted the 31st numbered amendment in the amendment. So that is the only, we would need to have an amendment to the amendment if that is your desire, deleting amendment
That's right.
31.
And I apologize, these go together. So I read the next amendment is amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. Delete the 31st numbered amendment.
Gotcha.
As
Okay.
Adam said. So that covers it.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay. So, so Adam, do you want us to first withdraw the initial amendments now?
Yeah, I think we can withdraw that and go to public comment on the
On the
new
new-
amendment, the amendments to the amendment, and the deferral.
Okay. Madam
Nothing,
Clerk, did you
nothing
catch that?
complex.
So we're going to withdraw the original amendments, and now we're going to go into a quick 5-minute recess to take public comment on the new amendment to the amendment and the deferral piece. Did I miss anything, Adam?
You got it.
Okay.
Councilmember, we're reactivating the link now, so I'll chime back in when those 5 minutes are set to begin. Should be shortly.
Okay.
Council members, we have the new items up on the public comment page, so we can begin the 5 minutes now and conclude them at 5:20 this afternoon.
Whenever the clerk is ready, we are ready to read public comments.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, how are you? Oh,
I'm good.
been a long- I feel like it's been a minute. So listen, after talking to everybody, just reviewing everything, I want to go ahead and just withdraw my deferral on this.
Withdraw your deferral? Okay.
Yep.
We will take that up. when
And
we-
I apologize, guys, because I know it's been a late day, but just trying to.
It's 2020, Cindy. Everybody gets a break.
2020, yes.
Thank you.
So we'll just wait for Madam Clerk whenever she's ready.
Okay.
We'll get started again. Okay, so did you hear Cindy? Put my mask on, please. Hang on 1 second.
This has been.
Also, council members, just so you know, I don't know if you want to institute a time cap. There are 170 public comments on this item.
Is that 170 on the item or on the deferral?
There's about 30 on the deferral, 170 on the main ordinance.
So the deferral wouldn't have to be read if the deferral is withdrawn, then we don't need to read those, correct?
Correct, and I'm looking at them. The comments were to both the deferral and the amendments, but none of these comments go toward the amendments that I see. So they're all about the deferral. So I think if the deferral is withdrawn, we can just move forward with the main ones.
So just so when we come back, I just talked to Madam Clerk, and so we're going to have to do 3 different motions regarding the amendments, and then we'll have to vote on the motion to adopt the ordinance as amended. So several steps coming up, plus Cindy will have to withdraw her motion to defer as well.
Adam, I never got a copy of those 2 amendments that Paul read into the record.
I emailed them to you.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's print them out.
Okay.
The 2 Word documents.
They're printing them out for me right now.
Good deal.
Man, too bad we got COVID. I'm ready to go sit down and drink at a bar because this has been a meet. Oh my
I've got something upstairs, Madam Clerk.
At a bar.
Bring it to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why do we have to go that far?
Oh, man. Councilmember Williams leaving out with a bang.
Is that what this is?
I would just like to chime in and say the clerk is doing a great job today.
Yes, she is.
This is it? I gotta read all of it. I thought Jonathan had you did already.
Okay, y'all just hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
Not Jonathan, I mean, what's his name? Paul Harangue. Yeah.
Okay, I have the 2 amendments. So what we're going to do first is we're going to I'm going to read, well, we have to suspend the rules to receive both of these amendments. And then we're going to have to further suspend the rules to add them to the agenda. And then we have to vote on them individually and then vote on the ordinance as amended. Are we together?
I think we're together. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it.
Okay, all right. So the first, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, the first amendment that we're going to read into the record is the amendment that is amending the ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Clerk.
All right, so we're going to suspend the rules to receive it. We're going to suspend the rules to add it, and then we're going to vote on it.
All right, I'm gonna suspend, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules to receive it. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President Williams. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended to receive the First Amendment. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. It says, number 1, delete the 31st numbered amendment. That is.
Oh, no, that switch them around. It's the other one is the one you need to read, Madam Clerk. It's the one that deletes on page 11.
Okay. So we have an amendment by Councilmember Williams. Number 1, on page 11, delete lines 215 through 217 in their entirety. Number 2, on page 12, lines 218 through 225, redesignate subparts B and C as A and B respectively. Now we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
I'll make a motion to suspend. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President Williams. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. And now we need to vote on it. Councilmember Moreno, we need a move and a second, please.
Okay, so I just wanted to see if Councilmember Williams, since they're his amendments, if he wanted to move.
Oh, okay.
I'll so move. Thank you, Madam President.
I'll gladly second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we need to vote on the amendment as amended.
Councilmember Williams, you want to make a motion?
I would so move on the amendment as amended.
And I will second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Nay.
You said nay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, nay. Okay. Councilmember Williams,
Wait, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I don't mean, don't we need to add the amendment to receive it, add it to the agenda, and then vote? Forgive me for being, if I got lost.
okay, so what I did first was I suspended the rules to receive that amendment. I further suspend the rules to add it to the agenda, and then we voted on that amendment. And now we're voting on the amendment as amended.
I thought we just voted on the kind of, we have now amended the original ordinance with that first.
No, you told me not to. You told me to do this one first. So that's what that's what I'm doing. I'm on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, I will let you do your thing. I apologize.
No. Was I supposed to do the amendment to the ordinance first or do this one that we're on?
Well, I think it's fine that we just did it. I just didn't know that we had yet. So as far as that new document that you received, we've amended the original ordinance.
No.
So now
I have not touched the ordinance. You told me not to do that one first. The amendment that amends the ordinance is delete the 31st number amendment. And
oh no, I was saying those are that is the amendment. You have them backwards. That delete the 31st. That's the amendment to the amendment. The one that talks about page 11. That is the amendment to the ordinance.
Okay. Council members, we're going to reconsider that last vote on this amendment that I just went over. Because, all right.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Okay, so right now, that's as far as we got. We suspended the rules to add this amendment to the agenda. Now we're going to go to the amendment to the amendment. All right, we suspended the rules to receive this amendment. Now we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment. And this amendment says delete the 31st numbered amendment. We need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
So moved.
Suspend the rules.
I think Councilmember Williams screamed second.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yeah.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. The rules have been suspended. Now we need to vote on this amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Williams.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember.
Because we have all.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yeah, Miss Laura, Madam Clerk, this is the second amendment, right? Miss Laura?
Yeah, I'm listening, Councilmember.
This is the second amendment, correct?
Adam.
We are the instrument right now. So there is, if you look at your printed agenda, item 27A is the original ordinance. 27B is the what I will call the First Amendment. We are currently passing the instrument that amends 27B. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. That's what.
Okay, that's what we're doing. And so once we amend that, we will then amend 27A with 27B as amended.
I am.
Okay, but wait, Adam, then when do we do the one that's deleting everything?
Well, I thought I thought we did that.
No,
Or then we do.
You told me not to. See, that's what I'm confused about.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. Let's finish this, and then we'll deal with that next. Let's amend 27B, finish amending it, and then kind of add that to 27A.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on this amendment. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay, I'm sorry, madam.
That's okay. Councilmember Brissette?
Yeah.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Banks?
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. And the amendment, we've adopted the amendment to the amendment. All right, so Adam, do you want me to adopt this amendment as amended and then come to this next amendment, or? how
That
you
is,
want-
that is correct. So now what we're going to vote on, we have amended 27B on the printed agenda. We are
Mhm.
now going to vote on whether to add that amendment. Correct. And then we will move to the other thing that we discussed.
Okay, so now we're going to adopt the amendment as amended.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment as amended has been adopted. Now we will adopt the amendment that is amending the ordinance. And after we adopt this, then we have to adopt the ordinance as amended.
And then before we do that, we'll do public comment. But
Okay. So we've already moved and we suspended the rules. We've already moved and we suspended the rules to add it. So now we're just going to vote on this amendment. This amendment says on page 11, delete lines 215 through 217 in their entirety. On page 12, lines 218 through 225, redesignate subparts B and C as A and B respectively. That is the amendment. We need somebody to move in second, please.
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and this amendment has been adopted. Now we'll go to public comment.
Adam, how many public comments do you have?
Well, we had a motion to defer. I don't know if we want to kind of,
Oh, first we need to withdraw. Councilmember Nguyen, I think, is interested in the possibility of withdrawing that. Councilmember Nguyen, on your motion to withdraw, you wish
Yeah.
to withdraw that motion
Yes, ma'am.
without objection?
based
we need-
based on, I'm sorry,
I was going to ask, do we need a vote on that or?
since it's yours, you can withdraw
Okay.
without a vote.
All right. Thank you.
And since we are not voting for benefit of the public, we will not be reading the comments we received during the brief comment period. All
Okay.
right,
Gotcha.
Lucy Bloomberg.
Hang on, Adam, real quick.
Sure.
How many public comments do you have on this ordinance as amended?
170.
Okay, Jason, can we limit public comment on this?
We should do what we typically do. Whatever the pleasure of the body to a certain time frame and have Adam maybe read in a faster cadence to get through as many as you can during that time period.
It's 5:40. Should we say,
Chipmunk.
what do you think, Jason? 30 minutes?
I think that's what we typically do, but I defer.
Adam, does that work?
That works.
Okay, great.
I'll do my best. Lucy Bloomberg, we need Ordinance 33021 now more than ever. As a teacher, I've seen the harmful effects of thinking that all technology will solve our problems. It's beyond time to turn away from punitive and expensive measures of surveillance and criminalization and think of longer-term solutions to problems of crime caused by inequities. If council passes this ordinance, it will make New Orleans a leader in using technology in a smart, data-driven, and equitable way. The 4 technologies banned by this ordinance have proven racial biases and have no record of reducing crime at all. Please pass Ordinance 33021 today. Furthermore, we need the common sense data protections in this ordinance to protect the information of private individuals from hackers. Despite the deferments, the public has spoken time and again that this ordinance is what the city needs. All concerns of those who oppose it have been addressed by the amendments. This ordinance is a step in the right direction for the city of New Orleans. Bob Morell. As a software developer, this technology's usage is another example of how a nondescript tool is being used against its purpose in order to further state violence against Black citizens and other historically marginalized communities. The fact that NOPD has continued to mislead their role in its usage despite several public information requests shows that its use can and will be used for nefarious purposes. Please vote yes so that all citizens can have the dignity that they deserve. Lewis Gregory, any furtherance of this racist initiative is an unequal advancement of what may constitute the city's greatest public agency embarrassment since the federal consent decree. It is an undeniable, soon to be irreparable stain on the city and anyone who represents it in a professional or personal capacity. The city and NOPD have lied to us, period. Stop this outrageous assault on democratic integrity. Help keep us safe. Do better. Stephen Schwartz, please say yes to Ordinance 33021 that bans facial recognition software. Lauren Stroh, please say yes to Ordinance 33021 and protect constituents' privacy in this age of hyper surveillance and tracking. Celeste Khan, we need to ban facial recognition and other dangerous surveillance technology because it invades citizens' privacy and is discriminatory against people of color and especially Black women. It's expensive and our money could be better spent elsewhere. This tech will not prevent crimes. Let's invest in housing and job creation instead. George Wild, ban facial recognition software, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and cell site stimulators, stingrays. Elena Cohen, the technologies currently used by NOPD, including facial recognition software, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and cell site stimulators, stingrays, are harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies. The fact that NOPD has lied about using these technology only further demonstrates that they know that the people of New Orleans do not agree with the use of these practices. Do the right thing, vote yes, and ban these harmful technologies and practices and support the people of New Orleans. Madison Lowry, I strongly urge council members to vote yes on 27A to ban harmful surveillance of our communities and protect the privacy of citizens of New Orleans. Predictive policing and facial recognition technologies have been shown to be racially biased and ineffectual. Privacy is a fundamental right of every person, and Ordinance 33021 will take action and protect this basic human right. Vote yes. Pam Nath, I support a ban on the use of facial recognition software by the NOPD. The software has been determined to be racially biased by social science research. I'm concerned that the NOPD has been mishearing in its representations of its use of this software, and this suggests that a total ban is needed. Ada McMahon, vote yes on Ordinance 33021. The ordinance will ban harmful and racially biased technologies and will protect private data. Say no to facial recognition surveillance. Please vote yes. Gabriella V, voting yes on calendar number 33021 is imperative as it bans the city's use of face recognition tech and also bans 3 other harmful racist tech and prohibits surveillance collaborations with ICE. ICE is destructive to our communities and families, and the city needs to find better ways of responding to crime than using harmful technology such as facial recognition. Steve Merlin, please vote yes on agenda item 27A and Ordinance 33021. The 4 technologies covered by this proposal, facial recognition software, predictive policing programs, characteristic tracking, and cell site simulators, are rife with bias, machine learning errors, circular and unhelpful thinking about policing practices, and are questionable and unwelcome additions to our city. In truth, they are overtly harmful and should be rightfully banned because they will not make us safer, will further cement a carceral and punitive justice system that we should be re-examining, and will take up resources that should be spent on helping improve the quality of our lives as New Orleans citizens. Jess Pinkham, I'm delighted by the prospect of a ban on the various nefarious forms of facial recognition technology in the city, particularly as it coming through quickly, as I hope it does, will put New Orleans on the vanguard, joining the ranks of Jackson, Mississippi, and being among the first cities in the South to admit that these policing strategies are intrinsically harmful, not least of all through their own proven racism. This is tied to the broad call to defund police. People all over the country are waking up to the fact that what we need is a rise in community cohesion and accountability, not an increase in formal policing, particularly any form involving so much machinery. Facial recognition technology is biased against people of color, which is a heinous mistake anywhere, but only more so in a city that's majority people of color, whose culture effectively forms the backbone of the city, both in an experiential and economic sense. There is no need for this. We can do better, and I look forward to writing to the council members for voting to help us do so by voting yes on Ordinance 33021. Elizabeth Wiggins, please vote yes on this. Racist and violent facial recognition technology has no place in New Orleans or anywhere. Kristen Donat, say yes on Ordinance 33021. Mary Phillips, vote yes on Ordinance 33021. Facial recognition software on governmental surveillance is harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies. This will ban facial recognition software, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and cell site stimulators or stingrays. This ordinance will also protect the private data of individuals, including immigration status. Here in New Orleans, we do not need to be spending tax money on things that harm the people of New Orleans. Hannah Chalou. Hi, I'm writing to urge the council to vote yes on Ordinance 33021 to ban 4 harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies in the city of New Orleans, including facial recognition software, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and stingrays. This ordinance will also protect the private data of individuals, including immigration status. Oriel Romano, I urge council members to vote yes on the ordinance. Myself and my community members support banning 4 harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies in the city. They list them. Please vote yes on this ordinance. Robert Kellner, thank you for taking the time to hear my comment. I'm urging you to vote yes on the ordinance, which would ban the use of the 4 technologies we've discussed. The urge to diminish crime in this city is a salient one, but it can be accomplished through actually investing in marginalized communities instead of investing in reactive measures. Policing techniques like facial recognition technology would push us even closer to achieving a dystopian police state in a city that already has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. Our city budget is much better spent providing educational and economic opportunities to its poorest constituents. I'd also like to mention the ongoing unfulfilled need for a fully funded relocation for the residents of Gordon Plaza. And of course, the facial recognition software is consistently biased against people with darker skin. We must prevent technocratic racism from taking hold in New Orleans. Why ban these technologies outright? It is much more effective to steer this ship toward justice than to try to turn it around in the channel that leads toward injustice. We have an opportunity here to take a step in the direction of safety, privacy, and equity for the current residents of this city and for all generations to come afterwards. It is in the interest of our posterity to pass Ordinance 33021. Thank you for your time. Esther Clowney. Facial recognition has proven to be racially biased, and with Black communities already over-surveilled and subjected to police violence, we should not be employing this technology in our city. Lorraine LeBlanc. I request and urge each of you to vote yes and pass Ordinance 33021 and ban the use of 4 racially biased, ineffective technologies in my city of New Orleans, including facial recognition software, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and stingrays. I oppose the use of these technologies which infringe on privacy. This ordinance will protect the private data of individuals, including their immigration status. As the daughter of a legal immigrant, I'm deeply concerned about these invasive technologies that would have imposed immense anxiety and concern on my dear mother. New Orleans must ban facial recognition software on governmental surveillance cameras. Jonathan Risner. I urge all city council members to vote yes on Ordinance 33021. This is an extremely important and much needed piece of legislation that will help address the disturbing lack of guidelines regarding the use of various surveillance technologies in New Orleans. Ordinance 33021 would place necessary regulations to prevent future exploitation of these technologies, which have the potential to cause harm to the citizens of New Orleans. Surveillance does not reduce crime. However, it does work to criminalize the most marginalized group, particularly the Black and brown communities. It is imperative that we protect these vulnerable communities from potential harm associated with government surveillance, which is why I urge you all to vote yes in support of Ordinance 33021. Daniel Gottlieb. I'm writing in support of the ban of facial recognition software on governmental surveillance cameras. These technologies impinge on the same freedoms that make America unique and successful. The path to autocracy runs through centralized surveillance, centralized databases, facial technology, and ultimately population control. China has exposed how wonders of technology can be used to subdue, limit, and entrap people. Let's guard against this dystopia transplanting itself to New Orleans. Alice Kalman. Say yes, the ordinance will ban 4 harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies in the city of New Orleans. The ordinance will also protect the private data of individuals, including immigration status. We must ban this. Camille Harden, please do not allow the city police to utilize harmful, racially biased, and ineffective technologies in the city of New Orleans. These technologies do not make our community safer. If allowed, they will be used as a tool to uphold white supremacy and systemic racism. Maxwell Chiardulo. It should give us all serious pause that the NOPD chose to further damage the trust in their agency by consistently deceiving the council and public about their use of facial recognition software. This discriminatory technology makes no one safer, and we should definitely ban it with no exceptions in New Orleans. Edward Osborne. Please vote yes on Ordinance 33021. Facial recognition software on cameras across the city and statistics-based policing are a gross violation of our basic rights to privacy and freedom. Until the state passes protection for these rights, we must protect ourselves. Ellen Stultz. Vote yes to ban facial technology. Kelsey Wartell. I support banning facial recognition technology, predictive policing, characteristic tracking, and cell site simulators. I believe this technology violates our privacy. Alex Weingarten. I want to encourage the council to loudly vote yes on Ordinance 33021 for more transparency and less utilization of an unproven and inaccurate technology with extremely damning consequences. We all need more data and understanding of proper implementation of this extremely powerful surveillance tool to make the city's authorized bodies more just, effective, and strategic. Let's be a nationwide leader in guarding New Orleans from dangerous, unchecked technology practices. Amy Farrington, I am urging all of the council members to support the ban on facial recognition software and to vote for this ordinance. These technologies are racially biased and have no place in our government or law enforcement. Thank you. Nicholas Height, please vote yes. Cecilia Russell, I implore you all to vote yes on banning predictive policing, facial recognition, and other harmful surveillance tactics by the NOPD. Their historical treatment of New Orleans residents, even this year alone, indicate that these measures would only further enable the police to enact violence on our community. Raymond Daigle is a native New Orleanian who has studied biometric policing measures. I am extremely opposed to introducing the technology into our society. We the people deserve better than constant bias surveillance. Claire Singer, I'm writing to urge the council to vote yes on Ordinance 33021. We need to ban harmful and racist technologies that disproportionately affect Black people and specifically Black women. Please vote yes for this ordinance. Patrick Armstrong. Good afternoon, council members. I feel like I've already submitted several comments to previous meetings stating my strong support of this ordinance, and so I do here again. Any surveillance of the public through the use of cameras and technology should be strongly regulated to ensure both public trust and compliance with the spirit of the Fourth Amendment of the United States, and law enforcement should be transparent about how this technology is used. The recent news about how NOPD has been misrepresenting their use of facial recognition technology through third-party workarounds erodes hard-earned public trust in a way that makes us less safe. Our tax dollars pay for these cameras and this technology at tremendous expense. We deserve to know how they're being used and have a say in how they're being used. I hope you will vote to approve this ordinance. Thank you for your consideration. Courtney Bush, please vote yes on Ordinance 33021. Our systems are so deeply racist that this will be a small start to setting things right. Also, our data is our data and it should absolutely be private. Thank you for voting yes. Aaron Sinclair. On the matter of using facial recognition, we know that this technology is racist. It regularly misidentifies Black and brown people, especially Black women. This technology is not going to make our community safer. Please vote yes to ban facial recognition surveillance in our city. We can do better than this. Sarah Omajola. Surveillance technologies have been proven to be racially biased, inaccurate, and prone to misidentifying individuals. These tools don't promote safety in our communities. We should not spend our precious taxpayer dollars on things that harm our communities. Madeline Cargill, I support this ordinance and ask you to vote yes. We should ban racist facial recognition technologies, which have high rates of misidentification of Black folks, which then lead to wrongful detentions. Also, these four harmful technologies have been implicated in human rights abuses worldwide. Please vote yes to ban these harmful mass surveillance technologies. Allison Emerson, I'm writing to urge the council to vote in favor of the proposed ban on the use of facial recognition technology in New Orleans. Extensive research on the topic now makes clear that such technology is inherently biased, being more likely to misidentify Black faces and worsen the policing divide that already destabilizes our city. As importantly, no studies indicate that such technology has any measurable effect in preventing crime. With the budget in its current state, we need to invest in programs that have been shown to lower crime rates, especially community-focused education programs, not waste money on flashy technology without any proven results. Caitlin Riddle, the city of New Orleans must ban facial recognition software when looking to solve crimes. Facial recognition software misidentifies Black and brown faces at far greater rates than white faces, resulting in an inherently racist means of trying to identify those accused of crimes. It is unreliable and further strengthens a racist, unjust legal system that implicates Black and brown bodies for crimes those individuals have not committed. Facial recognition software is unreliable and needs to be stopped. We do not need more innocent people of color thrown into jail, as our state is already the leader of incarcerated individuals in the world. We should be trying to lose our leading position, not contributing to it with unreliable suspect identification tactics. Holly Hamilton Lindsay. Studies have shown that facial recognition technology is more likely to misidentify Black faces, increasing the risk of wrongful arrests and worsening racial disparities. In addition to being inherently biased, facial recognition is ineffective in combating crime, diverting scarce resources away from other community services. We need to invest in communities, not more militarized surveillance. Joanne DeLeon. Support Ordinance 3301 banning facial recognition technology and increased oversight over surveillance activity. Louise Martin, ban facial recognition software. Leon Sanders, it is appalling to me that our city is even considering the use of this technology with all the science that supports its misuse against Blacks and other people of colors. This system has been found to increase false arrests and targeting of said groups. It is my dearest hope that my city has no interest in controlling and monitoring its citizens like communist China, where this technology is used every day to subjugate and corral the citizens of that country. Heather Trumbull, please support Ordinance 3301 to ban facial recognition technology and increase oversight of the city's surveillance tools. Ryan Harrison, the investment in and use of facial recognition technology is a horrendous misappropriation of resources for this community. Data shows no actual help in crime reduction from implementation of this technology and a higher likelihood of wrongful arrest. Do not use funds for this misbegotten idea. It could be better put for use in other areas for the people of New Orleans. Lynn Archer, please ban the use of facial recognition and surveillance in this city. These tools are routinely weaponized against Black people and been shown to be inaccurate over and over. Surveillance is supposedly used to clarify conflicts, find out what happened, and protect people. It is actually, in actuality, is used to frighten citizens and harass people who are already indigent rather than take the time, energy, and capital to meet their needs. The city can no longer be a testing ground for the use of technocratic paraphernalia against civilians. Leave us alone. Paul Linger, I do not support additional surveillance. Alex Jason, we need to ban these 4 types of facial recognition and other recognition technology, we need to ban these 4 types of facial recognition. Facial and other recognition technologies rely on racist algorithms that disproportionately target people of color and endanger their lives. We need to pass this ordinance. New Orleans has the blood of too many Black people on its hands. Rachel Pickens, the National Police Accountability Project is a national legal organization headquartered in New Orleans that advocates measures that will secure and enhance the constitutional rights of U.S. residents. We strongly support the proposed ban on facial recognition software. The indiscriminate use of such software threatens the privacy rights of law-abiding people with no justification in terms of public safety. Joy Alayawala, I am writing in support of Ordinance 3301. We need to ban the use of facial recognition technology because they disproportionately target and misidentify people of color, brown, and Black people like me. We already know that persons of color are unfairly stopped and targeted by NOPD. Look at the data. We don't need another system technology that was trained on people of color and that is biased against people of color. We need to use accurate methods, not shoddy ones. Shane Harris, as is known, Black faces are far more misidentified via facial recognition than other color faces, therefore greatly increasing the probability that someone will be falsely identified and arrested. Also, since the state is denied using facial recognition programs, but has been discovered that this is false, I strongly ask that New Orleans makes the use of such technology illegal. Americans should not be spied on relentlessly and in violation of personal privacy. This is a violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution by not allowing the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you. Joshua Mansfield, New Orleans must take action to ban facial recognition software being used in law enforcement now. The use of facial recognition does nothing to keep New Orleanians safer and rather puts us in far more people at risk of being falsely accused and targeted by these systems that are nothing more than the most modern version of profiling being used by law enforcement. Please step up as our elected city council and make New Orleans a leader in justice on this issue. There are better and more equitable ways to make sure our residents are safe. Abby Solomon, I'm the member of the New Orleans community, and yes, I want Ordinance 3301 to pass. Facial recognition technology is an invasion of privacy and can be used in racist ways, both intentionally and unintentionally. Elizabeth Parmenter, vote yes, facial recognition technology will be harmful for our community. Brett Phillips, I have little to no faith in the ability of these facial recognition technologies to equivocally and fairly assess the facial features of traditionally marginalized populations. It has been determined that the technology used in facial recognition software disproportionately targets non-white faces. I see the continuing use of these technologies as a violation of civil liberties, and I'm appalled that the New Orleans Police Department has been surreptitiously using this facial recognition software for over 2 years now. By no means do I feel safer that the police department is doing its job by the use of this technology. Charles Lesher, this practice is unnecessary relative to implementation costs, skews the justice system against minority ethnic profiles due to the generic facial feature recognition, and creates an unneeded level of community monitoring that is not adequately subject to oversight. Rob Ingram, please support Ordinance 33021. The city doesn't need more surveillance, particularly not facial recognition technology, which disproportionately misidentifies non-white faces. We need to be investing in communities, not surveillance. Thank you. Jory Soderman. I support Ordinance 33021. NOPD has already demonstrated that they cannot be trusted to use facial recognition technology in a transparent way, as they have already used it in secret. Austin Clements. This facial recognition system is government overreach and is ineffective and racially biased. Lorian Molinario. I support the City Council's proposed ordinance to ban the use of facial recognition software. I strongly encourage our representatives to vote in support of this ordinance and maintain our rights to privacy. I do not have trust in law enforcement to respect the privacy rights of its citizens should they be given access to facial recognition software. And as a concerned citizen, I do not consent to my privacy being invaded or any other citizens by use of this technology. If safety is a concern, we should never have to give up our rights to privacy in order to be safer. There must be better systems put in place that do not require the relinquishing of our rights. Thank you for considering my comments. Susie Trenka. I'm writing in support of the proposed ban on facial recognition technology, which should never be used by law enforcement or any of its affiliated institutions and bodies. The technology is racially biased and ineffective in fighting crime. I'm disappointed that New Orleans officials lied about their use of facial recognition, which shows that the city also needs to increase oversight of NOPD and its surveillance tactics. Beth Robinson. I support the ban on the use of facial recognition technology in New Orleans. Studies have shown that facial recognition technology is more likely to misidentify Black faces, increasing the risk of wrongful arrests and worsening racial disparities. Please reallocate these resources into the community and not on the use of this biased technology. Thank you for your consideration. Louis Furman, in support to ban facial recognition. Samantha Free, please ban facial recognition technology. We don't need military surveillance. Nathan Jesse, I would like to add my voice in support of banning facial recognition, predictive policing, and any surveillance technologies. We need a safer city for everyone, and these technologies are used to target and endanger Black and brown residents. Ban it. Caitlin Boley, and surveillance on citizens. Jordan Cohen says, I support the ban on facial recognition software on government surveillance cameras. It is an invasion of privacy and has the potential to lead to even further racial profiling and discrimination than what already exists in our justice system. Jessica Holt, please ban facial recognition technology. Jay Knobloch, if passed, 33021 will ban facial recognition tech and 3 other harmful surveillance technologies. The ordinance also prohibits surveillance contracts with ICE. Surveillance technologies have been proven to be racially biased, inaccurate, and prone to misidentifying individuals. These tools don't promote safety in our communities. Make sure we protect our citizens in 2021, all of them. Elena Ricci, I'm writing to support this ordinance. Facial recognition technology is violent, dangerous, and racist. It has no place in our community and is a detriment to our safety and the safety of our neighbors. Please listen to the people this directly impacts. Vote yes on this item and ban racist facial recognition technology. Shoshana Madek, please support this and end surveillance. It does not keep individuals or communities safe. Leanne Lukansky. Dear council members, happy holidays and thank you for your continued work toward a better New Orleans. I urge you to support Ordinance 33021, a precautionary piece of legislation that will protect our community and particularly those most vulnerable from being targeted by the police and corporate greed. You've heard the reports and know it's controversial. Facial recognition technology is racist, plain and simple. It is clear that even these data and computer algorithms will not help create a more just criminal legal system. In New Orleans, we must be prioritizing decarceration and healing, not investments in technology that surveil and help convict innocent people. Ultimately, it does more to harm us than to protect us. New Orleans citizens know and understand that, and I hope you do too. Vote as a representative of the community in favor of Ordinance 33021. Thank you for your time. Jonathan Solomon. The technologies that we are trying to ban with this proposal have proven to have racist outcomes that can greatly damage individuals and the community at large. Furthermore, the companies that are behind a lot of these technologies have little to no ethical boundaries when it comes to sharing their data with whomever is willing to pay for it. I have no tolerance for the ever-expanding police state. The money that could be invested in this technology would be better spent on solutions that have been proven to prevent people from turning to crime or to provide for services that would be a better alternative to unnecessary police responses in emergency situations that don't require them. Karen Farley says, license plates are publicly displayed for the specific purpose of identifying vehicles. The idea that recording publicly identifiable information should be illegal is simply a vote to make sure criminals cannot be identified. In a year in which carjackings have increased 153% and murders up 70%, the idea of making it harder for police to solve these crimes is in effect to encourage more of them. As a resident, taxpayer, and voter in Orleans Parish, I'm sorry that Councilmember Williams wishes to make things easier for criminals, but I hope the rest of the city council will vote in favor of law enforcement being able to find and identify criminals. This ordinance could play a role in whether or not I choose to continue living in Orleans Parish. Margaret Quick. I urge the council members to vote yes on 3321. Please ban these harmful technologies, which we know do not reduce crime or community harm. Additionally, there's high incidence of misidentification of Black people that leads to wrongful convictions, detentions. Thank you. Julie Schwam Harris, please support this ordinance 3301 to ban faulty, unreliable, and discriminatory facial recognition technology. Ensure that there is transparency of any past usage, as well as oversight of any future usage if it continues. This technology will not make our community safer. It will contribute to wrongful and over incarceration, take resources from the kind of police policies and programs that invest in people and their prosperity. Brittany Delcom. Studies have shown, this is a quote, that facial recognition technology is more likely to misidentify Black faces, increasing the risk of wrongful arrest and worsening racial disparities. In addition to being inherently biased, facial recognition is ineffective at combating crime, diverting scarce resources away from other community services, end quote. ACLU, Louisiana. Oliver Anderson, vote yes on this ordinance. Surveillance does not equal safety. Surveillance is, however, a tool to unfairly over-police Black and brown people, poor people, unhoused people, and people committing minor infractions of laws, most likely because they do not have their basic needs met. Instead of investing money in these cameras and the technology behind them to reduce crime, why don't we invest in housing for all, healthcare for all, education for all? Ban these technologies that have been implicated in human rights abuses all over the world and vote yes on 33021. Catherine Thierry, I'm so glad to see this issue is being brought up for a vote by the City Council. I think it's incredibly important for the well-being of our city to ban facial recognition software. A lot of hard work has been done by groups within the community to show how harmful this software can be, especially now that it has been brought to light how specifically harmful this type of surveillance is towards communities of color. New Orleans can take a historical step today in banning the surveillance software and move closer to being a city that serves all members of the community rather than using racist technology under the guise of public safety. Jennifer Mathern. While I respect the right to privacy and individual rights, I think we should continue to use whatever means possible to protect our citizens during this time of high crime. Perhaps if and when things improve, we can revisit the situation. Until then, we move forward with whatever means possible to prevent and catch these criminals. I'm a real estate agent and constantly hear complaints and know many homeowners who are moving to other parishes. Removing means of catching criminals is not a good idea, in my opinion. Marissa Kloger. We've been talking about this and trying to get it passed for months. How many times do we have to write in telling you that this software is terrible? It's a complete invasion of privacy and it's racist. I know you have the data on it. This technology does not keep us safer. Ban this software. Jacqueline Tuthill. I'm ready to express my opposition to this amendment. With the extent of crime in my neighborhood and throughout the New Orleans area, I see no reason why restricting camera technology, which may assist in solving crime, should be limited. We need to have every available resource possible to reduce and eliminate crime. There are too many residents who are getting fed up with the constant property crimes and broken windows, and this will only further reduce the tax base if it continues. I've spoken to several residents who are ready to vacate Orleans Parish. Let's not give them another reason to do so by cutting off any technology measure that may help assist in crime fighting. Amika Reali, I support a vote in favor of the ordinance. Facial technology is harmful and exacerbates existing racial disparities and does not increase safety. Robert Rizzuto, I encourage the council to vote down this ordinance. Councilmember Williams' ordinance will further weaken policing in the city with crime on the rise and manpower being reduced. Haley Meyerhoff. Dear council members, I'm writing to urge you to vote yes on 33021 to ban the racist facial recognition technology. Technology is dangerous in that it will only increase the racial bias in our criminal justice system. Louisiana already has the highest rate of incarceration in the world. We need to be finding ways to justly decrease our prison population, not lock more people up based on faulty technology. Thank you for your consideration. Anna Sachs, dear council members, thank you for your continued work to make our great city of New Orleans a better place for all. I'm writing to urge you to support Ordinance 33021, a precautionary piece of legislation that will protect our community, in particular the most vulnerable members of our community, from being targeted by the police and corporate greed. You've heard the reports and know that facial recognition technology is controversial. There are numerous articles and scenarios published that prove it is racist, plain and simple. It is clear that facial recognition algorithms will not create a more just criminal legal system. In New Orleans, we must prioritize decarceration and healing. We do not need to invest our time, money, and resources in technology that adds surveillance and assists in more convictions of potentially innocent citizens. Ultimately, it does more harm to us and our city than it does to protect us. New Orleans citizens know that and understand it, and I hope you do too. Please vote as a representative of the community in favor of Ordinance 33021. Thank you for your time and consideration, and happy holidays. We're at 30 minutes. I don't know if you'd like me to continue.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Williams.
I would just appreciate everyone's patience. I know we've been through this bit of legislation for quite some time. I think the fact that the chief described a scenario in which there was technology being deployed on New Orleans citizens without any official NOPD policy on how it was to be used and how the data was to be tracked really speaks volumes as to why it is imperative that the council act on technology that is patently flawed. This is not a recognized tool in law enforcement tool belts across the country because it has not been identified as a tool that does not cause harm through error. I think at a time when we are working to be fully compliant with the consent decree, we need to make sure that we put our law enforcement officers on the best footing to be in compliance with all constitutional requirements. And using technology that is patently flawed certainly puts that in harm's way. I would ask for your favorable adoption of this. And certainly we can take into account Councilmember Palmer's suggestion that it could be revisited after policies were put in place, or if the technology proves at some point not to be flawed. But as it stands right now, it is flawed, and I think it is incumbent upon us to protect the public from something that could be harmful to them.
Okay, so Councilmember Williams, you moving on your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
So moved. I'll
Move it.
second. Madam Clerk?
You're on mute, Ms. Laura.
Yeah. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Nay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, 1 nay, and ordinance calendar number 33,021 is adopted as amended. All right, we're now going to go to page 50. We have to do resolution R20-436 by Councilmember Williams, adding Councilmember Moreno. A resolution requesting, when it is both safe and feasible to do so, that the city must host a public memorial ceremony to honor and celebrate those lives lost during the COVID pandemic whose send-off were restricted in the interest of public safety.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. It is not saying it strongly enough that 2020 has been a very, very rough year on us all. The first confirmed case of COVID-19 in Louisiana was reported in March 9th, and we were quickly forced into a very drastic, very different, very extreme, and just really difficult way of life. From near lockdowns to a self-induced economic small business coma, to funerals with none or only a handful of family members, no repasses, no second lines. We've lost so many precious community members, and we have not been able to mourn or celebrate them as we typically do in the city of New Orleans. So this resolution simply asks that when it's safe and feasible to do so, when a vaccine has been widely disseminated, that the city hosts a public memorial ceremony honoring and celebrating all of those lives lost during the COVID-19 pandemic, whose send-offs just were not the way that we would have wanted to do them. I would envision, I don't know, something like a beautiful carriage with some horses and a host of family members gathering at Gallia Hall and having that carriage go around Lafayette Square and doing some sort of repast and gathering in the square. Because that is what we do in the city of New Orleans. We celebrate lives and we celebrate lives lost and we celebrate lives lived. And I think this collective effort could certainly bring some sense of unity and absolute healing to our community after we wake from this self-induced coma of COVID-19. With that being said, I would so move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette. Councilmember Brissette. Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yes, that's
Council-
Jared.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R-2436 has been adopted. We're now going to go back to the regular order, which is on page 29. We have a legislative group and zoning docket 8620 Barcelo and Webb LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district to an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on Square 1230, lots 1, 2, and 3 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Gallia Street, North Tonti Street, Congress Street, and North Russia Blade Street. Municipal address 2301 Gallia Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M-2439 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion upholding CPC's unfavorable recommendation denying the applicant's request for a zoning change. Councilmember Brissette,
Yes, Madam Clerk, I'm coming.
we're on page 29.
This is a request to upzone a residential lot in the Upper Ninth Ward. I'm moving to deny this request to upzone a residential lot in this area. The request does not have the neighborhood support and is opposed by the Bonnie Friend Neighborhood Association. This request will permanently change the zoning classification for the property from residential to commercial use. Given the implications this can have for the neighbors and area residents, I'm honoring the request of the neighborhood association and recommended denial of the zoning change. I would ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Mr. Harang or Mr. Swinzik, any public comment?
We do have public comment. There's one.
Thank
from
you.
From Catherine Prevost to the Bunny Friend Neighborhood Association. Greetings, council member. Bunny Friend Neighborhood Association does not support zoning docket number 8620, the waiver for commercial zoning inside of our RD2, RD3 residential community. That's the only comment.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno.
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. We're on top of page 30. We have, sorry, we have zoning docket 8720 Windsor S. Dennis. Requesting a conditional use to permit established two-family dwelling in an SR suburban single-family residential district on Square 4667, Lot 16 or D in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by LaFay Street, Pressburg Street, Vienna Street, and Bassett Street.
Passage.
Bassage, thank you, Councilmember. Bassage Street. Municipal addresses 5917 through 5916 LaFay Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M-2440 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion approving the applicant's request for conditional use subject to 4 provisos stated in the City Planning Commission's report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This conditional use request will return a two-family home to Commerce after it was damaged in a house fire back in April of 2018. Recognizing the importance of returning the house and all of our housing stock to market, I'm moving forward to approve this conditional use. I would request for a second. Move to approve, seconded by Madam President. Are there any public comment, Mr. Swinzik?
There is one, sir. Anthony Emuka, forgive me if I mispronounced your name, sir. My name is Anthony Emuka, and I am working on the conditional use for 5917 through 19 LaFay Street on behalf of Dr. Windsor Dennis. Dr. Dennis is the owner of the above property. The property is an established two-family dwelling that was damaged by fire. It is our intention to repair the fire damage and make the dwellings livable again. That's the only public comment on that item.
Thank you, Mr. Swinzik. It's been moved and for approval and seconded by Council President Moreno. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Brissette.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M20-440 has been adopted. We're on top of page 31.
Madam Clerk, before you go to that, if I can just get a point of personal privilege, Madam President, just briefly. I believe Hashim is in your office, Madam Clerk, walking in. I just want to take a minute to honor our dear friend here at the council, Madam Clerk, Miss Laura Johnson. We are late in our acknowledgement, but I could not let this year close out without giving this very worthy shout out. Back in January, Miss Laura earned her designation as Master Municipal Clerk from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. This is a very, very big deal. A lot of municipalities don't have anything close to the star that we have. Ms. Johnson has been an anchor for us here at the City Council since she arrived in 2006. Ever since I began my journey here at City Hall, she has not only been a great teacher, but a great mentor, but also a good friend. And when I couldn't find the restroom on my first days here at City Hall, she made sure that I never looked too bad when I was at that dais, and I want to thank you for that. We see that type of leadership every single day, not just through her, but through the strong group of professionals who she has working with her to run our clerk's office. That pride and attention to detail makes all of us look good as we try to do the people's work. We know that when credit for the success of the City Council is doled out, they oftentimes say our names, but it is really those unsung heroes like Miss Laura who are the backdrop and are truly responsible for when those great things happen. Miss Laura, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a friend and guiding me through. And when we have to sing your praises, this is truly, truly an honor. We're blessed to have you. And I know that you're going to continue to have a profound impact on countless lives here at the council and outside of City Hall. You're not just one of the best clerks in the state. You are frankly one of the best clerks in this country. Thank you for everything that you do. And we're extremely grateful for everything that you do. We've got a proclamation down this side by all city council members. And look, you were cursing me out when I asked for a point of personal privilege at 6:30. So we gotta go. I'm done. I'll turn it back over to you, Madam President. Anybody else who wants to say anything?
Thank you. We love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just put it right there.
Just for clarification, Jason, she was not the only one cursing you out. Believe it.
Wow.
Thank you all.
If I could just take a minute to respond, I just want to thank this council. This certification that I received, it took me 10 years to get it. And it's only because our Louisiana organization is not a part of the international organization like it used to be. So as a member of the Louisiana organization, I stayed in the international, and that meant that all the classes and all the things I was doing, I didn't get full credit for it. So that's why it took me so long to get my certification. And this one here is bittersweet. So I just thank you, because if it wasn't for the council allowing me and the deputy clerk to go to these conferences so that we could achieve our certifications and learn different things, this would not have been possible. So I thank all of y'all. I appreciate this. Okay, page 31. We have the legislative grouping, zoning docket 8820, Desire Community Housing Corporation, requesting a conditional use to permit a development containing commercial uses over 25,000 square feet in floor area in an SB2 suburban pedestrian oriented corridor business district on the entirety of square 1609A in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Desire Street, Industry Street, Florida Avenue, and Piety Street. Municipal addresses 2711 through 2741 Desire Street, 2701 through 2749 Piety Street. Also identified as 2731 through 2791 Piety Street, and 3301 through 3351 Florida Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 1 waiver and 15 provisos. We have motion M20-441 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion approving the applicant's request for a conditional use subject to 1 waiver and 15 provisos recommended in the city planning report. Councilmember Brissette.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a conditional use request for a large commercial establishment in a Desire, Florida neighborhood. It will bring much needed commercial development to the area, including spaces for medical offices and professional services. It will also provide nonprofit and community office space. The project is definitely a promising development for the Desire, Florida community, and I'm excited to be able to recommend its approval for today. Can I have a second? Yeah, a second. Second by Madam Council President Moreno, excuse me. Madam Clerk, I believe there's one public comment.
April Farmer from the Upper Ninth Ward Community Association writes, "This is a great opportunity to bring back our community." And that's the only comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
I see you, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2441 is adopted. We're now on top of page 32. We have the legislative grouping, zoning docket 8920, City of New Orleans and Broad Strokes LLC, requesting an amendment to the ordinance number 28,218 MCS zoning docket 4919, which granted a conditional use to permit a brewery and bar with live entertainment, secondary use, to authorize the expansion of the brewery, bar, and live entertainment, secondary use, site to include the adjacent lot, lot 23 at 1400 South Broad Street in a C1 general commercial district on an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district and enhanced EC enhanced corridor design overlay district on square 482A, also known as square 482, lots 23, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, and part of lot 23 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Thalia Street, South Broad Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and South Dergenwa Street. Municipal address 1400 South Broad Street, 3940 Thalia Street, and 3935 through 3943 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 waivers and 18 provisos. We have a motion by M2448 by Councilmember Banks, A motion approving the applicant's request for an amendment to its conditional use ordinance, subject to 2 waivers and 18 provisos, provided in the city planning report with the addition of 3 provisos for a total of 2 waivers and 21 provisos. Number 19, city-owned parcels shall be subject to this conditional use only during such periods as said parcels are being leased by the city for the use contemplated in herein. Further, provided that the city shall have no obligation to enter into, renew, extend, or modify the terms of any such lease. Number 20, no consumption or service of alcohol shall be permitted on city-owned property that is not subject to a lease from the city expressly permitting same. 21, no improvement shall be permitted on city-owned property unless expressly authorized by a lease, and any improvement shall be installed, maintained, and removed in accordance with such lease. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. Stephen, are you still around? All righty, we were going to have a CPC report, but I think we may have lost that. But let me tell you all what this is. This is for a brewery that's on Broad and Thalia. And part of this issue was that there's some city-owned property that's included in this zoning change. So obviously with COVID, we want to do what we can do to facilitate outdoor seating, and this allows that to happen. This is going to put a entertainment venue in the neighborhood. It's small. It will not be a burden on the community, and I think we've covered it with our typical methodology of having provisos that try to address all the concerns. So with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration. And Madam Clerk, would you please?
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. We're now on page 33. Zoning docket 9020 has been deferred to January the 14th, 2021. On page 34, zoning docket 9120, Apollo's Asset LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district on square 1023, lot 2 or part lots 1, 2, and 3, or lot 27 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Marigny Street, North Johnson Street, Mandeville Street, and North Galvez Street. Municipal address 2005 Marigny Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. Motion M 20-442 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion approving the applicant's request for an established multifamily dwelling subject to the 4 provisos recommended in the city planning report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a conditional use request for an establishment multifamily housing development. The request allows an established triplex development to return to commerce as multifamily housing. The owner will be renovating the interior of the structure, but there will be no charge in the number of units. No change. Once renovations are complete, the development will offer 3 one-bedroom apartments. With that, I would move adoption.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Palmer. Thank you. Mr. Swinzik.
We have one public comment from Ron Losell. Our client, Apollo's Assets LLC, purchased the triplex located at 2005 Marigny Street. The house is already an existing triplex, and our client wishes to renovate the vacant triplex and return it to permanent residential use The property is zoned HURD2, Historic Urban Residential 2-family. Established multi-family dwellings are a conditional use under the HURD2 zoning district. Therefore, our client is requesting a conditional use for an established multi-family dwelling. We ask you for your support in moving this forward.
Thank you. It's been moved and second. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2442 is adopted. On top of page 35, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 9220, Taft Park Properties LLC, requesting conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district on square 940 or 941, lot C and D or lot 2 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by France Street, North Prairie Street, North Johnson Street, and Poland Avenue. Municipal address 1905 France Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 8 provisos. We have motion M2443 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion approving the applicant's request for a conditional use, subject to 8 provisos recommended in the City Planning Report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another conditional use request for an established multifamily housing development. This development will restore 6 one-bedroom units to our housing market. The property owner will provide interior renovations to the structure, but there will be no change in the number of units. In light of both returning the property to commerce and for providing more housing units, I am, of course, moving forward for approval of this request. Move adoption. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Do we have any speaker cards, Adam?
We have one, Ron Losell. Our client, Taft Park Properties LLC, recently purchased the sixplex located at 1905 France Street. The building is already an existing multifamily building with 6 units. The property owner wishes to renovate the vacant sixplex and return it to permanent residential use. The property is zoned HUB1, Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. Established multifamily dwellings are a conditional use under the HUB1 zoning district. We ask for your support in moving this conditional use request forward. That is the only comment.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2443 has been adopted. On top of page 36, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,593 has been deferred to January 14, 2021. Ordinance calendar number 32,930 has been deferred to January 14, 2021. On top of page 37, ordinance calendar number 32,932 has been deferred to January 14, 2021. On page 38, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,018, an amendment to the ordinance has been deferred to January the 14th, 2021. We're now on top of page 43. Ordinance calendar number 33,155 has been deferred to January 14, 2021. Ordinance calendar number 33,156 has been deferred to January the 14th, 2021. On top of page 44, ordinance calendar number 33,171 has been withdrawn.
Ordered.
Ordinance calendar number 33,172 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to adopt the Downtown Development District's 2021 plan to provide additional capital and special services, facilities, and/or improvements for the Downtown Development District of the City of New Orleans for the year 2021 and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
Move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Mr. Swinzik, any public comment?
There is none.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,172 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 46. We have ordinance calendar number 33,185 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds not included in the Department of Health's 2021 budget towards the expansion of services provided to persons living with HIV through the Ryan White Grant and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance amends the budget to accept a grant for Ryan White funds in support of access for HIV services with the Department of Health. I would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Mr. Swinzik, are any public comments?
No comments on this or the next.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,185 has been adopted. Ordinance calendar number 33,186 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds not included in the Department of Health's 2021 budget towards the expansion of services provided to persons living with HIV through the Ryan White Grant and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is just a companion ordinance for the grant, Ryan White Grant expenditure ordinance. Move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,186 has been adopted. We're on top of page 47. Ordinance calendar number 33,193 by Council Members Moreno and Gissison Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 58-36, 106-136, 142-38, 154-882, 154-1191, 154-1195A and B, 154-1202, and 154-1561 to change reference therein from Jefferson Davis Parkway or Jefferson Davis Parkway to Norman C. Francis Parkway or to Moss Street in accordance with ordinance number 28,444 MCS and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is just a cleanup ordinance. It just amends sections of the code that reference Jeff Davis Parkway and replaces those with Norman C. Francis. So I'll make a motion to adopt.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,000.
You got me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. 33-193 is adopted. Ordinance calendar number 33,194 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the state of Louisiana through the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, DOTD, to provide for the Loyola Drive Interchange Improvement Project serving as a connection between the Interstate 10 and the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport North Terminal with a duration for 15 years as more fully set forth in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you so much. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Council President. Y'all, this is just to deal with the flyover that we're all excited about going to the airport. I know we have Dan Jatras on the line. Dan, did you want to give a very brief description of what this is? Thank you for your commitment to stay with us tonight.
My pleasure, Council Member. Thank you. Yes, very briefly, this is an agreement for the city to provide contribution to the Loyola Drive interchange connection to the airport. We are one of several local jurisdictions alongside Jefferson Parish, the city of Kenner, and the Regional Planning Commission that are each contributing towards the local match for the federal funds being used to construct that project. The terms of the CEA with the state is to make these contributions for the total of $3 million over a 15-year time period with minimum annual payments of $200,000, with the first payment being in state fiscal year 2022-2023. And the state was generous to give us that latitude as we continue to work through budget issues from COVID-19. So we've got 2 years before we have to make our first payment of those 15 years. Just if you haven't been out at the site recently, the first of the flyover ramps are starting to really take shape overhead of the highway. They are expecting the ground level work to be completed in late 2021, so about 12 months from now, and the full project is still on track to finish in November of 2022.
Great. Thank you so much. I know we're all super excited about this job. Council members, is there any comments or questions while we have Dan here? Oh, guess not. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Miss Laura, did you want to do a vote, please?
Are there any comments, Andrew? Adam?
Not unless you want me to read that poem from earlier.
No. Councilmember Wynn?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,194 has been adopted. We're on top of page 48. Motion lying over M2326 has been deferred to January 14th, 2021. Motion M2420 by Council members Brissette and Jeruso by request. A motion approving the 2021 budget of the Orleans Parish Communication District.
I'll move for adoption.
Second.
Any public comments, Adam?
None for the rest of the meeting, council members.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams? Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 6 yeas.
Madam Clerk, I apologize.
Okay. We have 7 yeas, no nays. And motion M2420 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M2421 by Council members Moreno, Williams, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. A motion authorizing the president of the council to sign appropriate contract amendments with the consulting firm Legend Consulting Group Limited to provide electric and/or natural gas regulatory consulting services to the council in electric and gas utility regulatory matters for 1 year period beginning January 1st, 2021 for maximum compensation of $2,237,500 for said year.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is just what we did very early in the meeting with Denton's. This is the same with the Legend Consulting Group. It's just a year renewal. I move adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2421 has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 51. We have Resolution R2445 by Councilmember Wynn and Banks. A resolution in accordance with Section 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, ratifying and approving the 2020 motor-owned rules.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this resolution will launch our city's Mode to Own program, initially drafted and passed in 2014 by Mayor Cantrell when she was on the council. This program will allow residential property owners abutting a tax adjudicated properties to enter into an agreement to purchase, maintain the property for a year, and then purchase the property. I am so excited, exhausted as I am, but I'm so excited to finally move this program forward to hopefully address the residential blight that has plagued many of our neighborhoods due to absent property owners. So I would love to get your support. Councilmember Banks, do you have any comment?
Just that I agree with you fully, that this has been a long time in coming. I'm glad it's finally here. And this should be a real good thing for us to be able to address these overgrown lots throughout the city, and in particular out by you and certainly up by me. I was in Hoffman Triangle yesterday, and we've got some real issues there that hopefully we can encourage some participation to get them addressed. So I'm excited to see this day here too, and looking forward to this being a very, very, very successful program, which will help make our city look better.
Any other comments?
No, just that I would like to be added, council members.
Wonderful, thank you. So if there's no other comment, I'll go ahead and move. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Banks. Madam Clerk, you want to do roll call?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2445 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M2450 by Councilmember Banks. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number MCS 4264 amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans, to consider amendments to the definition of winery and to consider the addition of such to use tables in appropriate districts. In the course of review, staff should consider this use in the context of similar uses such as breweries and distilleries. Staff should also review use tables and provide recommendations to establish consistency among breweries and distilleries in the appropriate zoning district. Planning staff should review applicable state regulations to guide potential amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Do we have public comment?
No, sir.
All right, awesome. What this does, colleagues, this is an example of an industry that grew faster than the policy addressing it did. This was one of those holes in the ordinance that was not foreseeable when it was all put together. We have had a very good influx of these microbreweries and distilleries and wineries that have come online, and I'm glad that many of them are uptown in District B. But what this does is this plugs a hole that currently exists, and obviously it can be used across the city, but it is certainly an issue that we have. I've got one over on O.C. Haley right now that is not prohibited, but also not permitted, and that's the kind of quandary. You got that catch-22 because it doesn't exist because it's not been there before. So this will address that, and I would appreciate you all's consideration for support. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember
Yes.
Banks,
Yes, yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We got 6 yeas, no nays.
Yes.
I got you, Councilmember. 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2450 has been adopted. We're now, we have to suspend the rules to add Resolution R2451 by Councilmember Jeruso, a resolution endorsing the efforts of the LSTA and encouraging the Louisiana Department of Transportation to provide the funds sought by the LSTA to rehabilitate and restore SP 745 as required by federal law. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second for Councilmember Druso.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We got 5 yeas, no nays, and it has been added to the agenda. Now we need to vote on it.
Move on the resolution.
Second.
And so very quickly, this is a steam locomotive that is the only surviving one built in actually Algiers. It needs to be rebuilt every 15 years. This resolution is to help get funding from DOTD to help with that rebuilding process. I appreciate your support. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion Resolution R2451 has been adopted. Council
Thank you.
members, we need to suspend the rules. Yeah,
Before we do that, I need to take a point of personal privilege. Don't get upset, Councilmember Banks. You'll see why I'm doing it. I just wanted to acknowledge someone who also has their last council meeting today, and that is Eric Granderson. Eric has been just a tremendous friend to the council, decades of dedicated service to the city of New Orleans. He is someone that, I mean, really, if you ever want to find out anything about council workings and, you know, history of how some things came about, Eric is always the person that I would go to get that type of information. He has just been incredibly valuable to us, and but we of course wish him all the best as he goes into retirement. We thank you, Eric, you know, for all that you did, particularly during this very difficult year of COVID and going through this whole process of having to do these meetings via Zoom, and you and the rest of the council staff. We just so very much appreciate all that you've done for us. So with that, Eric, we wish you all the very best. I just didn't want to end the meeting without acknowledging him. Anyone else? Okay.
Madam President, let me too say, Eric and I have been here for a very long time, all the way back in the days when I worked for Dorothy Maytel and he worked for Lambert Bossier. So we have been here when our offices were actually on the other side of the building. We started out this stuff together, and Eric, I wish you well in your endeavors, and be safe, my friend, and Godspeed. And thank you for everything.
I can't believe you're going to try to make him as old as you, Councilmember Banks, talking about y'all started together.
You know, one of the things I will miss when you are gone, it won't be you. So with that, thank you.
Godspeed, Eric, on your next endeavors, my friend. Godspeed. Thank you for coming back to help us out.
right, so
Yeah.
now we need to suspend the rules to go into ordinance on first read. I will move. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn? Councilmember Wynn?
Yay, my apologies.
That's okay. Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer? Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended.
Madam Clerk, before you start reading, if you would just allow me 1 second.
Okay.
I do want to say, Jason, I will miss you. I've known you for a very long time, long before either one of us got elected to anything. And I said it earlier, but I want to repeat it, that I wish you the best, you and your family. And this will be a different existence without you here. And I hope that that at the end of the day, everything works out well. I have no doubt that you will do what's necessary to help make our justice system be as good as it can be. So, man, look, I'm praying for you. I want you to be successful, and however I can help, I look forward to it. Now, the one thing I'm going to need you to remember, your level of punctuality is sometimes not your greatest asset. So I gave you a watch for your birthday a couple, 2-3 years ago. I actually gave it to you before your birthday to make sure that you had it for your birthday, because I figured you'd be late for your birthday. But if you remember that, make sure that you wear that watch, man, and remember me when you do. So good luck and peace out to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. I'm sometimes tardy, but I'm never late for dinner. And I look forward to continuing to work with you in this new capacity. And I can still participate with public comment from time to time, just to remind you of just how long you've been serving the people of this city, 1901. I love you, Jay. Thank you, brother.
But Jay, you know, the problem with the watch you gave him is that watch was broken, man. So that's why he still couldn't make it on time, you see?
I thought I was early.
Yes, indeed. Well, I promise you the watch wasn't broken. I may have gotten broken intentionally to justify the tardiness, but I assure you that it was working fine when it left my hand to his.
Jason, we wish you all the very best. We're so proud of you, and we know you're going to do great things, and we'll see you here often. We know that, and we'll obviously constantly be in touch.
Thank you so very much. It has been a true honor, and I just want to thank you all for not letting me leave this meeting without it being in grand style and going till 7 o'clock. That was marvelous.
Yeah, I mean, we figured you needed a 9-hour meeting to send you off right. So there you go. Perfect.
Amen. Amen.
All
Thank
right,
you,
Matt.
everybody.
Ms. Temple, go ahead with the first reads, please.
Okay, ordinance is on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,195 by Councilmember Brissette by request. And ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to establish a budget in the Neighborhood Housing Improvement Fund for the Department of Safety and permits towards hiring an assistant zoning administrator to coordinate the city's inclusionary zoning program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,196 by Councilmember Brissette by request. And ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to establish a budget in the Neighborhood Housing Improvement Fund for the Department of Safety and permits towards hiring an assistant zoning administrator to coordinate the city's inclusionary zoning program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,197 by Council members Gissison Palmer and Banks by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,249 MCS, which approved the New Orleans Tourism Marketing Corporation's Tourism Promotion Program for 2020. So as to approve the 2020 Tourism and Cultural Economy Program for the successor corporation, the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, to provide the following for the year 2020. Number one, services and financial support to the cultural bearers and cultural economy of New Orleans, including without limitations the people, enterprises, and communities that transform cultural skills, knowledge, and ideas into economic and productive goods, services, and places. And two, enhance tourism in New Orleans by strengthening the cultural economy which attracts tourists to New Orleans, supporting the events and festivals, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,198 by council members Gibson, Palmer, and Banks by request. An ordinance to adopt the New Orleans Tourism Cultural Funds Tourism and Cultural Economy Program, proposed grant scoring matrix and budget for 2021 to be administered by the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund to, number one, provide services and financial support to the cultural bearers and cultural economy of New Orleans, including without limitations the people, enterprises, and communities that transform cultural skills, knowledge, and ideas into economically productive goods, services, and places. And two, enhance tourism in New Orleans by strengthening the cultural economy, which attracts tourists to New Orleans, supporting events and festivals for the year 2021, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,199 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number one to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement CEA among the city of New Orleans, the city, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, NORA, and Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans, SWBNO, relative to the implementation of stormwater mitigation project for Pine Tilly to extend the term of said cooperative endeavor agreement for an additional year and to provide an additional $16,500 to NORA for construction administration services as more full set forth in amendment number one to the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,200 by council members Banks, Brissette, and Nguyen by request. An ordinance to ordain Article 10 of Chapter 26 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a registry of foreclosed mortgage properties, to establish maintenance requirements for mortgagees, compliance measures, enforcement procedures, fees and penalties, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,201 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the state of Louisiana Division of Administration, Office of Community Development regarding CDBG disaster recovery funds, grant funds, for the purpose of funding the city's activities under the CBG Disaster Recovery Long-Term Community Recovery Program to amend said cooperative endeavor agreement relative to the duration as more fully set forth in amendment number one to a cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,202 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the New Orleans and Company, a Louisiana nonprofit corporation, to allocate the proceeds of a tax on the occupancy of short-term rentals located in the city of New Orleans, the STR tax, authorized by the Louisiana Revised Statute 47338221 and levied pursuant to section 150-1261 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, which tax shall be used by New Orleans and Company to promote tourism in the city as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,203 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number one to a previously executed one-year cooperative endeavor agreement CEA between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, NORA, relative to the Drainage Pump Station 1, Watershed Drainage and Green Infrastructure Project for Broadmoor, Central City, Gordon District, Lower Gordon District, Irish Channel, St. Thomas Development, Two Road, East Riverside, and Milan, to extend the term of said cooperative endeavor agreement for an additional 4 years and to revise Article 3B to reduce the number of properties from 8 to 2 as more fully set forth in Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,204 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, the agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Blue Crew, the contractor, to allow the parties to partner and engage in a cooperative endeavor agreement to implement the public on-demand bicycle sharing program, whereby the contractor shall provide, administer, manage, operate, and maintain a bicycle sharing program in the city as more fully set forth in the agreement attached hereto and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respect thereto, That completes all the ordinances on first reading. Happy holidays, everybody. Congratulations, Mr. Williams, on your new endeavor.
Thank you, Ms. Temple. Thank you, Ms. Temple.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Well, happy holidays. Our next meeting isn't until, at least our next full council meeting isn't till January 14th. So happy holidays.
Council members.
Happy New Year. What you got, Paul?
Council members, before you adjourn, I just wanted to let everybody know that I let Eric Granderson go at 5 o'clock as if this was a normal day. He was watching on television. He appreciates all of your kind words.
Awesome. Awesome. And of course, we wish him a very happy holiday season as well. All right. Who wants to do the motion to adjourn for this one? Jason, you want to take it?
I'll take it. I move to adjourn. Last time I get to say that.
All right.
I'm glad. I don't want to go through no more of your last meetings. I second.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna have lots of public comment for 2021. Lots of public comment.
Look forward to it.
Godspeed, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Can we just take it to midnight? It's already 7. Let's just take it to midnight.
no councilmember.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the meeting for 2020 has officially ended.
Woo.
All right, guys.
Bye. Bye, Ms. Laura. Bye, Ms. Temple.
Bye, Councilmember. Happy
Happy
Bye,
holidays.
everybody.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
I'll miss y'all.